Alright, welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gat, your host. So I already got done with the video. I decided to make this the intro because I think that video is about 5 hours long or so. Had a lot of video. I didn't know if it was going to go that long, but it did. So the situation is thus. You'll see one chart. You were supposed to see three, but I'm just going to make this one video about the one chart. And then I'll do another video where we discuss the charts. Probably be three charts because it's two gentlemen with a female who requested this reading. So that is the purpose of it. So a lot of information coming out. Well, I don't know. I'll give you certain videos, you guys. I give you certain YouTube channels you guys should keep an eye on because a lot of stuff's going to be coming out. A lot of stuff that's been done in the darkness is coming out now. And that is the time. That's where the universe is at right now. This is why you saw a pastor, a bishop step down from a mega church. He said, "Oh, well, I didn't feel close to God." And I know you just stepped down because you're about to be exposed. You're not fooling us. The universe is talking. A lot of stuff done in the dark is coming out in the light. You can make whatever choices you want, but it's going to be a significant time. The one thing about the person who really runs the universe, he's all about forgiveness, but you got to, be held accountable for your activities. But, when you come clean, he will help you out a little bit. And I even talk about one of my experiences for 1997. So it's that time we're in. So it's a 5-hour video, but it's really worth it. You see a lot of stuff going on. So that's it for now. I will be back at some point within the next 2 days with the full the other three videos and going through that as well. So enjoy the video. I'm out. Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gat, your host. A viewer requested a natal chart analysis of their natal chart, but also comparing it to the two other charts. So you're going to have three in view. The chart on the left will be the person who requested this, a female, and the two charts on the following her, the middle and the right, will be the two males. Now, the chart on the left, there was a consideration as was he born between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. We did go with 2 a.m. because it's not going to be that much of a difference. And we'll start with the chart on the left, do the natal chart analysis. Now, anybody who gets their natal chart gets the free astrological report. It does explain the 12 houses, the signs, the constellation. Because a lot of people don't have a full understanding of astrology, but that's a really good tutorial, and it is free as well. And we will be probably referring to it as well. We always suggest for people to take notes for the simple fact you're about to get hit with a lot of information. And what happens sometimes is people just want to know, and we try to, work with people, but we try to give them as much information because we're making it so you'll always have your chart. Because anything you do, whenever you're going to deal with anything in this life, it's always going to go back to astrology. And I try to tell people, even when you go to the Bible, when they start talking about the baby Jesus Christ, first thing they talk about is his star or astrology. And the more you study the Bible, you definitely see it in there, even though the modern people that basically overthrew the indigenous people, they don't want you to use astrology, because if you did, you would know who you were. You would start to know that that's the power they overthrew. They overthrew the indigenous that were one with the universe and everything. So you have to know that. So my goal is to do it the way our ancestors would have did it, and you have your information, you have your knowledge. Now, what happens is, again, I keep it real affordable because one natal chart with Dr. Stanley is like $200, and she's not going into all your asteroids. She's not going into your twin soul, twin flame. She's not going into none of the stuff that I go into, and mine is like all inclusive. I don't think it's anybody doing what I'm doing in the whole world. Just being real. So you're getting a lot for that price you're paying, because I could barely shop with that, but I'm keeping it low because I'm trying to get as many people with the natal chart, because this is all about raising your frequency, raising your vibrations. Because like I said, the people who did overthrow everything, everybody has a time. Every empire has a time, and then we got to move on. So we will be moving back to the days when people were at one with the universe. So that's why that's very important. So once you have the information, you listen, maybe you take notes, you may have clarity, a better understanding. But if you do want to go further, you can always, that's another order. Also, once you have your natal chart, whenever you get any type of reading, they'll always, because whenever, even if you're dealing with a tarot card reader that knows astrology, because a lot of them don't really know astrology as well. They don't know what card, what planet, or what constellation, what sign the card corresponds with. But you need it when you have a reader like that. They can tell you these things. You can look back on your chart. Also, when you have your natal chart, you can take the most recent space chart and know what's going to go on in your life for that day or that week. So you can't go wrong with it. So that's why I always tell people, do it the way it was supposed to be done by the universe. Because otherwise, you're using what I call fake astrology, bubblegum astrology, and it's just like a drug. It makes you feel a certain way. Like a lot of people want you to talk to them a certain way. A lot of people want you to, talk about just positive stuff. But it may not. It might be a lot of negative stuff on your chart that you're supposed to be dealing with. And if you believe in karma, if you don't deal with it in this life, then you're going to deal with it in the next life, because that's why you have your natal chart. And that's why everything you're hearing out here on YouTube, whether they use a natal chart or not, is going back to the natal chart. So I do it the correct way and just trust in the universe for whatever else. All right. So now we're going to look at the chart. So again, I'll say it again. This first chart will be the female who requested this. Now, as you can see, let me just, before I say it, I got to count it up. Yep, you pretty much have a stellium. You have a stellium in your first house. That's when you have 4 more planets, 4 more planetary objects in the same house. So I'm going to start off with this, and I do believe this is going to be the most important thing I say on your natal chart. Is when people have a stellium, they're getting hit with so many planets. Like whatever's happening in that universe is going to affect you, and it's going to be too overwhelming. Because that's what I said with me. My schedule is already booked like crazy. I won't even get into it. But so I've learned you got to manage your time. And when you have a stellium, you're getting hit with everything, because you're getting hit with everything going on in that universe, wherever the planets are, and the moon is in a different constellation like every 2 hours, and the moon is very powerful as far as your emotions internally. So you're gonna have that, and that's why I said but you have to realize that, because you're gonna be coming at people a certain way, and it's gonna be too much, way too much. And I'm sure you probably heard it, or some people be in denial because like it'll be you, and you'll be thinking it's not you. You'll be like, oh, no, it's you, and you gotta learn how to accept that, because for your own good. Because if not, you'll go through life with a lot of denials and things like that. And also, you're a new moon person. You got the sun and moon. We're getting ready to look at that. So new moons, that they don't have consistency, like they always want something new. And that's why I said take notes, because everything I'm saying you can double check on the internet. So it's not like I'm going to say anything that I don't know the experts already say. Also, Libra the moon can put you in sort of a fantasy world as well, and because they want everything, like the moon deals a lot with doubt, insecurities, and can put you in a fantasy world. And Libra is quite the same way, because Libra wants everything to be balanced, but according to what they think balance is. So the truth of the matter is, the life we're in, it's going to be very difficult. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but it's going to be very difficult to find somebody who's going to really, say, hey, yeah, let's compromise, let's work together, and let's make this a beautiful situation. You're not. You're going to get all kind of crazy stuff. You're going to get a lot of temptation, where a guy might be trying to, be faithful, but then he's being tempted by a lot going around with him. And it could be the same thing for a woman. But just saying it, it's usually more temptation, more vanity, more stuff like that. I want to be the sexiest. I want to be cutest. So that's temptation. These are facts. Because you're not going to understand astrology. You're not going to understand your purpose if you don't deal with facts. And that, most people do want to stay in that land of idealism. But even like I said, not too long ago, I took some college classes and I walked in. As soon as I walked in, this female kind of introduced herself to me and everything. And we did a lot of talking. For the time I was there, me and her would like talk a lot. If it was a break, we'd be together and stuff. But one thing she said to me, she said, if you think I look good now, you should have seen me years ago. She said I could get anything I wanted. So when you're dealing with vanity, that's cool if you can get anything you want, because that will be your reality, even though that's not really reality, because we do know facts. Like I saw a show on TV where a female did two things. She put on a fat ass. She was a supermodel. She put on a fat lady costume. So she's on a boardwalk and it's packed. It's a summer day. That boardwalk is packed with people, and she has a bike, and she's going, "Oh, my bike won't work. My bike won't work. Something's wrong with my bike." And everybody walked past her like, "That's your problem. You could care less." So what? Nah, I ain't got no time for that. Nah. So then she came back with what she really looked like. Supermodel came back with that bike, short ass dress, a lot of stuff showing out of it. Soon as she said, "Oh, my bike," she had all kind of people trying to help her. Men, women, everybody wanted to help her. So you can't get past the reality. And that's why I said when you do get your natal chart read, you should deal with the truth, because what happens when the vanity goes? What happens when the vanity goes? Because I'm going to say this again. Now, this is what she told me out of her own mouth. "You think I look good now? You should have sold me years ago when I could get whatever I wanted." But in this case, when I walked in the room, she ran up on me. She was the one offering me to go out and stuff. So something switched. What switched? So first thing you have to realize is, whatever you're thinking, it could be you. That's just a fact. You can look at, like I said, study the stellium yourself. I'm only telling you what that is. And the reason why I know it, because I study this all the time. But the stellium is going to put you, and you're going to, like, it's somewhat erratic, because you're going with the planets, and the planets, anything that's going on up there, because it's too much power focused in one constellation. And your constellation you were born in was Libra. So now we want to get that new moon. And we want to find out where it was, what was going on. Because like dudes like me, I had to learn a lot. Like to give a perfect example, I was in a van one time. It was full of people. And you could say they were like religious minded people. And they wanted to go somewhere, but they were going in the wrong direction. Now I knew from experience. Like before I learned, I would have said, "Hey, you're going in the wrong direction," and all that. But they're not going to agree with you. They're going to say you're wrong. So they got to find out their own way, because they're not going to agree with you. They're going to tell you you're wrong. I've done this. Like I've been on this planet decades, so I've seen it, done it. It's like a movie and repeat. So they're not going to agree with you, even though you're 100% right. And they're going to say all this stuff, all this crazy stuff back and forth. So to avoid all that, I just didn't say anything. I said, "This guy, they think they're going the right way." And it's funny, because these people would be out in ministry every day, but yet none of them knew that they're going the wrong way. But sometimes, like I said, it's really, everything's done for a reason. It's almost trying to lure you into an argument. So I've learned sometimes it's just best to be quiet. So they did it. They went on. Then it was going further and further. And as they got up the road or whatever, they realized they were going the wrong way. And so they had to turn around. So in doing that, I just saved myself a whole bunch of stuff, because I didn't want to go back and forth. And I just hate, I hate when you see something a certain way and it's just the way it is and people want to go. But that's what I mean by bubblegum astrology, or that's what I mean about this life. Especially when you're in a country that's allegedly free, because you can believe whatever you want to. You can wake up one day one type of person, wake up another day, another type of person, wake up one day, and it's okay. But if you're looking for any type of consistency, that's not going to work. Because at some point you will get hit with that reality. And that's like when you see somebody really get beat down by the police, but you see the whole thing, but they're mouthing off the whole time. Now maybe the officer's right, maybe the officer's wrong, but nothing good is going to come out of talking crazy. They could care less. You know, so once you realize that, like I said, I'm smart enough. Like if I'm in any situation, I'm not talking crazy, because nothing's going to happen other than you getting beat down. Now you could take it to court if you got the brains to do that, but most people don't. They just take the beat down and that's it. Then they're you know, they trying to play the victim card and stuff. But a lot of days the court ain't trying to hear that. Even if you were right, the court's not always trying to hear that. So sometimes it's bad. And then, like I said, sometimes if you be quiet, you might get beat up. But the chances of you getting beat up increase greatly when you're mouthing off, you know. Because, again, when people think they're free, they think they can do whatever they want. And it's going to be a reality that's going to show you you're not free and there's a price to pay. So if you know that, you got to realize that. Like when I'm telling you, I had to learn a whole lot of stuff. Well, you know, dealing with a lot of people, dealing with what I do, stuff like that. So that's why from the beginning, those things are brought out then, so that, you know, it's no misunderstandings or nothing like that. So let's put your new moon in. I don't want that. I want this. And like I said, the reason why a stellium is going to be challenging, because it's just too much power in one house. And it's going to really override. Even whatever your sign is, it's going to really override that sign, because it's just too much power in one house. And there's always something going on up in space. Always. But when people realize that, that's what I'm trying to say. When you deal with facts, deal with the truth, because that's what's going to help you. Like, you can't go to a mechanic and the problem is with your battery, but you're demanding he fixes I said it's the alternator. He said, no, we studied, we took the meter out, we know it's the battery. No, it's not. Don't tell me. You know, so it's going to go back and forth. And then what happens is he's going to do what you told him to do because you're going crazy. Then they're going to fix, like you said, give you an alternator. And then the battery is still going to be messed up. You know what I'm saying? Then the person will come back. Listen, you didn't fix my car. We did exactly what you told us to do. Oh, no, you didn't tell me. No. And then, you know, just back and forth. So, you know, any form of dealing with people, any form of business, you have to know that from the get, because you meet people like that. And everybody has to learn at their own pace, but you know, you can't be dragged through the mud for somebody else that's, you know, got issues they need to deal with. That's in relationships and business. And see, your whole thing is Libra. So Libra's going to be relationships and business and all that. And what I'm trying to tell you, it's like somebody that's doing something and they get away with it. Like she told me, oh, back in the day I could have said whatever, you know. But it's going to come a time when you're going to have to deal with it. And see, what you also got to realize, because I got relatives all around me, and I watched this my whole life. But then when you get older, and everything you used to have is dying out, and when you never learned how to clean, you never learned how to stand up on your own, stuff like that. What are you gonna do? Or if you always thought somebody else was supposed to get it, what are you gonna do when that person's dead? So you have to really deal with it. That's the whole point of having a natal chart. It's like your predictions, it's your challenges, your obstacles, your good points, your warnings, and that's really how it's supposed to be done. But when they put you in a matrix, they basically told you, just do what we tell you to. And then if you understand the spiritual reasons of why they did that, and the metaphysical reasons of why they did that, because if you notice, they really are not very spiritual. It's more about materialism, flesh, please yourself and stuff. And that's why they say it's a you're in a democracy. These words are used for a reason. So you have to know that, because otherwise you come out here, you don't take it seriously because you don't see the point. Like when she was looking really good, she didn't see the point because she knew she could get whatever she wanted. But that's going to change. And even for people to understand astrology, it is all about karma, and it's all about the 12th house, because the 12th house is like the ending, the reckoning. All right, I'm looking at moon, the moon calendar. And I'm double checking everything. Yep, you were born exactly at the new moon. And it was a Friday. So that's Venus's day too. So you got hit with a lot, because when you're dealing with Venus and Libra, Venus rules Libra. So that's all about love and all that. But if people, like I said, if people would just understand, you got to balance it out. Like it's great to be emotional, but you got to balance it out with the mental too. It's got to be balanced, and that's what Mayada is all about. And people don't do that. Like I said, especially in countries like this one, because everything you free, you can do whatever you want. So people, I want it now. I want it now, and that's why I said you'll meet people and they're kind of hitting you with all this energy, like, hey, and you're like, oh, hold up, chill. like what's up? Like, chill out. Because I work in retail, and you just have people that think you're supposed to stop everything, whatever they want, and like, hold up, you got constantly tell them, slow down, calm down. We're here to help, but you're not just gonna run in and run out. And it's some of the, because it's holiday season, so you'll have people coming in there and it's a small store, so you'll have people coming in there with their carts, shopping carts, and they're going so freaking fast that you could kill somebody. Like, oh, like it's not just about you. You're in a store full of people. You got to slow that cart down. Yeah, let's do that. If I can, I can't guarantee it's gonna be on the web, but either way, I'm gonna tell you anyway. But I'd rather read it. So we just had a new moon in Libra in September 2019. All right, this is a fee I want to see it. There's a couple of females talking about on YouTube, but there's one I just want to see what she says. All right, now I'm pretty sure she's I want to go to her site though. All right, her name is Tan Tan space Benedict. Personality traits of Libra ascendant, a Libra moon. And I think she's Hindu, but she looks so melanated. Like she looks like somebody from America. It's just cute. It's just funny to me. She did this on December 5th, 2015, 4 years ago. And for some reason they gave her 19. I mean, she got 173 likes, but 19 dislikes. I don't know. I don't know what she said to make somebody dislike her and shit. That was funny. All right, give me one moment. All right, now I'm still looking for what I'm trying to find it specifically. All right, here we go. Because new moon people, they get bored very easily. All right, now where it was supposed to be is not here. Begin slideshow. I don't want to see a slideshow. I want you to answer what I asked you. I hate when I go somewhere to some bullshit. All right, just got to give me a moment because I really want to find this. Let me see. Maybe let me do this. All right, so we're gonna do it the other way. Try this again. New moon Libra personality. All right, we're gonna drop in new moon personality because I know that'll be there. All right, this is Molly Hall. Molly Hall, new moon personalities. Yeah, and plus it's in your first house. So that's what I mean. They said new moon personality ready for action. Your first house is ruled by Aries, so this is the person diving. And they're going. Like I said, and that's how she came at me too. I was like, whoa, chill. Like chill. Cause you gotta get a grip. Like I'm trying to save you years and years and years of this. Like, cause I know for a fact. They just come at you like you chill. So this a new now this is Molly Hall. This is liveabout.com. New moon personality. You're impulsive, dynamic, forceful. And again, nobody's saying this stuff is bad. So if you think I'm not, I'm trying to save you a lot of times of a lot of misunderstandings where really you will be at fault, but you're not gonna want to admit it. And that could like things can change by just a person saying, oh, I'm a little, I was a little excited or whatever, But some people don't do that, and then that's why things go dead because you got two people and one person really thinks they're right and the other person thinks they're right. So what you're about you embody the raw that's ready to surge out of the primordial dark, because that's what a new moon is. But you were born right at the new moon. But it's also Venus. So you got that whole dark feminine thing going on. You probably got a lot of mystical stuff about yourself. So they said you're like the Fool and the Tarot card. Now, the reason why the Fool, he's the initiation. This is the beginning. It's card number 00, but it's Uranus energy. And it's, again, coming out of nowhere. They said this type of person is ready to go out with just a knapsack and a dream. And you just have to be careful because people will take advantage of that, though. People will take advantage of that because it's a form of naivety. Like I said, I had to learn a lot, but I've been here for a while. And I got, like I said, you know, take it any way you like to, but I can basically tell you this and that. Because you've seen it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And every now and then you will see somebody that breaks that that role. But other than that, it's like when you put people in the matrix and you feed them the same BS, it doesn't matter what race they are, it doesn't matter what they believe. It's the same matrix and it's been set up a certain way. That's why they don't want you learning anything that's going to wake you up. And that's why you got all these marriages, you got all these divorces. And you got to ask yourself, like, why do most people get married and then within 2 years they already want to get a divorce? But not all of them, but most of them go to churches that say, oh no, you know, the Bible says if you're married, death do you part. And I remember when they used to say that at your wedding. Oh, to death do you part, to sickness and in health. And I remember that shit. I was just a little ass kid, but I remember that shit. They don't say that stuff now. So you moving so far from spirituality, and that would have kept you kind of grounded. Now it's like free for all. And it doesn't matter if you got 4 or 5 guys or whatever. It doesn't matter now. That's like the end thing. Or if you want to experiment, it's okay. That's the end thing. You're free. Do whatever you want. But they've all forgotten the spirituality that says you will be judged for what you do. Nobody wants to hear that part. But that's what you should hear. Because that's the assassin that's coming. But you say, well, if I act like it doesn't exist, then I don't have to worry about it. But sometime it will exist. And I stood over a whole bunch of coffins, everybody that felt that way. Or people on dead beds and people in caskets. So they say this person will act on impulse and will announce they want to announce their presence to the world. So they're saying that a new moon is similar to Aries, but your new moon is in Aries. So you know this is a very dynamic person. The first sign who rushes into situations in a good-natured way. But again, good-natured way, that's also a form of naivety. And it can be used against you. In some ways, it might. I mean, it's great. Oh, I'll help. Oh, so-and-so needs help. I'll help. I'll help. Oh, that's wonderful. That's great. But it's going to be used against you, too. Oh, get so-and-so will do it. Oh, so-and-so never questions. They just jump right in. Oh, this is an easy one. Especially with Libra, because I got a client like that now. That's her problem. She's always diving in. And I wasn't the only one. Another psychic told her about herself. And then we both did it at the same time. And she said, because I didn't know how she was going to respond when I told her all. I was like, all you do is talk about another guy. Like, you got to learn. Sometimes you got to try to move forward. But a Libra really has to be in a relationship. They go crazy. And sometimes you just got to be patient. Even the card, the Doreen Virtue card, is Jophiel. And Jophiel is Libra. And she'll tell you to be patient. She says, get out in nature. Learn how to be patient. And so when I told that female, I didn't know how she was going to respond. And then she said, I already knew you. She said, I already knew you were going to say that because my psychic told me the same thing. And to this day, she's still doing it. Like everything she does has to be about some guy and stuff. I mean, I think that's cool if he's as eager to be that way about you. I think when you see two people really in love, I think it's beautiful. But usually it's just not like that. So he's not like that. Like he can do without her, but she's like real clingy. She's clinging this guy, and he's not really. And the guy's never gonna cling you back when you're chasing him like that. It's too much. Too much. It's like when you come home from work and your dog is looking like, yo, back up, homie. You see me every day. You lose your freaking mind. Go sit over there. Chill. What's wrong with you? And I'm just having a little fun like that because I used to be that way a long time ago. But I learned, like, there's one thing in this planet will do, it will discipline you. But you don't have to go bitter. I'm not bitter. I'm just smarter. Like, I know, slow it down. It's nowhere intent as we're making it. And learn how to just let things come. That's all. Because it's going to be hard, but you can learn how to do it. Like, I'm sure there's tons of things in your life you learned how to do. So now the good thing about this energy is it's optimistic, enthusiastic, and it might be contagious. Because like I said, out here on YouTube, that's what people want to see. The happy, happy stuff. So if you were a psychic or any type of person who helps people understand life or things, that type of energy would be great. And also when you are in the retail world or the business world, and because that's what customers want to see. A lot of energy, a lot of happiness, especially in sales, because you can't go wrong with that energy. But you just got to know when to use it and when not to. Excuse me. I always keep a classroom setting. I'm just a small town boy. Not really boy, but small time man, I guess you could say. All right. So this is what I'm saying, and this is what I'm trying to warn you about. Again, this is Molly Hall, liveabout.com. Personality moon phases. You might start many things at the same time, but you usually won't finish them. And this is what Molly said. You might learn it's better to let others finish what you started when possible. But I don't agree with that because, see, that's the problem. This is why people are not growing up to be mature adults, because they always want somebody else to do it for them, somebody else to get it for them. Because the female I'm talking about, you got to understand, she's telling me that not too long ago, because she was still very attractive, unbelievably attractive. But she's telling me, oh, I got anything I wanted, blah, blah, blah. She probably didn't have to pay for Jack Dilly Squad. But then why are you taking me out? Has it changed that much? So always, it's good to always be able to do for yourself, even if somebody is doing for you. But don't do that. That's a big. This is why stuff fails, because this is what's going to happen. Let me give the reality. See, I like to do reality. I don't like to be in fantasy land. Reality is this: if you're a female and a guy sees you, right? At first, he'll do anything to get your attention. He'll promise anything. He'll do anything to get your attention. But at some point, reality does hit in, and you're gonna notice it right away, because you're gonna be like, "Oh, he used to do this. He doesn't do that. He used to say that, and he doesn't do that." And now he's getting pissed off because he's tired. But that's his fault, because he shouldn't have did it in the first place. But he's getting tired of always doing, and then maybe he might need you to do something, and it's some BS or some delay or some BS. Or he don't want it. And then the way our world is, this is just reality. No matter where you go, it's going to be somebody that's going to be the temptation. Like I said, when you really, like, I listen to a lot of metaphysical teachers, and it's true. Like this whole thing is like one big setup. Like when you look at the Garden of Eden, that was a setup. I've heard pastors say the Garden of Eden was set up. Even making Adam wait so long to get a mate, and then all of a sudden, once the mate came, all of a sudden he couldn't set up. And then from then on, it was all downhill. So you got to understand that. And that's why I said, when you learn how to do this correctly, excuse me, I got a delivery by mail. I don't know if it's coming today or not. So I stay busy and I'll forget. Then I'll just be sitting out there. So I don't want that to happen. So like what I was saying, I was listening to a podcast earlier, and the guy was saying how the guy he was interviewing, they were good friends going back like over 20 something years. And the guy he was interviewing used to have a club. So he said he was in a club that night, and he said really because he knew the owner, the guy he's interviewing, and the entertainers. He knew all of them, but he didn't want to. That night he didn't want to just drink for free. Like he didn't want to look a certain way. So he said he paid for 5 bottles of the most expensive drinks that they drink. He said right after, and it's very expensive. He said right after he brought it, they brought the drinks to the table, but a fight broke out. So he said all kind of, you know how that when you fight in the club, all kind of crazy stuff was going on. But he said, man, I'm not leaving. He said because people was leaving because it was getting crazy. He said, man, I'm not leaving. I just spent all this money on these drinks. He said, I'm not going nowhere. So he said he kept on drinking anyway. He said, so finally they was like, y'all gotta leave. He was like, I ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I just paid for all these. I'm drinking everything. New York dude, Queens, New York dude. So he said they maced him and stuff. They not the rapper Mace. They literally maced him and stuff. He said he still wouldn't leave. he said I'm gonna have to deal with it. He said he still wouldn't leave after they maced him. He still was trying to drink his drink, 5 bottles worth. So if you've been here long enough, you've seen that over and over again to the point you know it's not just a coincidence. Just like I said, when I told y'all what I said, I knew what was gonna happen in the van. They was gonna go the wrong direction, and all I could have told them, but it was just been wasting your time. Then they would have been telling you wrong and talking crazy, you know. And that's how stuff get heated, because you hate when you right and somebody's trying to tell you wrong. So that's how stuff get heated. So I said, don't even get into it. So like you got relatives, I seen the same crazy stuff for over 40 more years. Same crazy, it ain't changed a bit. And they're not going to change. So why would you get upset? That's stupid on my part. You still getting upset over something you know that person ain't going to change. And if they do, that'd be like a miracle. That'd be like the greatest miracle on the planet. So this is reality. It's not negativity. It's reality. Because until you deal with reality, all you're going to have is fantasy worlds and a lot of heartache. Now you'll have some good times, but it's still going to be a lot of heartache because you're not dealing with the real. I saw a couple that came to a conclusion because marriages and divorces are so high, and there's so much foolishness when people get married because they're too immature and they're not ready. Then they get married and it's just like, you know, some of that stuff ain't even high school. It's junior high school behavior, and these are grown adults. So they say they both agreed. The man and the woman both agreed to do a prenuptial. They both agreed to it, and they both got things they got to do, and they got that shit both written out. So, you know, whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. Because I mean, like I said, I've been here long enough, and I know like that stuff with what you gonna have Libra stuff and the moon and all that stuff. It could send you out there to an unrealistic situation where you're giving too much and you ain't never gonna get it back because nobody like at the end of the day nobody likes no what men like, and I hate to say this because I'm a man. Well, I'm not like this, but what men like, they like a lot of sex. They like the beauty stuff, the vanity. They like to benefit from it, but they don't like all like the crazy stuff that comes with it. And they don't like the reality too, because like I said, once you live with somebody long enough, you're gonna start seeing stuff that you may not like, you may or may not like. But that's why you're supposed to get to know people before you dive into serious situations with them. So what I'm saying is you should make the goal. You shouldn't make the goal and say, well, I started and so on so finish it. No, you should finish what you start. You know, as a habit, you could do it every now and then, be a little lazy or whatever. But that's a bad trait to have because, you know, that's the person you're gonna come home, the house is gonna be a wreck and shit for the same reason. And you're always gonna get the person who want to duke it out and argue. I don't argue, I just see what's on the chart. Because what y'all don't understand, I do thousands of these. And you'll have people to tell me, oh no, like one woman told me, she said, me and my husband have a great relationship. Now I seen the chart. She said, me and my husband have a great relationship and blah blah blah. Now I'm saying, okay, if her and her husband have a great relationship, why am I doing a natal chart about her and her boyfriend? And when I say boyfriend, I'm not talking about her husband. So I'm doing a natal chart about you and your boyfriend, but you're telling me you and your husband have a great relation. So I told her, I said, I see what's on the chart. I said, you can't tell me you and your husband had a great relationship. I said, I see it right on the chart. And so then she said, oh, she said, you're right. We did separate for a while back. All right, then what I said was true. So I don't have time to go back and forth because, like I said, I'm a different person. Like I've been here long enough, and I realized one thing: every second is an opportunity. So if I'm over here with Mrs. want to argue all the freaking time about stupid stuff, I'm blowing opportunities. I could be over here and talk to one person, and I just got blessed. So I don't do that. Like I said, I make sure whatever I do is what I'm paid to do. But after that, everybody's got to come to their own conclusion. Like, you understand? Like, you got to understand. It's up to you to sit down, be honest with yourself, take the notes, and do whatever you need to do. Because if you're listening, believe me, it can only get better. Because this is what you'll do if you're listening. You'll realize what I'm telling you. You'll slow it down, and you'll be better prepared for anything. Because like I said, the way I am now, I'm not the Leo that I was 10, 15, 20 years ago. Because he wanted all this bright love and all this wonder, happiness, and all this crazy shit. It's not like that. Like, what's up? What is this about? That's where I'm at now, because I've been there. And that's just a lot of frustration, heartache, disappointments. But that's because everybody's not mature. And the only way you're really going to have real happiness in a lasting relationship is through maturity. You can still have the trips, the happiness, the party, the fun things. But if you don't have that maturity, that's the stable ground that you're going to be on. And you're not going to get it being erratic. All you're going to do is get played out. Because you're going to be jumping in a situation and people are going to be taking advantage of you. And if they're smarter than you, they're going to flip it on you. Let me give you one example. Female was stalking this guy. She's all into this guy, but he's thinking he's some type of pimp. He's thinking he got a lot of women, so he's playing her out. Now she obviously loves him. You could tell. Obviously loves this guy. And so she wanted to be with him so much that she tried to be like him. Instead of her going, I need to respect myself. This dude is, with other women right in front of me and all kind of stuff. I need to just leave him alone. He's not ready. She's gonna play the game too. So instead of her keeping herself there, now she's being like him, which is like a sleazeball. Now she's sleeping around and doing all kind of crazy shit. So that's not gonna bring them two together. At least not no time soon. Maybe in a weird way it will eventually, but not the way she wants it. So she's arguing with this guy or whatever. So she's in his apartment or whatever, arguing with him. So he kicks her out. So now she's outside, yelling out the window on him and whatever. So he throws her purse out. So she takes him to court because she was telling the judge she had possessions in that purse that were gone, and she was trying to hold him accountable. So he basically just played the role. Well, I don't know nothing about that. I threw her out. I threw the purse out the window. It was nighttime. Anything could have happened. And she's all in court crying and all this stuff. Now, I'm not stupid. I can tell you what happened. He opened up her purse, took whatever was in there of any value, and threw that junk out. And guess who the judge ruled for? The judge ruled for. Now, I'll tell you who the judge was. It was Judge Mathis, way back in the day. Now, Judge Mathis was always trying to defend the female. And probably he should have. But that time, he ruled for the dude. So the dude's treating her like garbage, cheating on her right in front of her face, playing her out, and now he got her feeling a certain way. Because she's thinking he threw the purse out and the stuff just came out the purse when he threw out the window. And y'all got to understand, like, we're at a different time. They're trying to reverse it, but you see more and more judgments going against females now. Like, it wasn't always like that. Because it's always been a natural inclination to protect the female. So that's why I say I give real readings. It doesn't matter, I don't care about none of that. Plus, I'm well aware of females that are victimized. But I'm telling you, these are the reasons why. Like, if you got like a big brother that really knows stuff, that's the main. Like my sister's not no dummy, my younger sister. And see, my older sister's dead, but she was the hard-headed one. Never listened. She was tough though, toughest person I ever met. I seen her knock men out all the time, easy. But she never listened. That's why she's not here. Everybody in my family is still around because they listen, whether they like it or not. Because I'm like I've had to be the father. I've had to be the big brother. Because everything's not a joke. And my people have been all around the world. So it's not like I'm restricting nobody from having fun. I didn't say don't have fun. I didn't say don't enjoy your life. But you also got to be smart. And you got to be mature enough to take information and then deal with it. That's called being mature. And believe it or not, I can show you all little kids that do it. I can show you kids in 3rd and 4th grade to know how to take information and apply it. But you have a lot of adults that won't do it. So that's why you have to respect everything. Everything has to be respected, because I'm not trying to repeat or do anything that was done correctly the first time just because somebody's vanity or somebody's whatever can't take it. And that's why I'm on certain aspects I'm reading experts, just so you know that this isn't coming from me. So they're saying that this person with the new moon, they want the new moon personality, because this is a new moon, a person born under the new moon. You want to test yourself in every situation. The way you emerge come from your sun moon signs, and both, they're in the same house. So we already said that whatever your sun and moon is, that's going to act like. I already explained that. Libra. And Libra is like, they can do, like, Libra alone can nag the hell out of you. No, and you all got to understand, when I first started doing this, like, I thought Libra was all about, fairness and balance and shit. So I never expected a Libra. But that's like one of the most difficult signs I've ever dealt with. Like Scorpio and Libra be off the hook sometimes. Like, oh, y'all got to chill. Like, what the heck? Because a Libra just feels like it has to be this way. You understand what I'm saying? Like it has to be this way. So if you're telling Libra, well, I don't want to, and she could be right. The Libra could be right, but somebody don't want to do it that way. What you gonna do? So you want it to be one way, and the guy don't want it that way. So Libra won't just go, okay, you know what? I can accept that. We'll agree to disagree, because they'll keep on trying to bring it in. And I've seen that over and over again with a Libra. Like I've had a Libra where they got their reading, and based on all the information they gave me, they got their reading, and I guess they didn't like what came back. So then they tried to change the date. And I said, no, we don't do that here. You already gave a date. We're not changing anything. I mean, they try to do it like, oh, that's not the date I meant to give you. Oh, well, that's not my problem. That's why we do everything slow in the beginning. That's why anybody that knows me knows I'm not typical. Like, I'm not out here to rip you off for your money. It's not like I got a lot of money, because I don't. But I believe in God. I believe in the universe. I believe in structure, everything. But see, my moon sign is Capricorn, and they're all about structure. My ascendant is Gemini. My sun sign is Leo. And this is all different lifetimes. So that person thought somehow they could trick me or whatever they're trying to do to have a different read. So what if I had been tricked? They say the read still came back saying that, whatever. Which most of these people know that anyway. But that's what I mean when they're obsessed. And that person ain't gonna listen. And that person is that girl I'm talking about, that female, where the guy's playing her out, pimping her out. He's looking at her, he don't respect her. Like with a man, it's all about respect. A woman, it's more like feelings and love. That's not going to change. I don't care how tough people talk, because I heard it all. But that's how you was created. So as much as you try to act like, it's still in you. So like I said, my younger sister's been married, I believe it's 15 years. No, 16 years. She got married in 2003. Has 2 children. One's almost a teenager. The other one is a teenager. Been married to the same man. And one thing about my younger sister, when she left home, like after high school, she went down south to go to college, and she's never come home. Like to visit, but never to stay. Which is very rare, because most people come home at least for a little bit here or there. And then her best friend used to live across the street. And same thing with her. Like she got married. What she did, she got married. I forget when they. I don't remember how long after high school. I don't remember all that. But she married like an older man, but she's still married too. And people was talking, crap. They was talking trash because she married like an older man. But like I said, a lot of people, it's just where people are at. But at the end, it's where these people are at emotionally. But the fact that they both married and they both knew me, that should say something. I'm not saying that because I'm bragging. Like I said, if it's real, it's real. I'm sorry. Like people get mad. Like if you're the best basketball player, you're the best basketball player. Like People get mad. That's what I'm talking about. It's like immaturity. Like I could deal with that. I could say somebody's better than me. I say it all the time. I have, and if you were listening to me, a lot of times I say stuff about myself, especially from a spiritual level. So you're not gonna be successful being immature. And you can run to another YouTube channel or do whatever you want, but you're still gonna deal with you're still gonna deal with whatever you got that you need to work on. And this is why you see so many people cheating on each other. Why you see so many divorces and separations and all kind of crazy shit, because these people are just not mature enough to deal with it. And that's why if you go back to the vows I used to say, to death do you part, to sickness and in health and all that, that's how it was supposed to be. Now we're in a breakdown. Everything's breaking down, not just here in this country, but all around the world. This whole world is coming down. But that's because of lack of morals and lack of everything. That's what we're talking about, draining the swamp. And then the person that said he's going to drain the swamp, now they're trying to drain him. So this is where you live. I mean, this is where we are, the planet that we live on. You have to make that choice to say, hey, you know what? This is really what's on my chart, and this is what I'm going to do about it. Or you can just say, well, I didn't like to read, and I'm just going to go to some. It's up to you. And that's why I say I can't keep myself involved with all that. I know what it says, and I'm showing you what the experts are saying. So now we shall move forward, but I just want to get that basis down, the foundation down. So you're going to be a double of the sign of Libra. Now this is Molly Hall, and I told you where I was at. That's why I tell everybody take notes. It says your ego drives a lot of emotional power behind them, and I've already explained all that. You quickly know what you want to go after it. And then basically, now I got to make sure I tell you that you are a force to be reckoned with. What that means is that the person don't want to say, won't take no. But that's good sometimes. It just depends on what you're going after. But you got to make sure it's not stalky or obsessive. So one person may can put up with you. Somebody else might not. You know what I'm saying? And you can't be mad if you out of pocket and somebody call the cops on you. That's what I'm saying, because I've been stalked. Since I've been here, I've been stalked. That's why, my response, if you knew how many times I've been stalked, you would understand why. But you have to understand spirituality, all that type of stuff. But all kind of weird. I was watching WABC the other night on YouTube. Said neighbors from hell. And just this crazy stuff these people was doing to people they live next door to and shit. So it's not like anything I'm saying is not unknown. So you say you can come across of having a strong sense of self. And again, there's nothing wrong with any of that stuff, but you got to know the respect of the people's boundaries. And Libra does have a problem with that, because Libra says, well, I'm just trying to make everything right for everybody. But you can't judge for everybody. Everybody, like I said, they may not want that. You may have, because you're down with Venus, and Venus wants to see everything nicely and beautiful and all that, But the guy you're with, he may not be as, into it. It doesn't mean he's not romantic, and doesn't mean he's not, aware. He just doesn't want to go to the degree you want it, or other people. And it's a tendency to maybe try to push it anyway. Because remember, Venus rules Libra and Taurus, and Taurus is the bull, and he can be the bully sometimes. Try to push his weight around and push. So you got to be careful of all that. So they're saying this person might be full of himself. But you always got to remember, everything I'm telling you is going to be amplified because of the planets around you. So because you got all these planets in the same sign, the same house, like you may get yourself in a situation that when them planets do whatever, you may not even really want to be there. But you put yourself there. And that's why I be trying to tell you, when people be saying, man, she's crazy or something, this is one of the reasons why. I'm not saying that's the only reason why, but that's why it's good to know your chart and have somebody that's going to honestly tell you the truth. Because then you're aware of it, and then you could do something about it. Because otherwise you're going to have all the sporadic energy going all over the freaking place. And like I said, that other Libra I'm talking about, she got like about 3 or 4 guys. See my point? So sometimes when you're saying, well, he doesn't want to be consistent with me, but he may not want to be consistent with you because he's kind of aware of other guys and stuff. See, with men, they got to have trust. They got to have a lot of shit. A man is very difficult. In some ways, he may be even more difficult than a female. Because I can understand where a person is going with if you got 3 or 4 guys or 5 guys, whatever you got. Say, well, you know, I'm just making sure or whatever. But then you got to talk about conduct, behavior, morals, and stuff. And I'm gonna tell you again. I'm gonna repeat this again. You're on a planet that will set your ass up. So you think you and Marty's going out on Friday night? Nobody's gonna know because you both decided to take it to Love Creek. Who's gonna be at Love Creek? We'll have our own private spot at Love Creek, and nobody's got to know my business. I'm Billie Holiday. Ain't nobody's business what I do. But all of a sudden, the other guy come walking by, and damn. Or somebody that knows you and knows other guy sees you with this guy. Now he knows. And y'all watch this shit on TV all the time. What do you think they get them TV ideas from? They get it from real life. So you have to know. You have to know that could happen. You have to be aware. So like if you're in politics and stuff like that, like you have to know that who am I going out with? Nowadays there's cameras all over the place. They're putting cameras where you don't even think there's cameras at. I had one job years ago, and I did handle money, but I already knew. I already knew this shit. So this is like 2006, 2007. So I went in this office, and I think I forgot to bring a pen with me. So I was supposed to pick up a certain amount at that office, certain money, whatever. I forget what I was doing. But anyway, I forgot to have a pen. So I opened up the guy's desk a little bit because he wasn't in it. I opened up his desk a little bit, took a pen, filled out whatever, the paperwork, and then put the pen back. Because I couldn't go back walking around because you're being watched. This is money. So you're being watched, and they know. Like, how come, what is he doing in a room? His route ain't to room 2001. Like, they want to know why you were off your route. So either way, somebody going to ask you why you're doing what you did. So I kind of knew there might be a camera in here, but, whatever. I need a pen. I'm just going to put it right back. So they never said nothing to me. But this is what happened. So the female that was training me, and this, what's funny? She looked just like that other female that took me out to dinner from college. They were both redheads. They were both real nice bodies with redheads. But the funny thing is that's just the metaphysical world. That's why I tell you everything is a repeat of what you've already done. Everything is a setup. You don't have to believe it. I've seen it too many times. Now, but they used to look like it. That's funny that just came back to my mind. But anyway, so somebody listening to this, they got some type of experience with a redhead or some shit. Because I get stuff like this all the time. Somebody said, I know you were talking to me because this happened to me. So anyway, she was still training me. So we were back in that room on a different day. And this is what she said to me. She said, if you need a pen, pens are right here. Like she pointed somewhere in that office where there were pens. So she was like, if you need a pen, pens are right here. But the way she said it was like, you don't be going to nobody's desk and shit like that. But I put the pen back and shit. So everything is being watched even if you don't think things are being watched. And there's a scripture about spirituality. There's a Bible scripture that says, watch what you say because a bird will take it back to that person. So they're talking about angels and stuff like that. So when you realize that, you think a little bit more. You don't be so impulsive. You slow down and you don't put yourself in a situation. Or you just slow down because you just got to learn how to think more. Because under one placement of your stellium, you might be totally agreeable to doing something. But under another placement of your stellium, different energy now, you may be totally against that. You understand? And you all got to understand too, a lot of times, like what they're saying in court now, they're saying if a female gets drunk and is sexually violated, they say they don't want to try that as a sexual assault or a rape. Now that's debatable, but that's the way that they were trying to go. They had a lot of people stand up against that, of course. But what I'm trying to say, you can't just use that, because once you say, hey, I'll do it or whatever, especially if you fill out paperwork, because see, Libra is contracts, and Libra is also the law. So you may have some affiliation with laws, because I read some stuff you sent to me. You got to be careful because like that's agreements, Libra's contracts, agreements, whether it's verbal or written. So you can't be basing stuff on what's going on up in space. Like you got to learn how to control yourself to whatever you're agreeing to or consenting to or contracting yourself out to. That's what it means. So they say because of this, you may need to work on seeing others' perspectives. So they say you'll be real good at initiating, diving in, but that longevity, you ain't gonna have it. That's the new moon personality. They said you may be an emerging person, but it may not fit the circumstances at hand. And if anybody was listening, I did cover all that. What that actually means. It says you may feel disconnected at the earth, but see, what I'm trying to tell you is you don't have to feel any type of way. You just have to know. Like when you hear me talk, I know human nature. I know metaphysics. I'm just different. I want to know what's going on. I don't like being set up. I don't like being put in situations that I'm gonna get fucked. Like I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So I slowed down and learned it. That's all I do is study and shit. My younger sister told me that. We were sitting. We all went out one time a long time ago. We were sitting at the American Legion here locally, and we was just sitting there. And it was funny because we was laughing at the same shit, even though we wasn't talking to each other. But that's your sister, so of course y'all got like connections and shit. So what we were doing, we were looking at all the pictures on the wall of these men, and we were just because they're older men now, and we were kind of like laughing. I know we were laughing at, but it's like we could see them like y'all gotta understand. You watch a lot of like my father used to watch a lot of cartoons and shit like Bugs Bunny, so you would see like the old guy, but he still thinks the war is going on and shit. So that's what me and her were laughing at, but we never told each other what we were laughing at. But I know that's what she was laughing. I was laughing at, but we was laughing at it at the same time. And like my younger sister, she was more like the metaphysical one. Like a lot of shit my younger sister told me when I learned metaphysics. I said, damn, my younger sister told me that. She's 3 years younger than me. Now, my older sister, I think me and her must have had like a rivalry in past lives because we just could not get along. And I knew that was going to be a battle to the death, and it was. And I knew one of us would stand over top of the other one's coffin and shit, and that's exactly what happened. But everything happens. That's what I said. If you don't understand past lives and stuff, you won't understand that. And it's not a joke because a lot of people think, oh, I don't believe in that. Well, it doesn't matter what you believe. These are facts. And you see it on a natal chart if you're not running from your natal chart. It's right there. So so she told me we were just sitting there, and my younger sister said to me, she said she said you're real quiet and people may think you're weird. She said, but you're not. You see everything that goes on around you. That's what she said to me and stuff. And she said a lot of people may think you're weak, but you're not weak either. She said you're not afraid of too much stuff. I said, no, I'm not. So it's not about taking shit personal and getting people get caught up in the feelings. That's not gonna do you no good either. Getting caught up in your feelings. Like I said, you gotta understand. My sister was a very dramatic person. I don't know. She may have had some stelliums. I don't know, but she's a very dramatic person. And so that was something. The fact that she made it to the age that she made it was really a gift from God because she should have been out of here a long time ago. But she is like that, but she is more thugged out than any thug I ever knew. I see my sister do unbelievable. My older sister, she had the heart of a lion. She wasn't scared of nobody. I seen her knock men out. I seen men back down from her. I seen men try to base up like they was tough, and she turned them into like little mouses and shit. But she was tough, toughest person I've ever seen with my older sister. And I've been around gangsters and shit, real gangsters. So So it's where you stand at, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I'm telling you all this stuff. It's where you stand. You have to make that choice, to take it seriously and deal with it. Because the human nature is you're gonna say this, you're gonna say that, you're gonna try to go around it, and you're gonna just, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. I do this, I do it, and you're gonna be. It's a form of it's not, because nobody ever said you did anything bad. I'm just trying to tell you what's on your chart, and the better you get it, the better your life will get. Because otherwise, it's gonna be drama, drama, drama. I don't care what you say, because it's on your chart. It's gonna be drama, 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 because you're gonna have all these stelliums, and even when you mean well, them planets is gonna fuck with you, and that's part of the setup of being here. That's why whoever told you about Murphy's law, that's true. Because a lot of stuff do go wrong. Like you can get up early to make sure you're somewhere on time, and all of a sudden somebody cuts you off and they're going slow as I don't know what. And you say, well, why is this person out here at 2 o'clock in the morning? This is why I got up early to get there. Because that's the world you're in. Somebody cuts you off, and then they go slow. Well, why didn't you just wait? If you wanted to go slow, why did you cut me off? So you see this shit all the time. It's a setup. That's why the Murphy's law, part of the universe. So they're good. They say you're good for initiation, initiating sparks, but you have to learn your spot in the world. And again, like I said, if I study everything, but a woman, you really have to understand how men think. I'll give you another one. A girlfriend of mine back in the day, I thought I was looking out for her because I knew me and her wouldn't always be together, and I thought I was looking out for her. So I tried to tell her how men really think. And she said to me, that might be how you think, but that's not how men think. And I was hurt. Because first of all, I'm giving her secrets that I shouldn't be giving her anyway. And then second, I'm looking out for her, and she just basically told me I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. That's just how I think. So I'm the low life. But if I'm the low life, why am I telling her what they think? I'm trying to help her. But this is typical. You understand? It's typical. Nice guys finish last. So I was hurt, but there's nothing I could do about it because she wasn't going to believe me. So she came to me one day, and this is what she told me. She said, listen, remember what you said about how men really think? I was like, yeah. She said, well, I was in school. I was in the gym. And we were sitting on the bleachers. And the guys were sitting lower on the bleachers. I was sitting on top. And they forgot I was sitting there. She said, so I started listening to them talk. And she said, everything you said is what they said. I know how, of course, I'm a man. I know how men, I'm around men. I know how men think. So it was stupid that she didn't believe me, but that's typical. Like, I've seen this shit my whole life. But I was glad. At least I was vindicated because she told me, I'm sorry, she apologized. So I want to learn how men think. Because like you're exactly what a guy wants. Because you're going to dive in. And you're on that Libra tip. Oh, you think it's going to be all together. You're just going to get played out. Like, you might meet Mr. Right sooner or later. I'm not saying be pessimistic. I'm saying be smart. Like, obviously, my sister's been married 13 years. No separation, no divorce. Same guy. So, obviously, she's smart enough for a marriage. She's already proven that. If they broke up now, look, that's like, what did I say, 16 years? Since 2003. So, obviously, she has smarts to do that because it's hard. Any relationship. I mean, it don't even have to be marriage. Any relationship is hard. Especially when you got to be putting up with somebody else's BS all the time. And they got to put up with yours. So they say under a new moon, the moon is in a vulnerable dark. And when you're in a new moon, but a new moon person can also be very psychic because they have to learn how to function in the dark. But it can also be deception. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because once that sun comes on, you can actually see the truth. So that's why I say you're just gullible for deception. But you can learn. So like I said, let's say you want to be a boxer and the guy's trying to train you. He says, oh, wait a minute. You're too flat on your feet. He's not trying to hurt your feelings. He's trying to make you successful. That's why I say I don't understand why people are so freaking immature. You should be thanking God for people trying to help you because most people are not. They'll sit here, oh, I see, oh, you're a Libra. Oh, there's Venus. Pay me. And then I told you a whole bunch of crap. Now, don't get me wrong, because if you're thinking positive, you might have some positive things, like attraction, law of attraction. But there's still the law of reality that comes too. So this person will come out of the blue with what they want to do because they're being guided by the dark. I'm still with Molly Hall. I told you where I was at. So that's why I tell people to take notes so you can write it down. But I've already told you where I was at. So they say this person almost emerges at the darkest time of the month because it is. That's when the moon is black, the new moon. So they say this person will have inner knowing, they'll have impulse, and they'll have caution. But to me, that's metaphysics. So it's up to you to develop that because nobody can tell you that. But I can tell you human nature. I can tell you the planet you're on. I can tell you the history of this planet. I can tell you metaphysics. I can tell you Murphy's Law. I can tell you a whole lot of stuff. But at the end of the day, you have to learn how to develop that into your own craft, your own life, your own personality. So again, moon Moon is going to be the feminine, the inner you, the mom. The mom will be there. Oh yeah, well, before you even get to the moon, let's just do the moon, but then we got to go up. All right. So we're going to do a couple of things. We're definitely going to do the planets, but now we're going to talk about Libra. Libra rules the 7th house. This is relationships, hopefully like a serious relationship, agreements, contracts, karma, courthouses, so you can say law, open enemies, and I think even cemeteries. So now in your 7th house is Aries. So your first house is ruled by Aries, but the first house should be about you, because Aries is I am. That's Aries' motto, is I am. So your first house should be about you, because that's going to be how the world sees you, your personality. But unfortunately, you going we, because Libra rules the 7th house. That's a relationship. That's we. So again, your judgments, everything about you gonna be we. You know, like in some cultures, if a woman's doesn't have a man in her life, or if a woman's not married by a certain time, she feels a certain way, or they look at her a certain way. But that could be a handicap, because that's somebody that may rush into something, you know. And there is a spiritual aspect to everything. I'm trying to not mention it yet, but if I see it on the chart, I will. But for every action, there's a reaction. So that's the danger in your first house. It's supposed to be about you, but you're going we. In your 7th house, is supposed to be about we, and you got Aries. Aries is I am. So Aries in the 7th house is definitely going to be a problem in a relationship. And then your Chiron retrograde means that K is Chiron. That's an asteroid, meaning you've had trouble in this area that hasn't healed yet. So that could be past life trouble or this life trouble. I try to teach in such a way, because people want specifics, and that's where you make your biggest mistake. If you read John chapter 3, and that's the main chapter most Christian religions use. But Nicodemus represented people that want it all written down, and they want to be able to see it and study it and come to their conclusion based on what they studied and what they read. But Jesus was basically telling him this is about spirit. And he called spirit the wind. And if you notice, if you read John chapter 3, it's still talking about that mother or that woman or that moon. Because that's going to be your hidden stuff, your psychic stuff, your intuition stuff, your feminine emotions, your all-knowing. And men and women both have it. So Jesus was trying to tell Nicodemus that I represent that realm, the realm of spirit. It goes where it wants to. The wind lists where it wants. It goes where it wants to. You can't limit it, and it's not going to be contained. So there you see the masculine and the feminine. They complement each other by not agreeing, because the woman wants to experience, she wants to communicate, she wants to just go with that feeling. Whereas the man is saying, no, we can't do that. We gotta have this money. We got bills coming up. And she's like, look, I just want to go out. Let's just go out and have a good time tonight. He's like, no, we can't afford it. Usually that's the way it is. It may not always be that way now, because things have changed so much. But that was the way it was. The man was always more like the dog, and the woman was more like the cat. And all this you think is, it sounds funny to you, but if you listen to somebody like RFG Chosen One, and even somebody like Ital Iman, they show you how this was all created. And that's why we have this close relationship with animals and things like that. There's reasons behind it. Even if you said you believe in evolution, where they're telling you humans came from apes. So what I'm saying is not so far-fetched if you study. But if you don't study, of course it's going to sound crazy. It's going to sound, I'm not even mad at you. But if you study, you know this is a fact. This was set up. Everything was set up. That's why I said on my other channel, I feature old school Mechalesi. Because Mechalesi used to really go in and tell you where you this. She didn't call it a matrix. She called it a quarantine. And she would go on and tell you how creation came about and all that. And it does matter because it's affecting your life. Like what you're looking at right now is like a code. That numerology, as you listen, if you're listening. That's why I say when you're on a low level, all you're worrying about is what about me? What about my love? What about me? What I want? What about money? So you ain't listening to nothing else. But that's what you'll get back. Because again, for a reaction, it's gonna be a reaction. When you see it as codes and the numbers are codes and all that stuff is codes, you can only get stronger. And what may have been your downfall with all these stelliums and all this stuff going on that I've already talked about, it now becomes stronger. Because I don't mean, like I said, I'm not into that stuff no more. Because I'm just not into that. Like I don't like people around me that are gonna stab me in the back and all that shit. I'm not that type of dude. Like I said, I don't like that setup. Like Leos are very loyal. So I don't do that stuff. So I don't you meet somebody and maybe it's great for like a little bit and then it turns to hell. Because that's how it was with me and the Kenyan. Me and the Kenyan, it was great. She was like my best friend, but it turned to hell. So I would have to decide that. Do I really want to? Do I want that? If the answer is no, then it's no. Because I don't need that drama. But then again, I might say, well, she's really fun. I'm gonna go with it, and I might try it. It just depends. But I stay in control. Nobody else. Because that's where the fuckery begins. If you're a female and you're jocking some dude, you're gonna get screwed, literally and figuratively. However you want it. You're gonna be that chick who got your purse thrown out the window, and he's gonna act like he didn't steal your shit from you. He's gonna look at a judge. He's gonna put his hand on the Bible. And he's gonna steal your shit and just pimping you out like he does the rest of his females. But when you're that female that knows that, less likely that that's gonna happen to you because you've learned the planet you're on. You've learned human nature and stuff like that. Like anybody tells you, even boxing is not just getting in the ring. And boxing, it's a lot of psychological stuff that goes in with that. A lot of psychology that goes in with that. You got to be able to be good on your toes. You got to be able to really study your opponent. You got to see if he's leaving that hand down. Oh, he's starting to leave his left hand down. The last guy that Wilder knocked out was that he kept leaving. I forget which hand it was, but he kept leaving that hand down. I know it was coming. How you gonna be in against Wilder when you know he got a knockout punch and you're not even got your hand is down? I said that dude's about to get knocked out, and sure enough, boom, boom, but he's out of there. So you got to know this stuff, and that's how you become successful. Because you can have all that. Like I said, you were telling me a lot of stuff. Like for me, you understand. I seen it and done it. So to me, it's like if you knew how many times if I had like $1 bill for everybody that said all positive stuff about themselves, I'm not impressed. Like I'm not saying you got to be impressed with me, but what I am saying is I prove myself. That's why I don't care if numbers go down. Numbers don't mean jack. The wisest person in the world told you be careful if numbers is high, because all that means is you got a bunch of groupies and a bunch of followers, but are they really listening? Where's the fruit? Where's the fruit that these people really did learn from you? Now I just gave you two people from married for decades, like a long ass time, but they were all affiliated with me, and they saw how I moved. And I got people out here too that got their own channels at the affiliation with me. I got relationships that are back together because of me. They were about to throw in the towel, and I went in and brought them back together. So I don't worry about the silly stuff, because people love to talk, but that's called gossip. That's no facts. It's the action that proves whatever a person's saying, not the talk. So that's not good for the IM, but we're still gonna go in because it's more I saw too. Now you got 15 degrees in your 7th house, 15 degrees Chiron. Now that's the devil card. That's Capricorn energy. Because what I'm telling you, everybody, this was set up. This is why if you're listening, you're gonna see. This is just like a computer engineer. So if you were to take your computer apart and you really knew about programming language and computer language, you would see that somebody set that up to work that way. It's not just like, oh, I pushed this button and look what happened. Oh, a pretty picture came. No, somebody went in there and did all that, and they doing what I'm trying to tell you. They said, what if they do this? What if they do that? Well, what if they make a mistake and hit that? How can they? So these were like master engineers that did this. Some people say they got that technology from extraterrestrials. I don't know if it's true or not, but whoever did it knew what the freak they were doing. Because you're able to interact with this machine that's in front of you, and at some point it'll start to know what you're gonna do. That's how smart it is. That's why it is, oh, I got a smartphone. This technology is almost like it's alive. It can get creepy. Because I remember when I started noticing that shit, I said, this thing knows what I'm gonna do. This is years ago, like 1998 when I first started using computers. I like, this thing is figuring out what I'm gonna do before I do it. That's kind of creepy. Oh yeah. Plus, I always tell people to lighten up. You know, be fun. People take me way too serious. I'm just really knowledgeable, but I'm like a goofball. I love to laugh. I'm a Leo. That's all we do. So I'm gonna share a quick joke before we move on. Like I said, where I work in retail. Now we got our little communication commit, transceivers, transmitters, receivers. And yesterday, somebody came on a transmission, and they did something like this. They went, oh, and it clicked off. So I work with this female. Now she's been working at that company. Well, she's been working for that company for like 13 or 14 years. It's a black female. I think she's from down south though. But she's real. She knows everything. She could probably run her own store if she wanted to. She's real good. So I got a strange relationship with her in the sense that we don't always talk. And when I got hurt, because my doctor prescribed me and messed my foot up, my left leg, so she was mad at me because of that. Long story, but they were mad. I wasn't always coming to work, but she was mad at me for different reasons and stuff. So we got a strange relationship. But every now and then me and her crack jokes with each other. Every now and then me and her just start cracking jokes and shit. But most of the time I don't say a lot to her and shit. And I got respect for her because she's real good. She's my manager. But we don't really talk a whole lot. But when that dude did that on the when he made that noise, and I don't know why he did it, but it was funny. Because when I heard it, I said, man, that shit sound crazy. How you gonna come on and sound like you watching a movie? So I was trying to act serious, but I was inside of my head, I was dying laughing, and I was trying to act all serious, and then she did it. Because she got it, like I said, she got a sense of humor. I know that. But if you've seen us, we always working, so you never would see it. But she got a sense of humor too, because sometimes me and her just be cracking jokes and shit. And so she did it. She started looking really strange, and she was looking around, and then she looked at that dude because she knew it was him. She is like, she said, man, that was weird and shit. And I started laughing. I said, I took my fingers. You know how you make that little bit sign with your thumb and your index? I took my finger. I went, yeah, a little creepy like that. We just started laughing and shit. That was some weird. When he did that noise, that shit was crazy. And you gotta understand, it's a store full of people all around us, but they can't hear it because they don't got transceivers, but we do. But that shit was just hilariously funny. We don't know why he made that noise. I think he was just thinking. It just came out wrong. And I don't even know why he keyed up because he didn't say nothing. So why key up to talk if you're not going to tell us what you're talking about? So it was just weird. All right. So my point is lighten up. Don't dive into things. Take it slow. I personally would tell people, go back to old school courting. Because everybody wants to jump in bed. Everybody, you got to be physical. Oh, I know he loves me because we spent the whole night kissing. Well, people love to kiss. That don't mean shit. That doesn't determine love. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry. If that's what you're looking for. Like Libra does want that. Even if a Libra tells you, I don't want that. I'm not. But they do because it's in you. Like I said, if it's on your chart, it's in you. The only way it's not in you is if you've been through some type of situation in this life or another life where you got that part of you out of you. But it's really in you. But my point is, that's why I go back old school with courting and dating. And again, if somebody's trying to force you into sex, when I say force, it's still force. I'm not talking about nobody grabbing you, no craziness. I'm talking about somebody, oh no, I got it, we got to have it. No, I'm not going to be dating if we're not, then I don't need you. Because you're already telling me that that's what you really want. That's why I tell people, be upfront. They should know. You got to know, and just be realistic though. Don't be unrealistic, but be realistic. You got to really want somebody once like somebody got to really want that shit. Like if you talking about the whole deal, like this is Libra. This is why I'm doing this. This is Libra. So you talking about relationship, long term, and all that. But they gotta really want that. Somebody gotta really want it, because some people's, and you just gotta be careful, because some people say they want, oh, I want the whole thing. I want us to be together, and I want a house, and I want to have a family and shit. But then when they really get there, they be like, whoa, this is too much. Like I didn't know this was, they gotta really know. So that's why you have to slow down and get to know people. And the funny thing about it is, courting really helps the relationship. Sex doesn't help the relationship. Courting does, because once you've been with that person for courting for a while, and y'all been through shit together like a friend. Like I said, like that Kenyan, she was excellent for me. She was definitely the ultimate soulmate. She's like my best friend. But as far as just a lot of shit, I think she's been through a lot of shit in her life, and I think maybe that was something that maybe when you get older or something. But it just got too crazy. But you got to get somebody where you can go through all that, and then this is the one. Then you're not really trying to break up with them, because they're more than just a lover, they're a friend, and even your best friend and shit. But you can only get that through courting. Otherwise, all you're gonna do is you're gonna have a quick relationship. Y'all gonna meet, and if you already talking about moving in or getting the house, some stupid stuff, you don't even know that person. And then when you start to see other stuff and all that, it ain't gonna work. But it's not easy. Ain't nothing on this planet easy. I already know that. But you have to build stamina. You got to build character within yourself if you're gonna get through anything. Because most people can keep a job, especially females. Most people can keep a long ass job. Say, damn, I've been at this job 15, 20 years. I still remember the blizzard of 1997, and I still made it here in the blizzard. Faithful to that job, boy. Faithful to that job. Faithful to the prestige the job gives you. Faithful to that paycheck. Now that same person with a relationship, I was with that man for after 2 years. That was it. I was out. So 2 years with the man, but 15, 17 years with the job. So you could tell it's where their mindset is. Because they could have did longer with the man if they wanted to, but they chose not to. They said, okay, enough. I'm out. But yet they'll dive in a car in a blizzard by themselves and drive way out of like somebody like where I'm at. It used to be a lot of jobs where I'm at, my part of New Jersey. But if you go up north, it's a lot of jobs. So you got a lot of people to be up there in the blizzards and stuff. I'm talking about blizzard. It don't even be the trucks out there paving the road yet. They actually be driving behind the truck to get to their job. So the guy that's working for the city or the town or the state, he's out there trying to pave a road in a blizzard, and your car is right behind his. I gotta get to work. Like this guy's crazy. I had a job offer like that. They was gonna pay me a good amount of money, and it would have been technology. And I'm an old school technician though. I'm not like I don't really know new technology. But this place was gonna train me from the ground up. They were like, well, we're glad you don't know. We'll train you. And they were gonna pay me like a good amount of money. But here's the catch, because there's always the devil in the details. They said, we want you here. The guy that was interviewing me, I got interviewed by about 3 guys. One of them guys, he was just sleeping there. They had some type of couch. His beard was effed up and everything. But they're a communication company locally in this county that I'm in. And they do a lot of business. And they do a lot of business like in China and stuff like that. So they getting paid. So they had no problem paying me what I asked for, which was like the first time I ever saw some shit like that. But that was the devil in the detail. You have to be here. They said even if, because that's when Governor Christie was the governor. They said even if Governor Christie calls it a national emergency, you still got to be here. He said we don't care how you get here. They said if you got to drive behind that truck plowing the streets, then you wait, but you better be here. And that dude, when he was talking to me, I could tell he was sleeping on the couch. He wasn't even going home. Like, I don't know, he was like washing up in the sink because they ain't have no shower. So he was like washing up in the sink in the bathroom, and he was sleeping beard. He was messed up. And I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're young, no health problems and nothing like that, and you want to make a large sum of money, and you love technology, that would have been a place to be. That was straight up for nerds in the state. Nerd. It should have been called Nerd USA. But I thought, at first I was like, yeah, I want to do it. Then I said, no, I can't do that shit. Because I got other people I'm responsible to. Like, I take care of like relatives that are old. So they can't really do a lot no more. Alright, so I've been showing you this and that. Now we're going to get into your planets. Oh, yeah, what it say? Your Chiron retrograde in your seventh house is 15 degrees, which is Capricorn energy. That's the devil card. Now, what is the devil card all about? The devil tarot card is all about obsession. Two people are locked into a chain situation, but it's only in their mind because the chains are not locked, so they can walk away if they want to. But that's what happens with a lot of obsession and codependency and stuff like that. Or when people are very materialistic, that becomes their god. Like the physical world becomes their god, and that's what I mean by devil. So you can see you have that going on in your seventh house as well. That's 15 degrees in 10 minutes. Now, the 10 we're not going to deal with yet. We're not going to deal with your 10 until we deal with Jupiter. Because 10 is the wheel card. And that's a Jupiter card. That's the Wheel of Fortune card. Jupiter. So like I told you, everything you're seeing here is what it is. Whoever did this were people. You can take it any way you want to. And that's why all this stuff works out. And that's why, like I said, all these thousands and thousands and thousands of charts I have, anybody could just watch them and learn. I think people are just kind of selfish that, first off, if it's not what they want to hear, then they don't want to hear it. They don't see. So no matter what you show them, they're not going to register because they don't care. And then even if they pay you to tell them what's on their chart, they still want to hear something specific. So if you're not saying what they want to hear, like love or finding what these people want, they still don't hear it. So that's just humans are very combative people. And no matter where you go, you see it all the freaking time. On your TV, whatever, on YouTube, wherever you just see at your place of employment, when you're trying to drive to get to work, somebody cutting you off, they want to fight you. How you gonna cut somebody off and want to beat their ass? You cut me off. What are you talking about? Crazy ass planet. So that's how it goes. So you're not dealing with people that really want to learn and feeling. They're all on the wrong side of the brain. Like you got to balance that out. It can't just be feeling. You got to think this shit out. If you go back to ancient societies, like I said before, this whatever you want to call it took over this planet, whatever this matrix and all this fake stuff. They would sit down. Like if you wanted to marry a female, you had to talk to her mom, her dad, or whoever, and you had to talk. Like you had to pay for her and shit. Like you couldn't just get her. You could, oh, I want to date you. You know, you had to talk. It was always about business and love. Like it wasn't just love. And that's why these people are failing. That's why you love me, but then you break up, you want to divorce me within 2 years. Sometimes it's shorter than that. So there's no character, there's no integrity in most of these cases. And that's why you have infidelity and all that type. What he don't know won't hurt him, what she don't know won't hurt him and all that. Oh, I love you, I don't want to hurt you, I didn't think you'd find out. Okay, but excuse me, you just said you wanted to keep lying to me, but you love me. Wait a minute, it's a little confusing. I don't know what you're talking about. And then you have people that worship people too much. So I worship God first. I don't give a fuck about none of this other stuff. That's most important to me. So the priorities are effed up. And this is why they ain't never going to work. And then they're mad when, they rather you lie to them. Because they don't really want to hear it. Somebody's got to tell you. Especially if there is to be repercussions. Because what I'm trying to tell you for anybody that is listening, there's a reason why it's the devil card. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. And I've studied thousands of these. And I don't just do this. I study history. I study ancient society. That's all I do. Because I wanted to know, where the heck am I at? Why is this place so weird? And why is there so many lies? The history's a lie. Everything's a freaking lie. So it's my investigative nature. I'm a cat. That's what we like to do. I'm a Leo. It's my investigative nature to get to the bottom of this shit. And the more you do wake up, the stronger you become. Because this is what you will do. You will meet somebody just like that guy did. He met a woman that was like, yeah, I'm not with the BS. I agree with you. I want to be with you. I'm not trying to screw you, blah, blah, blah. How do we get to... Like you said, you should understand that as a Libra. It was a contract made. It started off verbal where they sat down and said, hey, let's cut the bullshit that's on planet Earth. Let's cut the bullshit. I really do want to be a wife. I want the whole experience. I don't want to screw you. How can I make you feel comfortable? And they're like, yo, win-win situation. And they made a contract. But that's too mature people. And it's only weird in this third dimensional matrix. Because that's how they did it before these people came and put your ass in a matrix. You sat down, you knew. You wasn't just jumping in nothing and jumping out. Wasn't happening. And people are so in this matrix that the moment they have to really commit, they don't want it. See, everybody will tell you how miserable the world is. Oh, all these young people are dying and blah, blah, blah. But they won't commit to anything that would stop that. Because I study all this. They will never commit. Because to them, their freedom is more important than anything. I don't care who's dying. Where I'm at, it's a location, Belmar, New Jersey, big beach. I'm going to say this real quick because I don't even want to talk about it. But I got to. The beach is free after 5 o'clock because there's no lifeguards down there. So you had a 13-year-old girl. Now, I know a lot of days we think these teenagers are way more mature than they were years ago. But they're still, to me, they're still kids. I don't care even if they are mature. They're still kids. So 13-year-old kid said to whoever gave the okay, an adult, oh, I want to go to the beach. So instead of the adult saying, hold up, ain't no lifeguard down there after 5. I know it's free, but no, you're not going there. It's too dangerous. You know how the waves can be? No. Or they could have said, I'll go with you, but we can't stay. We go down there for a few minutes, but we got to come back up because I got things to do. They could have said, no, go play with the holes in the yard. Stay in the yard. I'm going to make sure you're safe. Because even when that happened, was people like young kids missing. Even more now, but even back then you were aware of it. So she could have said a whole lot of other stuff besides go. Because this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. If that same little girl had said, hey, I'm going to go in there and play with your shoes. Because you know how a lot of women love shoes and love heels and shit and all that. I want to go in the room and play with your heels. Play with your shoes. She would have cussed that little girl out. And she would have said, you better not touch none of my shoes because I'll go upside your head if you do. But now when a little kid tells I'm going to go jump in some water with no lifeguards and nothing, you just let them go. So she went 13 years old and her cousin went 11 years old. Went down to that beach. No supervision. And then they both drowned. The wave came, took them both in, and the 13-year-old died at the beach. The 11-year-old made it to the hospital and died there. Now, do you think they said, hey, listen, we can never let this happen again? These lives are valuable. We're never going to let this happen again. What do we have to do to make sure this never happens again? All they did was pay that family a little bit of money, keep their mouth shut, and they said, oh, well, this is the beach. This is what we do in the summertime. You know, this is why we come here. You know, it's free. And this is why we come here to the shore. Nobody cares nothing about them bodies. Now, they get mad when you say that. They'll kill me. You'll kill me for saying it, but yeah, you won't do anything to stop that situation. Because I feel somebody should be held legally responsible. Whoever gave them the okay to go down there. So that's my point. You're on a planet where people say, oh, we want this, we want. They really don't. What they want to do is what they want to do. And if they're 100% wrong, they still don't want to be prosecuted. They don't want to be corrected. They just want what they want. But then they want to play this game like, oh, I go to church, or I believe in God, or they go to the stars, but they really don't want to hear what the stars got to say. So you got these fake phony frauds out here. They'll say anything to get your money. Same thing the preachers do in the church. They'll say anything. And then that's it. And then what everybody doesn't realize is all this ends at some form of judgment. That's why even if you understand astrology, they tell you about karma. Oh, this is happening to you in this life because in the past life you did this. So there is always any real spirituality is telling you there's going to be a price to pay. And anybody that's not telling you that is not they're giving you bubblegum astrology. Because anybody that's making you feel like you can do whatever freak you want to and there's not going to be no retribution, that person's lying to you. All right. So your first planet is Pluto. 2 degrees, 27 minutes. 2 degrees, 21 minutes. 21 is the Saturn card, the world card. But that's all about karma, judgment, and endings. So when you have Pluto, now what you're going to have to do on your free report, it explains the 8th house ruled by Scorpio. You need to really get to know that house. That's all about supernatural stuff, spirits, different sciences, alchemistry, higher sciences, death and rebirth, karma, business agents, managers, highly sexual, even to the point of being animalistic, like very lustful, death and rebirth, regeneration, mystical stuff, esoterical stuff, magic, science, technology. It's all in there in Scorpio. Because what they're telling you is you're going to have that, maybe not all of it, but you're going to have that going on with your Libra, your relationships and all that. But it's going to be like that. It could be stalking because that's Scorpio too. And remember, Pluto rules Scorpio. Now Scorpio is in your second house. Well, Pluto is ruling both your second house, also affecting your first house, and Pluto rules the 8th house, which Scorpio rules. So whatever's going on in the 8th house. And we'll talk about that when we get there. So you're going to have that going on. Now 2 degrees is the High Priestess. And she also deals with the crescent moon. So you got a lot of contacts with the moon. And that could affect your dreams as well. Like I said, definitely mystical. Definitely mystical, spiritual, metaphysical. But you also got to watch your thing. All right. So it's going to be great transformation. And that's why it's a lot of your relationships going to be like alive then dead, but then they may come back again. And again, that could be, that's why I said, and that could be problems too, because you may move on to somebody else, and then somebody that from the past may come back, or vice versa. But that's funny how they started they started you off with that, with Pluto. And it's like 21 is karmic. Saturn, that's the world card, but it's about endings. And but like I said, it could be, and it could be death as well, especially if you see like 13 around. If we see it, I'll talk about it. But in that case, it's almost like death, and like I said, death, and one might be dead, but then you're with somebody else, but then that other one may come back, because Pluto's always about death and rebirth, and it's very powerful. And that's why I say, because what people just have to understand what I'm saying. Like when I do your natal chart, I gotta show you what's there. It doesn't mean that you're not a powerful person, successful, and like you say, you help people and all that. Nobody's is not personal. Like you gotta learn how to take information without reacting like that, because like life goes on. Like even if you work for somebody, they may just try to tell you something, you get all mad or whatever. I was watching there's a woman on 3ABM. Now she's always been very aggressive, because I get to see the old shows when she was newer, and how she is now. So you always knew she was very achievement focused, and she did end up marrying the guy that actually owns that. But one thing I heard her say one time, and I gave her credit for saying it, because I only hear her talking, I just knew she was a very ambitious person. But she was talking one time, and she said that she worked the job, and she said every time she got a review, it was never it's a review where you just hear it and be like offended, kind of. So she said she really got to her, but she got sick of every time they gave her a review, it wasn't what she wanted. So she said, I'm gonna deal with it. I'm gonna deal with this. So she said she started to ask questions like, okay, well, how could I have done this better? How can I? What are you expecting to see? And she said she worked on it. Now, y'all gotta hear what I'm saying. I would have never thought she would say something like that, because when I first saw, like, I've watched her. I know she's very ambitious, but she did end up marrying the guy that owns that whole thing. So I knew she was very ambitious. I had never heard her say anything that was beneath, her getting what she wanted. So when I heard her say that's when I sat there and actually listened to her whole thing, because I had never seen her say that. But she really asked her supervisors and stuff, what do I need to do, and blah blah blah, because she just got sick of them saying shit about her negative. She took it negatively, like they never say nothing. So she said she did that. She said, but the moment she started doing, well, I guess what they expected, she said she began getting better reviews, more money, and more positions. So that was like a breakthrough. You know what I'm saying? Because you could kind of tell she had her own agenda, but she got sick of being put in her place. I guess you could say that. That she just says, I wouldn't have thought she would have did that, but she did, because she really wanted to be, there. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I wasn't there 24 hours. So I can't tell you, but I can tell you that it definitely had some type of effect on her. So my point, now the reason why I'm using that for this is because you hear the information, and like anybody else, you can choose it any way you want to, but it's still going to be true. It's still going to ring true. Do I say 100%? No, because everybody's different. Every circumstance is different. I'm not saying it's going to be 100%, but I know it's still going to be true. If it's only 80%, like, what are we gonna argue now? We're gonna argue over percentages. Like, I don't do that. Like, I'm just telling you what's there. Is up to each person to learn. Like I said, I've learned what this is about. Like, I'm on a different level now, and I thank God for that. I'm on a different level, so I'm not really here for the lower vibrations and all that bickering and arguing. That's just childish, and it wastes a whole bunch of time. Oh, like she learned that. She had to learn whatever she needed to do. If this is what you really want, and they're telling you you ain't gonna get it through us, through the way you coming up in here. You come up in here like you own the place. We don't like your attitude. We don't like this. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do that. And they just kept on failing her ass until she finally said, "No, I'm not gonna keep going through this." And then she changed it. She said, "What do y'all want?" And she started writing shit down. And she said she would go to them. She would go to them like say, "Okay, I know you said you want me to work on this. I've been working on it. How do you feel?" So she took control of the situation instead of letting them keep telling her, "You ain't getting it. You ain't getting it. You ain't getting it." So she took control and then she got it. And then she was like one of the biggest bosses up in there. And then when she came to 3 p.m., she came in the same with that same mentality. And she actually now she is boss. You know what I'm saying? Now she really is. She running that whole, and that thing is worldwide. They all over the place. So that's how you do it. You learn it, learn from it, and move on. Because you're just wasting time trying to justify yourself or thinking, you're just wasting your time. Because like I said, I tell people quick, like I'm stressless. I don't get stressed. Like, I'm going through some shit right now. I could be bugging out, but I seen God come through like crazy. I seen God come through in times when I thought it was over, and all of a sudden God will just come through. Like it's always in a need. Like it's in a need. That's spiritual law. He's not just going to do the want, but he will do the need. So I just learned you got to learn how to just take one day and just be thankful for that day. That's what the archangels try to tell you too when you do a card reading. All right, so I do see 13s. All right, so now your Mars and Mars is bringing that impact, but we already know you got a lot of Aries, Mars energy, so that drama's there. And again, when you know how to focus your energy, it's good. There's nothing wrong with being forward motion and going all that, but like I said, you can't push yourself on other people. And I think that was one of her problems too, that she was just trying to push herself, and they was telling her, well, you don't listen. Like you come up in here and you try to act like you're a manager when you're really not even a manager, and you don't even do what you're supposed to. So that's what they did. They just kept telling her, and she finally decided to listen. And once she became proactive to follow whatever her reviews were saying and their requirements or their suggestions, she got better. But like I said, Pluto and Mars conjunct. That's a conjunction. That's the impact. Because Pluto's very powerful, but Mars is very on top too. Plus, this is Mars in the first house, which is Aries, because Mars rules the first house. So this is like a lot of intensity, and it's a lot of breakup and then getting back together. And it's like I said, it's highly sexual. Pluto's very sexual and shit like that too. Some people like that. Some people like all that drama, all that arguing, all that shit, and whatever, making up through sex and all that. They love that shit. And some people like that shit, but it can still hold you back, is what's being said. Like if you're with somebody and y'all both don't mind, it works. But some people don't want to be all in, all that intensity and stuff. So number 3 is in your moon and in your Mars. But 3 is really the Empress card, and she's Venus energy. But 3 can also represent the third house, which is ruled by Gemini. Now that house is like really kind of immature. The third house can be kind of immature. We'll talk about it when we get there. So again, that's not going to be good for lasting relationship, because what you see so far is it's a lot of power, a lot of intensity, but a lot of immaturity. So that's just not going to really be good. And you remember, like I said, your moon is intuition. It could be psychic stuff. And I should say also, I'll say I was going to do your 12th house, but just because of the palace, the asteroid, and Venus, we're not going to do it yet. Now your ascendant. Now your ascendant is 11 degrees 5 minutes. And that ascendant is your rising sign. So somebody said to you, what's your sun sign? If you said Libra. What's your moon sign? You say Libra. What's your ascendant, which is your rising sign? Libra. They'd be like, wow, this this person Libra, Libra, Libra. So your ascendant is where the sun went over the horizon when you were born. So 11 degrees is the justice card, Libra. And we got, now this one we got to study because you're a Libra. And that 5 degrees, that 5 can either be Taurus energy, because remember, Venus rules Taurus. Yeah, for you, that's why I keep warning you, because I already seen it. You know what I'm saying? You do got that bully thing going on. You know what I'm saying? Because you might be, I understand you might be happy and eager and all that, but you can't, like, oh, stop everything, talk to me now, type of, because that's not cool. Like, that works somewhere, that works in some locations. You just got to know when to do it. But other times, you just got to be chill, because nobody wants to see that. I get that, because I'm a Leo. We could be the same way, because I used to be the same way. Be real Leo. In my 12th house, I got Taurus. But my Leo, because they already say we pushy and bossy and shit. But people that study us be like, no, Leo look out for everybody, like the king of the jungle and shit. But he look out for everybody. So when Leo's saying something, he really is looking out for everybody. He's not just for himself. Like, that's an unselfish. I know me. I think there's different levels of Leo. But y'all gotta remember, I've been doing this shit for like as far as being in society since like really like the 1980s. That's when I came out and started, knowing how religious people really are and how this world really runs. Because before that, you're going by what you heard, and there wasn't no YouTube back then and none of that shit. So what you get is a whole bunch of lies, and you go out in the real world and you're looking up to these people thinking they're gonna tell you the truth, and they're not. They're gonna lie, and you're gonna make all these badass mistakes, because that's the only way you're gonna learn. Because these motherfuckers is lying. So they lying, you get yourself in all kind of crazy shit, and then you looking back going, I'll never do that again. I'll never do that again. It's some bullshit. And then you go forward. Then from then on, you be way more successful as far as how you move, because now you understand the planet. And then the more you're here, the more you, because the universe is going to keep giving you more and more information. And once you start getting to the realm of metaphysics, and like in Matthew chapter 13, Jesus talks about the mysteries. Once you start learning all that shit, then you kind of know what's going on. So that 5 can either be Taurus energy, because that would be the Hierophant card, number 5. But it can also be the 5th house, which is Leo energy. So you got that going on with your ascendant. But so far, you got a lot of karma in your 1st house, but also you got that justice as well. Sometimes that can mean that the person you might have a situation with in this life is to bring justice from a past life. Can also mean you might have a strong sense of justice. But I would still tell you, don't have a strong sense of justice, because I used to cry out because I had a strong sense of justice. But like when you start demanding, like I'm not saying you, I don't know if you have, I don't know you, so I don't know if you have a belief system or not. But the point I'm saying is, like, you might be crying out to God, oh, I want justice, I want justice. But one time I did that, and God said, if I give you justice, I got to judge you too. Like, ain't nobody on the planet perfect. So if I got to judge those people for what they did, I got to judge you too. So I learned, you just got to learn how to work with these people. But you got to protect yourself at all times, because, like I said, you'll find out if you're honest, and you may already know it. How do I know? But they really don't care about you. Even when you work around people, it's really business. No matter how friendly y'all are, it's business. And like some of y'all are trying to get to know each other like intimately and shit. Anybody that has a job knows I'm not lying. So it's not always for the right reason. Now you may meet some people who genuinely do care about you. But what you normally find is just people smiling in your face, and how can they benefit from whatever their association with you. And there may, like I said, there may be some good people, but that's rare. That's rare. And like sometimes people just are naive and they go, oh no, not in my case. You must have just had a horrible life. Like no, I look at the news every day. I see parents killing their own kids. I see what goes on in the workplace. I see women being forced to have sex when they don't want to for whatever. So you can't tell me shit. Like I said, you're dealing with a real nigga. I tell you, I'm a street dude as far as what I came up with, and we don't play games. That's all. That's all. We tell it like it is. And then some people can deal with it, some people can't. But one thing, I'm not a stupid, highly intelligent, not stupid. And if somebody's saying anything to me that makes sense, I'll go, you're right. I have no problem saying if I'm wrong. I like meeting people that's smarter than me because that's how I learn. But one thing I don't do is play stupid ass games. That's something y'all like to do in third dimension with all this bullshit games, all these lies, and your lies are going all hayward, and you won't even be mature enough to deal with it. So we don't do that. And I do believe that there are people on this planet that were sent here to help, but they're not from third dimensional realms and nothing like that. They can't even fathom beating up your own child or killing your own child that came out of your body, or the same child that has the blood, your same blood as you. So this is a crazy planet. It needs a lot of help, and I'm glad God sends people that are not afraid to tell the truth. I thank God for that. And what everybody doesn't realize is this: we all are going to have to answer for whatever we do or don't do. So you can believe what you want to. You can stay in the matrix if you want to, but the matrix is telling you it's a demon. It's a democracy. It's a demon. So it's a setup. So just keeping it real. All right, so let's keep going. Now when you get to your sun, this is like, it is your ego, but it is also your outer personality. This is how people are going to see you. It could be the masculine as well. Now your sun is at 13 degrees 20 minutes. 13 degrees is the Scorpio card, the death card. 20 degrees is the Pluto card, the judgment card. And I'm trying to tell you, this is why these things happen. So the death card is exactly what it is. Something's going to end. It's dealing with death. And the Pluto card or the judgment card is, like I said, like when you get that decision or something has been absolved. So I kind of see it as whenever you have the sun relating to Scorpio, this is a person that will bring things in the darkness, things that are hidden, things that are secretive. They will bring it out into the light. And maybe you're bringing it out into the light so that you can find closure. And that's what the 20 degrees means. Because the 20 degrees is Pluto or the judgment card. And that would make sense since you wanted justice with your ascendant. With your ascendant, which is a lot like the sun. The ascendant is the sun going over the horizon when you were born. So that's why I said you probably came into this world with that sense of justice. And like, if you're being honest with yourself, you already know how you think. You already know how you feel. But that's what you're seeing with your AC and with your sun. They're both here to bring justice. It's almost like if something happened to you in the past life, you're here to bring justice in this life. And I already did 2 charts because these charts come in batches. Like I'll get a batch of Pisces, a batches of Cancer. They're almost saying the same thing. That's how you know it's the universe. Because we have this is the 3rd chart where I've seen that, where things that were done in the dark must be brought to the light. And that's what you're seeing with your ascendant and your sun. And that's why you're a Libra, because it's all about that law. And probably universal law. So if you start to see Sagittarius energy soon, I mean, but it has to be consistently, not just one place. Then that's exactly what it is. So now the east point is where the sun went over the ecliptic when you were born, and that's like your ego. But you got, again, 13 degrees. So you're still dealing with that Scorpio energy. Yeah. So it's almost like you're coming out of your 8th house with that 13 degrees, or wherever Scorpio is, that's where you're coming out. And then number 44 is the healer. So that's confirming what I just said. See, this is some shit that happened to you in the past. Like, that's why when you go to the house that Libra rules, what do you have? That retrograde. A retrograde is usually talking about your past life, and it's a wound that wasn't healed. And you probably had beef with an Aries. Now, whether this man is an Aries now in this life or in a past life, but you had some type of situation with an Aries that left you wounded. And it's almost like you're coming down to heal. Like when I met my twin, it was hell. I mean, whatever it was, that female went out of her way to get inside my head, fuck me all up, just fuck with me, constantly. And I hate that. I don't play games and shit. Like what it was with her, everything that I hate was what she was my twin and shit. But I'll tell you what, it's a guy out here named Jesus Christ. His name is Solus, and he said that. He said never tell the universe what you won't do or what you won't put up with, because that's exactly what the universe is going to send you. Because that she was totally everything I wouldn't have did, wouldn't have had nothing to do with, and that she was exactly all of that. But I came to the conclusion after doing my natal chart and stuff like that, that maybe, in a past life I might have been mean to her, and maybe that was payback. Like I really don't know, but I kind of came to that conclusion. So now your Curious, which is about nurturing, is 16 degrees. But 16 degrees is the Mars card. The Mars card is about the breakdown, but especially the breakdown of belief systems. So you may have to, you may need things broken down regarding how you view relationships, or you might break down somebody you were in a relationship with, and it's nurturing. But sometimes that's how people get. That's how people be nurtured. Like they get justice, because that's what you're looking at. And then it's 15 again, 16 degrees, 15 minutes. But I already told you 15 is bondage. That's the Capricorn energy, the Devil card. So that's what your first house is really looking at, that person you're bonded with. But I don't want to limit it to just that person, because I see a lot of numerology that's saying you probably have more than one person. But it's one person you're going to have a real history with. And that's going to be either your twin soul or your soulmate. Now, give me one moment. Everything came from spirit. Now, the beginning was all dark. But it came a time when the darkness decided it wanted to make something opposite itself to be with. Because you're out there by yourself. Even though you're self-contained and all that, but you still, obviously. See, people that study metaphysics, that's the one thing you have to love about that darkness, who we call mama. That her feelings are just like ours, human. But we are her, and she is us. So she willed the light to come. And that's what the Christians say, Jesus Christ. She willed that light to come out of that darkness. Now, that's why they call it solar. Now, through that light, she wanted to create the physical world. But in order for anything from that realm or anything spirit to come into the physical world, you need a soul. So that soul, say if it represents whatever, I always say a pizza pie, but if it represents whatever, big circle, and you're going to cut 8 slices, now those slices get cut, 7 of them, and that's a soul family, that's a soul tribe, and they're all soulmates. Because believe it or not, you work around your soulmates. A lot of people you work around, some of these people you get certain feelings from, or some of these people you just bond with, or whatever. Some of these people y'all don't even get along, and you don't even know why. Like why doesn't that person like me? Are they a racist? What the hell? But a lot of that is past life shit. And I tell people, if you want to see a good example of past life, study the similarities between John F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. If you ever study that, that's online for free. You can tell that that's reincarnation. And if people want to say, well, why was it John F. K. and Abraham Lincoln? Why wasn't it somebody else? Well, we know for a fact that they both have something in common. Both John F. K. and Abraham Lincoln did something for the melanated people. And these are the people of prophecy. So that's why I said when you see this stuff, if you're not really tuned to it, it sounds crazy to you. But if you're like me and other people out here, like Non-Nania and other people out here that study, you see it and you kind of know that it's true. So now when you get to your Uranus, now Uranus is going to come out of nowhere, and Uranus is a fighter, because you could kind of tell your first house is telling you that you have some issues with the soulmate. I mean, not you personally. You have some issues with the soulmate, the whole thing, twin flame, whatever you want to call it. So let me finish up saying what I was saying about that. So now, 7 slices go down. That's your soul family, soulmate, and you will see those people throughout this life. Like I said, if you might be out of town and you have some type of weird ass connection with somebody, but it was weird. Just like I said, when he did that, you know, she looked up, then I looked up, cause like with her, me and her just got a weird relationship. But that's one of them situations that could go either way. Like you kind of know. But she's like I said, she's like a role model to me. Like what I said about my younger sister. If you ever see my younger sister always acts like she's older than me. My younger sister talks to me like you know, I'm like her baby or her baby brother and some shit. So, but that's past life shit. Because I'm telling you, a lot of shit she said when we was growing up, once I learned metaphysics, it made sense. A lot of shit she said. So maybe in a past life she was older than me. That's why I said if you listen to how people talk sometime, they're telling you who they are. Because it's inside of you. And that's why people just want to stay on one level. But you have to understand, when you go before your judgment, which you are going to go through no matter what you believe. I don't care what you believe. You're still going to get judged for everything you said or did. That's why I say everybody talk, oh, I love Jesus. I love Jesus. It's Jesus that taught this. So you're saying you love Jesus, but you don't even know what Jesus taught. So that's showing how where people really are. They're so far away from where they should be. But all that judgment is going to come through. Whoever you are, who you are, where the real reason why you're here. And that's why when people say, I don't need to know all that junk you talking about. Yes, you do. Because it's on your natal chart. So when you try to manipulate astrology and all that bubblegum shit, that's why when you read scriptures, that those are the people they're talking about. Those people try to take what's really God's in the universe and they try to steal it for their own benefit. And that's why God is against that type of astrology and all that fake shit, that bubblegum shit. So when your Uranus is saying anything could happen, and Uranus doesn't like, you know, oppressive people. All right, so let's give up. So that the 7 slices go down. So that's your soul family. Those are your soul mates. But that final slice that's about to go down, they cut it in half. Now that's your twin soul. That's your twin flame. Same thing. Twin soul, twin flame. It's the same soul, but in 2 different bodies. And that person will always be with you whether you get along or not, because they're always with you. See, we're not just third dimensional. We're way higher than just third dimensional. So your twin soul, your twin flame is always with you. You may see them in your dreams. You may see them, but what they do on this planet, they only want to see that, and they see it as a love story. And a lot of these people think, well, we're gonna get together sooner or later. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But to be honest with y'all, if you got to see your twin flame in this life, you're very fortunate. But that does not necessarily mean you two gonna work it out in this life and get back together. But if you really understood this, it's not that serious. You can't be separated from yourself. This matrix is a deception. You can't be separate. You can never be separated from yourself. But like I said, you're in a matrix where people want to see it, hear it, smell it, taste it, touch it, kiss it, have a relationship with it. Like they want the whole thing. You're not always gonna get that. Maybe not with that person. You might get it with somebody else. And even then, you probably ain't gonna stay with it because humans is just at a low vibration. They don't understand stuff like character and real spirituality. Because anybody can show up and anybody can sing a song or do a real spirituality where you really are led by spirit. That's when you know it's spirituality. When you really, like, if you say, oh, I serve Jesus. Okay, well then you must really believe Jesus is really with you, and he said it himself. If you're not obeying me, you're not really with me. So he said it. So you got to really be obeying. Not that you're going to be perfect, but you can't be doing no fake shit if you're really who you claim to be. But unfortunately, most people here, they do the fake shit. And that's why when you find out, oh, this happened in this church, that happened, this been going on forever, this little child got molested, you find it because that's fake shit. It's fake. And that's why I just got finished telling you. I found out all that shit in the 1980s when I first got involved with it all. And wow, there's some, these are, they're lying. And these are the people that have no problem putting their hand on the Bible in the name of whatever, and it's still lying. So you got to be careful. That's why I said if you're naive, be careful. And when you have Uranus in that your first house, once again, that's my point. It can come out of nowhere until you learn reality and deal with it, and you'll be so successful because now you deal with reality. Just like I got stuff I got to check regularly because of health reasons. It's the same thing. Once you realize, well, because of the moon, that's why I said somebody like you needs to really know what's going on in astrology. Where's Pluto at right now? What's going on? What can I expect and all that? Just through checkups. But don't go crazy with it though, because no matter how much you check up, Murphy's law determines that something's still gonna pop up. And that's why I said I learned how to, like, when Bruce Lee said become the water, that's what Messiah said. Take one day at a time. Just trust God. Whatever's gonna happen, just trust God. It'll work itself out. And I mean even recently, but I always been like that way. I always try to stay on top of shit because I know how crazy shit can go crazy. The one area you can come home tired, you're exhausted. You come home tired, but that one area you didn't check is the one area you're gonna have a problem in. And I've seen this too many times. So you try to be on top of shit, but sometimes you just get mad and say fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You just start praying and stuff because you're like, I can't do this no more. I'm tired. And then all of a sudden you'll see God just like that. That happened to me recently. I was so out of it, I was like, I can't do this. I just fell out, just started praying and just fell asleep. And then when I woke up, like God had came through and just did all kind of shit. So that's why, I know spirituality is real, but you're in a planet where a lot of people, they want to believe what they want to believe. And they want to pick and choose. They try to control everything. That's why when I see anybody that's trying to be pushy, I stop them people immediately. No, that's not happening here. Because it's not gonna be worth the bullshit that person's bringing. And I done seen it, I done did it, so I don't even, anybody pushy. Like I said, if you feel you know more than me, then don't talk to me. You don't have to talk to me. Go talk to whoever you think knows more than me. Go right ahead. I won't feel guilty. And if I do have a problem with pride, I'll try my best to swallow it and forget about it. Act like it never happened. But one thing I'm not gonna do is go backwards, because that's what that is. Like if people want to be in a van full of people. Now none of them knew, and they all be out in field service every day. None of them knew that y'all are about to go in the wrong direction. You know what I'm saying? So that's crazy. So if I speak up, they're gonna tell me I'm wrong. Then what am I gonna do? You're right, I'm wrong. Then 5 minutes later, oh, I guess you were right. Yeah, well, I knew that. So why sit here and argue over it? It's stupid. So you want to go up a street by yourself? Go. You want to go down the wrong road, waste gas? Go ahead. I don't care. Like I said, I know what to focus on, and I know how to keep moving forward because I'm not going backwards. And people talk about their life journey, and you do. That is true. You do have life journeys, but you still have to be responsible for yourself. Because that's another excuse. Oh, maybe it's my journey to waste 14 years of my life. Maybe that's why I'm here. If it wasn't for that 14 years, I wouldn't have met this person. And that could be true. That could be true. But if the universe really wants you to meet that person, it won't matter. You're going to meet that person anyway. Just at a different time. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Y'all got to remember the universe is in control, not you. This is your little mission, your little journey. God is experiencing this through you. Now, you notice your 18 degrees? Oh, and that's the moon too. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. 18 degrees is the moon card. So you're going to have, like I said, but Libra does too. Libra and the moon, they deal with a lot of doubt and uncertainty. Double questioning themselves and stuff like that. So that's something you're really going to need to work on. Plus in Uranus, that's not a good place for that to be. And remember, Uranus rules Aquarius. But that's not a good place to be with all this uncertainty and things coming out of nowhere and stuff like that. So that's why I say it could sound, I know it could sound a certain way, but I would rather somebody tell me. And I mean, my best teachers was people that kept it real, that told me straight up, nigga, you want to do something. You want to check yourself. You know what I'm saying? Brace yourself, fool. No, but you have to check yourself. Because if not, you're going to have all this crazy stuff going on. Because I can see it. It's not really your fault. It's on your chart. But you still are responsible for your chart. And then you got that number 22, which is the twin flame number. That's like 1111. It's 22. So again, you're gonna have all these ups and downs with your twin. Because I told you that could be a journey you're gonna be on with your twin, and you were on this journey in previous lives as well. All right, but it doesn't stop there. Now, and this is gonna be the big one. I don't know what your story is or nothing, but you got Scorpio in the second house. Now, the second house is supposed to be run by Taurus. Now, Taurus doesn't have to physically be in the second house, but Taurus rules the second house. But your second house is supposed to be your money, your possessions, and how in your value system. But Scorpio is the eighth house, and that's other people's money. So the eighth house is all about shared resources or other people's money or inheritances or debt, like when you owe, or the IRS or your taxes. All that's why I said make sure you study that in your free report. I told you a lot that's in there, but you really got to get familiar because you got a lot of Pluto, Scorpio stuff going on. So now, yeah. See, we got to go back to your first house because you still got some other stuff in your first house, which we will. But I want to stay here real quick in your second house. So Scorpio is telling you that your money is really, you're gonna be doing something with other people's money. And again, I don't know where you work or all that. And remember, I have to say one thing: your natal chart is from your past in this life, your current life right now, and your future life. So that's why I said people like to debate and argue. I'm not here for all that. I don't make enough of that. I'm trying to get you your natal chart and tell you what's on it, but I'm not here to debate everything. I'm not going back and forth because it's not my natal chart. You got enough information for you to know. You could figure it out. And if you want to go like with another reading, that's up to you. Or you could go somewhere else. That's totally up to you. But I'm not here to debate back and forth for what that means because I'm not going to be with you 24 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? So this shit could already have, some of this stuff could already have happened. Some of this stuff may happen now or it may happen in the future. But either way, you're going to be tied up with other people's money. And that could become a legal issue. Because you got a lot of Libra, which means you always, like I think you said you had some type of association with law. I mean, in a good way, but it's on your chart, which means it could be in a bad way too. So whenever you're dealing with other people's money in the second house, when that's supposed to be your money, that's not good. Because the question comes up, well, how are you administering other people's money or shared resources? Because that's why when you be seeing people in love court and all that, oh, it was a gift, Your Honor. No, it wasn't. He told me he loved me. He told me we could keep it. No, it wasn't, Your Honor. It was a gift. And you know how it is. But he did say it was. No, Your Honor, it wasn't a gift. So, but it was a gift back then because he was getting sex from her and everything appeared pretty good then. But the moment they don't want to be together, or he find out she's sleeping with somebody else, or she bust him or whatever. Now it was a gift, and I want my money back with interest. So you got that kind of setup. Whenever Scorpio's in the second house, that's supposed to be your money. It's not supposed to be shared resources. It's not supposed to be somebody else's money. And ironically, that's where your Juno is. And Juno is a serious relationship. Juno is a person. So yeah, I'm gonna get ready to do that. Give me one moment. So Juno is already telling you might find yourself in a serious relationship with either shared resources or a struggle over it. And Juno's at number 3. Like I keep telling you, at number 3, like I said, it's Venus energy, the Empress card. But it's also about small children. But it's also like could be the third house, which is ruled by Gemini, but it's immature. So you got a lot of 3s. And that's also telling you there's going to be a lot of arguing and stuff like that. So for y'all, I would strongly encourage you to like work on growing up for your own. But some people love drama. Like I know tons of people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The way I was acting, because I already know, like I already did all this shit over and over again, and to the point that it's frustrating. Because you would like to have a situation with another person that isn't like 3rd grade or 5th grade or 7th grade. It doesn't even make it into high school. That's why I said when a woman says girls just want to have fun, you got to remember you're not a girl no more. You're a woman. I understand what you're talking about. Everybody wants to have fun, but you still got to remember you're a grown woman. So you see a lot of people still trying to dress like they did when they were a little girl, or everything. It's like a little girl. I want to be a teenager again. I want to be 7. Like you might be 47, 50, but you want to be 17 again. That's not cool. Because how are you going to handle your real life problems when you're acting like you're 17, but you're like 30, 40, 50, and whatever? So that's not cool. So that number 3 always indicates that form of immaturity, and you see it a lot on your chart. It's too intent, too much, and just too much immaturity, too much. And in Scorpio, it's too much. Pluto is too much. So anybody that's trying to like move ahead, like in a kind of logical fashion, they would be frustrated because like it's too much. So the more you're aware of that, if you take it seriously, it's going to help you. Believe me. Just like that, I gave you that illustration. That lady is she's the head of 3ABM now because her husband runs it. So she's it. If she can sing her ass off, she can sing very good. You know, she can come up with an idea and it can be implemented and become worldwide. So whatever she did, you know, that'll be between her and God. But whatever she did from that aspect, she must have made the right choices. Because she's at a position where a whole lot of women will want to be. They may not admit it, but a whole lot of, I'm not saying all women, but a lot of women will want to be there. Because her man, he's paid. Got a big family, everything. He's paid. Now, I'm not saying that's the way to go. I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not saying pro or con. I'm just telling you what happened. So when you learn, it gets better. When you don't learn, then you're going to be on some crazy shit. Probably going to be in court and shit. And then like, you got to understand you got a lot of death energy. Like 13 is death. Scorpio could be deaf and all that. Like this is not the type of chart you go psychopathic. But unfortunately, because of the star, and I'm not blaming you, but because of your star placements, this is psychopathic shit. That's why I was like, oh, chill. And that's why when I said to you, I was like, yo, because of past experiences, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Because I done seen this. Like, not even astrologically, I have seen it too. But I mean, in real life, like way before astrology, I was meeting people like that. That be outside your house and shit stalking. Like I could tell you, like, I won't say her name, but that chick. Now this was the same chick she used to stalk the fuck out of me, all on the phone. How many of y'all saw that movie, Jim Carrey movie, The Cable Guy, and that guy kept leaving the messages? She was like that, on the string, and she was the type of person, even though she knew what my hours were, like from the moment I got home, she would be sitting in the car. You know what I'm saying? I would have to go to her car, and I was trying to be patient, and I would go to her car. I'd be like, she said, what we doing tonight? What we doing tonight and shit? And I'd be like, okay, we could go out. We could go out. What we doing tonight? What we doing tonight? Can I come in now? Nah, I just got home. You know, you could come back in a couple of minutes. Just give me a chance to get home, but we definitely gonna go out and shit. And then the moment she got home, I'm home. What we doing? When we going out? That's on everything. I'm not making none of this shit up. And but that's the same chick that told me. Now she was a sexual one, because by that time I was chilling. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really, I was starting to grow up and shit, so I wasn't really into it like I used to be. So she was the one with all that sexual stuff. And then one time she kept on, so I was like, all right, I'm going to do it then. And then the moment I got ready to do something, she said to me, if you go any further, this is a rape. I said, what the fuck? So, but that wasn't her fault, because she had, when she was young, she had been, and the guy was extremely violent and shit. He wasn't just a rapist. He was like a violent rapist and shit. Now I'm talking about, there are differences. I mean, any rape is wrong. But that he really beat the crap out of her. So I didn't blame her for that. But at the same time, it wasn't too much I could do, because I'm not a psychologist. I don't know what to do. Plus, when somebody's on you, but now the person listening that ordered this, she might say, "Nah, I see why he was acting like that." But no, you don't see. It wasn't just her. I had tons of people like that stalking. And then I've had men crazy, as far as like neighbors crazy stalking and shit. Crazy shit. This is a crazy ass planet with crazy ass people, and I just tell the truth. Like, I can't play this crazy ass game. I'm not here for that shit. I'm here to tell whatever the universe is saying, whatever's on your chart, whatever I'm doing. I'm a master of scripture. People can take it any way they want to. But you're on a planet where people gonna believe whatever they want to. You're on a planet where people spend all day in the church saying this is wrong, this is wrong, and this is wrong. And some of these people are pedophiles, and they already did it. Like, a lot of these pastors are pedophiles and shit like that. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say the name of the church, because you guys must not be keeping up with news. But one of the biggest Protestant churches have been busted for sex trafficking and child sex trafficking. If y'all want to wake up a little bit, then listen to somebody like Mark Taylor Official, his channel, because he talks about that. Chris McFarlane and Mark, and also you can listen to Veronica on Higher Realm Holistic, because she talks about the same shit. So for people that are awake, they know I'm not lying. That's why I said I didn't come to this planet for this bullshit. We came to let y'all know, repent, because this is a lot of judgment coming. And you see it on your chart, because I told you what the card number is. I told you where to look. I gave you references, so it's up to you to look and figure. That's why I said it's not going to be a back and forth, because it's up to you to believe it and look at it. It's not me talking. Like, people make a mistake. Just like if I'm reading, I might be reading what somebody else said, but because they hear my voice, they get mad at me. But I didn't write that. I'm not. That's Molly Holly said that. Molly Hall said it. I didn't say it. Or Astro Kodak said it. You know what I'm saying? So we just we're on a planet where people are very, very immature and they don't want to grow up. But unfortunately, you're gonna have to grow up, because this is what's gonna happen. Either you're gonna grow up, you're gonna be talking to police, you're gonna be in jail somewhere, you're gonna have a restraining order against your ass, you're gonna be in court, somebody suing your ass, or somebody might just get rid of you. Like, this is a different world. People get mad and try to kill you just because they're mad. It's not even like, this is a crazy planet. So you got to be smarter than that. That's why I said thank God that this information is coming out, because you have an opportunity to look at yourself from the reality of what's on your chart and do something positive. Or you can say, well, fuck that, he don't know what he's talking about, he's stupid. Boom, 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 and keep on talking crazy, but you're going to get it. I told you, whatever you put out, it's going to come back like a boomerang. Plus, you saw a lot of karma. When you see a lot of Saturn, a lot of 21, that's karma. Libra can be karmic too. And you are the Libra. You're a triple Libra. And you're a new moon Libra. So you're a triple Libra, Sun, Ascendant, Moon, and then it's a new moon Libra. So you're like a 4-time Libra. And then you got that 22, which is a twin flame number, and it's an angelic number. And like I said, you may be angelic, because there are angels here in human bodies. The scriptures tell you that. When it says stars fell to earth, stars fell to planet Earth. Well, in the Bible, they tell you that stars are angels. And when you hear God tell Abraham, your seed will be like the stars of heaven. So these are angelic type people, but they're in human bodies now. And old school Mechalexi talks about that. So I got a lot of her videos on my other channel, because my other channel is way more metaphysical. All right. So I'm going to stay in your second house just a little bit. So your Juno is telling you you'll be in a serious relationship, but it's going to have like shared resources, which is probably, in my opinion, going to be a big mistake. And it's going to be kind of immature with that number 3. And you may have children too, because number 3 is also the children number. For the third house is children, but also the Empress card is children. And then you got your Lilith right there. But at least your Lilith is not retrograde. Your Lilith is direct. But it's still Lilith and Scorpio. But Lilith in the second house is good with money though. 21 degrees, but it's still karmic. So there you have. But Lilith and Scorpio, they both can be highly psychic. So I know you got the gifts. I know you're highly psychic, which you told me. And but it can be very vindictive. Like both Lilith and well, anything with Scorpio can be very vindictive too. But they're very smart, and you can't fool the Scorpio. Like, in that sense, Scorpio is one of the best places with Lilith in the second house, because nothing's gonna get past her. But it's in a bad place, because when you get caught up with other people's money, you could get in trouble, like court. You might have to pay that money back. You could get sued. So that's why I was saying. That's why I was trying to tell. And don't get me wrong. Like I respect people that are really gifted, and I can tell she's really gifted the more I look at that chart, because I see that Neptune in Sagittarius. But what I'm saying is you have to be careful. Like somebody like Shawn Michaels was a very gifted person, not just in the ring, and that's why he was able to do a lot of supernatural shit nobody else could do. So could Bruce Lee, because he's a gifted. They tapped into more than just the physical body. But if you notice, everybody that was in the so-called clique with Shawn Michaels, they all went on to become big. From Triple H to the WCW days, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Shawn, X-Pac, they all went on to be big. But that was because of Shawn's energy. But that was like that stuff they don't really talk about. And how they were able to do that. and but that was all because of Sean. Every last one of them dudes, even though they was in a clique, but they became as good as they did because of Sean. And I know people say, "Oh, I don't believe that." No, that really was. That's how good Shawn Michaels was. And then the one dude that fell off was bigger than Shawn at first, but he was the one dude at the WWE that went against Shawn all the time was Bret Hart. Now I think they both, like, I don't think they really screwed Bret. I think Bret knew he was gonna get screwed. I used to think it was a screw job, but it wasn't. He knew he made a lot of money, but from then on his career was never the same. And then he got kicked in the head by Goldberg, and he never really wrestled seriously ever again. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's just telling the power that Shawn Michaels had around him. And so what I'm trying to tell you is about the power of a Scorpio or power. But that's how powerful he was, that almost everybody around him, even when they left the wrestling company and went to another one, they were still making unbelievable large amounts of money because of Shawn. Because they learned all that ruthless aggression from Shawn. And that's what you're kind of seeing on. I'm not saying it's necessarily ruthless. It could be though with Lilith and Scorpio. It could be ruthless. But this is a person that's coming no matter what. And that's why I said the reason why the WWE became like number one was really because of Shawn. Because Shawn was the one that came with the ruthless aggression. There was other people there, but nobody was like Shawn Michaels. Not only was he probably the greatest athlete that ever stepped in the WWE ring at that time, and probably even now, because I won't put too many people in Shawn Michaels' category. But I don't know every wrestler, so I'm not going to say no names. But that was that ruthless aggression that you kind of see on this chart as well. And if you don't want me to say, well, I can say aggression because you got all that Mars and Aries and stuff like that. So yeah, I can say it. So I'm not saying this person won't be a high psychic and unbelievable, because that's what they were saying to me. But what I'm talking about, the relationship with other people, and you just got to know how to respect people's boundaries. And unless you really, really have something, like I'm a firm believer. If you really believe what you're doing, that's why. Listen, if y'all know how much I lose being honest, I could come out here and do whatever. Cause my bills was paid like 4 or 5 months in advance. That's when I first came out. But then I realized these people don't give a fuck about the truth. They just want you to talk about love and talk about money and talk about some of that bubblegum shit. I'm not doing that. Because your natal chart, as you're hearing, is about knowing what's on it and adjusting, making change. It's nothing to be ashamed about, or nothing. I don't care what you've been through. I've been through some of the worst violence in the world. But most people that come here that are like earth angels, they've been abused. They've been through all kind of stuff, dysfunctional families and stuff like that. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. You gotta pick your head up. But what you should try to do is what's on my chart and how do I apply it. And that's all you got to do. However you choose to do it, but that should be important to you. Whether you do it here, whether you do it on your own, because a lot of my clients became whatever, psychics or card readers, whatever you want to call it. So however you do it, or you might have however you do it, but it should be something that you do. It shouldn't be something that you do just for a selfish reason, not just for a love story and all that other stuff. All right, so that is your second house. So this is what I'm gonna do. So now your Venus is in your 12th house, which is ruled by Pisces, and Virgo is there. Well, Virgo and Pisces is about service. So Venus is kind of indicating that you might find somebody that has either Pisces or Virgo, significantly on their chart. Because of course everybody has it on their chart, but it's going to be in a significant place. And we'll do it again. We'll do all that up. Yeah, we'll do it when we had the charts together. Because I think this is just going to be a part one, because this was a long video. So we'll do all that, like who you going to end up with, or what your love will look like. We'll do that when the charts are together, but not yet, because I'm trying to get around your chart. So now let's go back to your first house. See, you got another 20 degrees, but that's part of fortune. Now, part of fortune is a person. Now you can see that you're probably going to have money and fortune, but it's still dealing with that 20 degrees, the Judgment card. So you may have already been rewarded a judgment where you got all this finance or good fortune, because you kind of see it in your second house and in your first house. But because they're dealing with 20 degrees, it might also be good fortune in harmony with that Pluto, because the Pluto card, the judgment card is 20 degrees, or it could have something to do with your second house. But either way, it's kind of linking your good fortune or your money up with those areas I was talking about. Now, one good thing is your Mercury. So you have a really good mind. Mercury is your mind and your communication, plus your multitasking. And Mercury rules Gemini, which is all about creativity. So you have no problem expressing yourself. And I think that's good. I wish more people, because I think a lot of people don't talk. You don't want to tell people how you feel. Like, you might be in a relationship and maybe you feel a certain way, but you're not going to tell a guy. Because a lot of females will, cry it out. But you should tell the guy. I don't care what he did. You should tell the guy, because some people are not going to learn if you don't tell them. See, me, I'll never have a problem talking. I don't give a fuck. Like you're going to know why. You know what I'm saying? So you never have to double guess. You may not understand when I talk, but that I can't. How you receive information is not my problem. But me telling you, I'll never have a problem with that. Ever. Because you're going to know. Because when you let somebody walk out your life and you didn't tell them how you really feel, that's your fault. Because people can work through difficulties. People can forgive each other. People can move on. But if you're just going to sit there while the guy's there, you're arguing with him, you're crying, or you don't even cry. You're just mad. You want the guy to go and all that. You won't tell him what's wrong. You won't say that. And as soon as he walks out the room and closes the door and you know he can't hear you, you fall on your bed and start crying. So why ain't you crying in front of him? I'm not going to cry in front of no man. My mother told me, or some shit. Y'all got to get through that shit. Nobody's perfect. You ain't perfect either. Like I said, y'all kind of get off easy because people are scared to tell you. See, I've been around women my whole fucking life. I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm sorry you're going to get a little upset, so what? But the women that listen, like my sister, she's still married. Because y'all got to get off that bullshit y'all be on. I mean, men got issues too, but y'all got to understand what I say. I'm the guy that ratted them out. I'm the guy that ratted out how shitty fucked up they are and shit. I don't like them either. I don't like anybody. Like, I didn't come here to choose sides. I'm on the side of whatever the facts, whatever the truth is. That's the side I'm going to be on. I've always been that way since I was little. Like, I'm going to try to tell y'all again, everybody on this planet is not from planet Earth. You got Earth angels and stuff like that. That's one thing Suge Knight said about Tupac. He said Tupac wasn't born, Tupac was sent. And the moment Suge Knight said that, this was right after Tupac got shot up in Vegas. And then Suge Knight did an interview with this female reporter. You can find it on YouTube. And Suge Knight said Tupac was not born, Tupac was sent. And then right after he said that, he started going to the mother. But he never said who he was talking about. And she said, so the reporter said, who are you talking about, Afeni? And then Suge said, yeah. But he was talking about the real mother. The one I was just talking about, the darkness that everything came out of. See, these dudes was on something else. Just like when people say, why did Tupac call Suge Simon? And Suge Knight wouldn't tell you why. But if you know the Bible, why? Because Tupac already knew he was going to the cross. That's why he gave you Machiavelli with him being on the cross, and Simon was going to help him do it, and that's what Suge did. But it wasn't just Suge; it was a whole network. And now, if anybody wants any more information, the videotape of what happened the night Tupac got in that fight with Orlando Anderson at MGM is online. So all you gotta do is watch the tape, and what you're watching is a role that was played out. I mean, it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot, but you're going to believe what you want to. So if you believe fake news, you're going to believe fake news. I can't help you. To me, that's no different than somebody want to believe all this lollipop astrology.
Play America, Extraordinary Fitness, the New Jersey Lottery, Top Golf, and Proving Ground, plus Getaway.
All right. So that'll definitely help you, especially if stuff do go legal, because you're gonna have to be able to communicate, and especially even if you're talking to your attorney. And you got to get your thoughts out. So they say this man says a megachurch pastor steps away from the pulpit because he feels far from God, tired in soul. So maybe that's how he feels, or maybe there's something he did that he's afraid is about to be found out. So he's getting the hell out of there first. I was reading from the Christian Post. All right. Give me one moment. All right. And it's 25. See, 25 is law. Like even they tell you that Jesus was born on the 25th, but that's also the week of the Saturnalia. And Saturn also represents like a law, like the Saturn is like the karma, the law, you know. And it's also about depth. Like when you owe, like if somebody says you're born in sin, oh, you were born in sin, so Jesus was born to pay the price of your debt. So that's like all this, and it's all one. The biggest mistake is when you break it up, but the devil divides and conquers. That's why I be trying to show people it's all one. But like I said, people just tend to want to hear what they want to hear. You know what I'm saying? Like one point I'm trying to make is this. Let's just say right now a whole bunch of drug addicts is listening, right? Now down the way I just talk, right? Now everybody's picking and choosing what they're gonna believe, what they think, what they're gonna choose, right? But if they were all a bunch of drug addicts and I was talking and I was saying all I was talking about was drugs and where the drugs is at and how you can get the drugs and they can get to it and all that, then I would have like 100% listening. You know what I'm saying? So like if I came out right now, if I said, okay, listen, right in your neighborhood, I can tell you where you can go and get $1 million tax free, and you got protection, so nobody's gonna try to rob you and nobody's gonna get to you. But all you gotta do is follow these simple instructions and blah blah blah. Now, if you think everybody wouldn't be taking notes, if you think everybody's ear wouldn't be on the speakers, if you think when I got done, I would have people acting like they didn't understand what I said and all that shit, you out your freaking mind. So people gonna pick and choose what they want to based on how they feel and stuff like that. It's just the human way. People can call it politics and stuff like that, but I don't play when it comes to astrology because I know you're dealing with higher. Everything's being recorded. Like I said, when I took that pen out, I already knew how to plan. I already knew how the world runs, so I had a good idea they probably watching me because I was new, and they was already letting me travel with large sums of money. I was working in some type of accounting department or something, so I already knew I was being watched, even if they wasn't following me. I said they probably got cameras everywhere, but I still needed a pen. I didn't feel like walking back or nothing, because then I would have had to answer why was I walking around with the money and shit. So I just did it right then and put it back in. So just like I know this shit, everything's being watched, and these people, you're being set up. And what do you mean by being? It's like the Garden of Eden. He's gonna put you up in a situation, tempt you, tell you better not touch it, you better not eat it. If you do eat it, but people are gonna do it anyway because you've been set up. You know what I'm saying? Everything was set up, and I know pastors that say that was a setup. So you gotta realize that, so that you don't get set up. All right. So that had to be. I know that was like those are going to be like the hardest blows off your natal chart reading. But that's the stellium. And again, all this stuff is still free online. So I told you, what to look at. Told you to take note. You could learn more about it. We do it as a service for research stuff like that. But you could do that on your own. Just read some articles on the stellium. And it's still gonna be psychic. Plus, we're getting ready to go into your Sagittarius. So you're gonna learn about like all those planets are talking to you. I remember some female contacted me one time, but she was out of her mind. And that was the first thing I told her was just chill, you know, whatever it is. Because, like, I'm a spiritual person, too, so I know about evil spirits. I know about all that stuff. But you're doing yourself a disservice getting that scared and getting that crazy. You just got to learn how to direct your belief system to the right source. Because you're dealing with, I'm sorry if you don't believe in God or do believe in God. I don't know what your stand is, but you got a God that told you, I'll never leave you nor forsake you. But he didn't say he wasn't going to let you go through the valley of the shadow of death, because he's going to do that for some people. But you're going to have to learn how to go through it, not run from it. And that's why I said when you do bubblegum astrology, you're trying to run away. You ain't going to be able to run away. It's going to contact with you at some point. So anyway, she was telling me something about Mercury, but she was just like a really like a strange case. So I really did the best I could do. But anyway, so I did look at her natal chart, and she was right. She really did have a connection to planet Mercury. It was on the chart, but she was so far gone it was gonna be hard to help her anyway. Because whatever, I don't know what it was, but I know she had a connection to planet Mercury. But it was something going on with her that was out there, and she didn't have the patience and stuff to deal with it. She was just out there. And then I had another person. I thought she had some type of relationship with Jesus Christ and stuff, but you could see it on a chart. And I think if people did use natal charts, a lot of people that they said were crazy are not crazy. But it's still up to you to maintain your stature, and all that. And that's why I say you have to slow down, because you can come off as being crazy. And do you know how many people? You know how many people say, "Oh, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I've helped this and I've done that," and people use it. Yeah, but your actions was like out of there. So you can't come off as crazy in any relationship or nothing. Now, once people get to know you, then that's different. Oh, no, that person's just a little hyper. But some people are really nuts. Like I said, I had a relative that person was a total nut job, and I hate to admit it, but that person was just. And the older they got, the more nutty they got. This was becoming. So that's why when it was time for that person to leave, I was like, yeah, it's time for that person to leave, because it's starting to affect other people and all that. Even me, because I got health problems. I would hate to become a burden to somebody. But some people don't care. Like, some people don't care if they become a burden. They just don't care. And I didn't come here for all that shit. Like, you'll hear me say, oh, I did not come here. Like, when I came here as a kid, I knew I was here doing exactly what I'm doing. I knew that when I was a kid, when I was here. Everybody, like I said, Suge Knight's right. Tupac was sent. He wasn't just born here. Because what y'all don't understand, before the universe began teaching me all this stuff, like, I mean, a real understanding of it. I knew a lot of shit, but not the deep understanding of it. That's called the mysteries. Before I was taught that, I had to acknowledge Tupac as a prophet. And I was the East Coast dude. Back then, we saw Tupac as a rat. We didn't like Tupac on the East Side. Like us, my type didn't like Tupac. We saw he was a troublemaker. We thought he was a rat, and we thought he was lying about everything he was saying, just selling records and shit. So I was like, man, I'm not gonna waste my time learning nothing about no Tupac. What you talking about? I was a straight up East Coast dude. And then the more I studied, because I had to study everything about Pac. And the more I studied, I was like, whoa, this dude was like metaphysical. This dude was like deep. He like a prophet and shit. Just like when the same source told me that I had to find the mystery of Thomas More. And then I met the mystery of Thomas. I didn't know his name was Thomas More. And when I met Thomas More, he looks just like Tupac. And I ain't want to do that either. I said, I'm too busy. I'm too busy. I'm not studying nothing. I found when they want you to do something, you're gonna do it. Now when I say they, the same people that put this chart together. This universe is run by like if you were listening to people like old school Mechalesi and people that know what they talking about, like the Melon High Project out here on YouTube, or if you want to go into the war zone, then you will listen to Remedy H. But these are people telling you what's really in the universe, or even Veronica, even Holistic Healing. I mean, I forget the whole name of her channel, but these are people that are awake. They're not on this stupid Matrix shit. So then you would know. So right now, when you get to your third house, so your third house is ruled by Gemini, and it has to do with small children, your siblings, like your brothers and sisters, the environment around you, the brotherhood, short distance travel, creativity. It's one of the most creative houses out of the 12. Multitasking. It's the twins. Could be poetry and stuff like that. So the first thing they hit you off with is Neptune. Neptune is called the deceiver. It's idealistic, but it does affect your dreams. Wherever Pisces is, it's going to affect that. Neptune rules Pisces, but also rules your 12th house. So it's still showing you an idealistic person, kind of like a dreamer. Now, I believe I told you something that we're about to see it. So your Neptune is 3 degrees, 14 minutes. Now you know that's pi. You know that's like the pi sign is 3.1416 or something. But the pi sign looks just like the Libra sign. So you got to remember that. But 14 degrees, 14 is Sagittarius energy. It's a temperance card. It's about internal change. So when you have Neptune and Sagittarius together, again, this is like people that are they're connected throughout the universe, especially you. And you got to remember, pi is like that Albert Einstein stuff. See, this is higher sciences and shit. So you have that going on, whether it's spiritually or scientifically, but you're connected, and that's what you have going on. So in a past life, you may have been dealing with that, or you might be the essence of it, because this is a universal connection. Yep. It says Pi Day and Albert Einstein birthday. Why 3.14 is called pi. See my point? So that's, you're connected to stuff like that. So that's why I said when you were trying to tell me certain things, you know, I know that. But he's a little nutty too. Like if you saw me, right? Like let's say me and you met, and let's just say I had on like a blue warm up or something, and we met on oh, he was born. See what I'm saying? He was born on March 14th. See what I'm saying? That's pi. I hope y'all listening. I hate being me sometimes. You know what I'm saying? No, because no, don't get mad at me. I'm the nicest guy in the world. I'm trying to help. Y'all the ones that want to stay all crazy on third dimensional and shit. Don't get mad at me. But I'm a fighter, nigga. All my life I've been fighting. I don't care. I don't care. Still gonna be here. Still gonna be telling the truth. All right. So here we go. So that 3, he's born on March 14th, 314, and about pi. 3.1416 usually is pi. And that's why they call it Pi Day. Now, what is pi? For you nerds out there, or maybe not a non-nerd, because a nerd probably knows what it is. The ratio of the circumstance of a circle to its diameter, otherwise known as the mathematical constant, pi. But it looks like the sign for Libra. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So this is all you. And if you went to ancient Egypt, you probably had a close connection with Mayat. So that's why I say you're going to have a problem, because you're going to be wanting things to be fair. And your challenge is probably going to be like what I told you. So I try to tell people the real world, and they hate when I tell them. But everybody don't want to lie. Everybody don't want to sit in church all day long with a bunch of goddamn hypocrites. I already been there and done that. That's the worst experience of my life. I'd rather get beat down by my father again. I hate that shit. And they get away with everything. Like all these perverts and pedophiles and shit. Never get caught. And then when they get caught, just smack them on the hand and they send them somewhere else. And then they keep on doing it. And all this is going on this planet, and the planet does nothing really about it. But only now it's beginning to change. Now these guys are beginning to get exposed. Like this guy that just left the mega church. Let's be honest. Why now? You've been making all this money off the mega church and stuff like that. Why are you leaving now? Talking about you feel far away from God. Is that God's fault? God is right next to me. I'm with God all the time. I don't feel far. I mean, he'll put you through some drama, but I don't feel far away from God. So why now? because something's about to come out, and he knows. Like if you're listening to Mark Taylor, if you're listening to the Prophecy Club, you know there's hundreds of thousands of secret indictments that are about to be opened up. It's gonna be a whole lot of famous people going to jail, or at least getting indicted, because all that stuff they got away with for decades, it's not going to be allowed by the universe no more. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all can stay with bubblegum astrology if you want, but what are you going to do when you have to answer for this? When they open up your chart in front of you and ask you questions, and they show you how you avoided all of it, and they showing you a picture of me pointing to the shit, telling you this is not a joke, and y'all, I don't need that. Fuck him. I don't like his tone. I don't like him. Where's my beer? Not saying drinking beer is wrong, but your priorities are fucked up. Your priorities are based on what you want and not what you're supposed to be doing here. Because everybody has a chart, everybody has an assignment. That's why they gave you the Bible with the Messiah. Soon as he was born, they said, let's look at his star chart. Let's follow his star. Because the star chart told him why he was here, where he would be at, and what he was supposed to be doing. These are facts. But people think I'm just making shit up. So they're going to find out the hard way. But the indictments are going to start being opened soon. Maybe right after the election or right before, who knows. And you're going to see a lot of these people y'all look up to, and you're going to find out what they're really about. So that's why this guy is stepping down. Not because he feels far from God and all that, because you would have stepped down a long time ago if you felt far from God. But you know them indictments is coming. And you trying to get the hell away from that situation before that stuff blow. And you best believe, he told me he feel, I tell you what, now all y'all got to do is check it, see if I'm lying. Okay, so he says he's stepping down from a mega church because he feel far from God. I tell you what he's going to do before he leave that church. I bet he going to get all his money. Any money he feel that church owe him, I bet he don't feel far from that though. All right. So Neptune is a deceiver, and Neptune is kind of responsible for all that. You know, all that fake religion, fake stuff. If you ever look at the Watchtower, it looks exactly like the Neptune. Look at the Watchtower wig. I did that one time. I put the whole thing up. It looks exactly, because they know they're lying. They gave you a fake Bible. But listen, if you brought a Porsche from me, right, and I pull up in some 1964 Volkswagen and say, yeah, this is what you ordered. So anytime anybody come to you with a fake ass Bible, you should know who wrote it. Oh, we can't tell you who wrote it. Huh? And then they tell you it's the same Bible you got. Okay, but when we read it, it's different. Let me read my verse. John 1:1. And the word was God. Let me read your John 1. And the word a God. Where'd you get the A from? Oh, well, you got to understand Hebrew. You got to understand the Greek language. No, I got to understand you people lying. Get off my porch. Get out of here. And I used to be one. I know what it's about. That's why I learned not to listen to these lying ass people. And I'm not just talking about that one religion. That's wherever you go. Your neighbor will shake your hand, look in your eyes, and lie to you. Oh, he's not home. Let me try to get over there and steal that out of his yard. So that's where you're at, whether you like to believe it or not. And anybody, if you say you really know if you really are in the legal situation, if you're really there, then you know I'm not lying. Because you got to see that anybody going through the legal situation or the court situation, you see this all the time. People will lie, put their hand on that Bible. Oh, I'm a pastor. I've been a pastor for 30 years. Oh, this is a mockery that you are. And then they find out they've been lying his whole life. Then he ain't got nothing to say once it's all found out. Then now you want to plead the fifth. I'm going to plead the fifth, Your Honor. So that's where you're at. Usually. Now, sometimes you have people that are exception of all of that. You know. And these should be role models. But overall, you see this all the time. All the time. So that Neptune is not only part of that deception, but Neptune also is a transmitter receiver. Neptune is responsible for your dreams. So I'm going to say it again. Wherever you have their 12th house is ruled by Neptune and Pisces. And wherever you have Pisces, whatever you got going on in the third house will be projected there as well. But it does control your dreams. Now, your Jupiter made it into the very next house, which is the 4th house. But I'm going to tell you something. Whenever it's that close, your Jupiter may have been in your 3rd house. Because it all depends on the time. But the Jupiter in the 3rd house, Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So Sagittarius rules the 9th house, which we'll talk about when we get there. But no, I can tell it is where your Jupiter is exactly where it probably should be. But if that Jupiter had been in that third house with Neptune, it will be affecting your 12th house. Now, Jupiter in the 12th house is your guardian angel, and he'll make sure you always got money no matter what. And your guardian angel will help you. It just hit 4:44 p.m. But in your case, your Jupiter just left the third house and went into the fourth house. But I know why. Because watch your ninth house. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See your ninth house? You see that Saturn retrograde with Vesta? Saturn retrograde is usually judgment. But now that's where it gets a little interesting. Because it's Saturn retrograde. I meant to say abuse, not judgment. But I said judgment because of the 20. See, and Saturn is karmic. Now, I'm not saying this is the case. But you may have done something. Because Saturn retrograde always means abuse. Either you're the abuser or being abused. But it could be in a past life you may have been the abusive one. And now in this life, that could be the case. So Jupiter, which is really like a type of guardian angel for you, because of what I said, Jupiter jumped into your fourth house of family to protect you. And that's also your true north node. Because you could tell you have abuse in your fourth house, which I believe you did mention. But I also told you a lot of earth angels get abused. My father was probably a beast. He's brutal. He's beating everybody. My mother, my older sister, and me. The younger sister was his favorite, so he ain't really beat her up. But it all happens for a reason, and these are soul families too. A lot of times you see Scorpio or you see the 8th house involved and all that with the 4th house. But now you also see your true north node, and you see the number 22 again. So your twin flame, the 22, he may also have that energy, that abusive energy, one way or another. So that's why I say for your own protection, I hope you listen to what I'm telling you. You have to find a way to calm it down, and it's not fully your fault. But now that you're aware of it, this is why you don't want bubblegum astrology, because see your hyperness can get your ass kicked. Like I tell women like it is, and they get mad. Like some of them appreciate it, some of them get mad. But whenever they're in a violent situation, I make it very personal, because I get sick of reading the news and another woman has been raped or another woman has been beat up. There are things you have to do to be careful of it. Because like, right now on Yahoo News, this was in the city. So this man he was either high or demonized. But he was in the city and he was walking up to people trying to scare him and stuff. But usually in the city, people already know, so they just try to get away from you. They don't run, but they just try to get around you. But he was really trying to go up on him and all that. So one female came by him, and I think she's a teenager. So he tried to do something to her, like yelling, "I'm gonna get you." I'm not. So she just moved away from him. Then he swung, and she kind of ducked, and then I think it was the same girl, because he was doing it to everybody. But either way, one of them, he literally started running after her. So when she saw that he wasn't gonna leave her alone, she started running. But then she ran out into the street and got hit by a car. And again, whenever this stuff happens, like I'm trying to tell y'all, today was brought to my attention that just like that female that was a redhead in 2007, that was training me in an accounting department, whatever. How now she reminds me of that female in 2005 that took me out to eat someplace in Freehold, New Jersey. I don't remember the name. But I never remembered that. Like all this time I never remembered that to today. But everything happens for a reason. Because I know for a fact I definitely have one of my guardian angel comes a lot as a white hair blonde. Because every time in my life when I've been in any type of difficulty, a white hair blonde always come and be like, "Oh, you need to jump? I'll get you." Like they come out of nowhere. This should always happen. Anytime my car break down, be like a white hair blonde and be like, "Oh, you need some help?" But even when I was little, she was the same age as me. We was both like 13, and we was outside for gym, and this white girl came up to me with blonde hair, and she said, "You gonna be a preacher?" I said, "Huh? I'm just a little ass kid. I'm 13 years old." She said, "You gonna be a preacher?" So why did she say that? That was crazy, but she was right. Then One time, now where I used to work at in that same area with that redhead, because I used to always go to a fast food restaurant and eat every morning. And I was in there one day, and some white lady came in there, and I used to sit in the back because that's where the speaker was at. And they played real good music, and I was reading the Bible, sitting there, and this white lady came in. And she got out because I had a broken down beat up car like she did, and she pulled up in a broken down beat up car. And when she came in the fast food place, she just looked at me, and then she just started dancing in front of me and shit. Like, it was dancing in front of, like, that's good. But crazy shit like that be happening to me all the time. So to me, it was normal. But it still was crazy. Like, what are you? I don't know you, lady. What is it? So she went and got her food, and then when she came back to me, she just started talking to me about the Bible and stuff. Then another time I went to get this job, and where I went, it was like all white people. And like, so I was just driving around. It was my first time in that township. So I was trying to get to know the town. I was just driving around before I had to go to start my first day at that job. And when I was driving, something said to me. They said it's a girl, it's a female in that park. It was an empty park, but they told me it was a female. And usually when they say it, it'd be true. And when I looked, it was a white girl, but she was with like a black dude and shit. And they was in that park. It was just them two in that big ass park by themselves and shit. And then another time was my birthday. It was me, my younger sister, her husband. So we went to Asbury Park, New Jersey, and we was in this hotel that's down there because they have live bands and shit. So one person had went into the bathroom. So the other two, me and the other person, was standing outside waiting, outside, in the hallway or whatever, waiting for them to come out the bathroom. So another blonde haired white lady came in, and she walked past. She looked at me, and she kept walking. Then she came back. She said, "Hey, there's a preacher in here and shit." I said, "What the fuck? Like, how do they know it?" So she just looked at me, and I don't know. I just had on like a black shirt. I mean, I can say that they probably thought you was Catholic. Well, it's like a typical black shirt and shit. Like, but she just looked at me and said, "Hey, there's a preacher in here." And she said, "Damn, maybe I go some white blonde be telling me I'm some spiritual shit." And now that I look at it, maybe the red hair blonde is more like the mystical shit. Because I know even with the like the prophecy is that there's going to be a red haired heifer that has to be connected. I'm not calling women heifer, but this is a prophecy. There's a red haired heifer that has to be sacrificed before the coming again or some shit. Because I never thought about that till today, but that came across like that, and I'm sure it's a reason for it. Plus, the color I'm associated with is red and black, and God's been showing me that color a lot. And in just 3 days, like I didn't know where I live at. It used to be all what y'all call Indians, and I never knew that. But now I just got this awakening now because all these people are waking up because the matrix is about to go down. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I feel sorry for anybody that's on some bubblegum astrology shit. Because you're about to go back to the universe, and if you're out of harmony, if you want that's the enemy. Bubblegum astrology is some fake selfish shit. You gotta really be in touch with this, and that's why I'm trying to tell y'all, your savior is associated with astrology because they couldn't have found him without the star. You can't have no faith. What if they had followed the fake star? They would have never got to him. So that means you ain't got no salvation. Like y'all, that's why I wish y'all spend more time studying instead of less time wanting to be a little kid when you ain't a little kid no more. A lot of y'all look grown ass adults. Because there's going to be a price to pay for all of it. And that's why right now we getting ready to talk about Saturn. Just like I told you. And that's why when he was born, like they said December 25th, that's the celebration of the Saturnalia. But he's like the lawgiver and the law enforcer. And in the Bible they say Satan. Because if you break the law, you go to hell with Satan. All this shit is real. Like people and they want to pick and choose what they choose to believe. Who the hell are you to pick and choose? You're nobody. You're just like me, just a human on planet Earth. That's just fucking arrogance. But the bottom line is, you got all this freedom and you really believe it. But that's it. It ain't nothing free. You ain't free, ain't nothing free. You pay taxes, right? Then you ain't free. Because if you don't pay them taxes, you're going to see somebody sooner. Yeah, it's going to be locked the fuck up. You're going to be going through the court system. So listen, this is all in the 9th house, right? Just like my Saturn retrograde is in the 9th house. So this is universal law. Because the 9th house is about higher law, like universal law, or higher courts, like a federal court and stuff like that. So when we get to the 9th house, we really got to look at that too. but just not yet. And then you got the 16 degrees and 32. But see, that's 16 times 2. Why? Because they're talking about you and your twin. 16 plus 16 is 32. So now, the reason why you have Sagittarius, which rules the 9th house, which is higher law, higher education, people who have class, it's a little bit like Venus, because you could be dealing with art and philosophy and beauty, religion, travel, long distance. But somebody might say, well, I thought you said the 3rd house was short distance because it's Gemini. True. But she has Sagittarius there, which is also your higher self. Now, your higher self is when you and your twin come back together. That's why she has... Give me 1 second. I want to make sure. So she has Juno. So Juno is a person you're going to be in a serious relationship with, which can be your twin. But it's very karmic. You keep seeing a lot of Saturn, a lot of 21. 21 is a world card, which is Saturn energy. Very karmic. A lot of judgment. What I'm trying to tell you is the experience she goes through causes maturity for either her twin. Like I said, because it's see, Juno in Sagittarius, that's telling you she's going to have some type of situation with a person that's either Sagittarius or Gemini. So that's a journey that causes the maturity. But it's also going to be, like, remember, Sagittarius works on you internally. Because that's the Temperance card. And that's about internal change. And that's card number 14. And that's why you got the 3, 14. Even though that's what Neptune. That's Neptune, right? Yeah. So that's in your 3rd house. And in your Lilith, I said 21 Lilith. And your Juno, that's with Scorpio. Alright. It's just so close together. Alright, so yeah. So in your 3rd house, the only thing you really have in your 3rd house is planet Neptune. But still, that's psychic. Like, that's a person that's connected to Sag all out in the universe. But I think you're connected to all them planets. Like, I think they all communicate with you. Like, you may even think about writing. You may think about writing because you got all those planets. Like, you got the majority of them planets in your you got a lot of stuff in your 1st house. So in some ways, you could be a spokesperson for all of them. And like, you got to be careful because sometimes it's deception, but not all the time. I don't think all of it, but you just got to be careful. Like, when you have something like this, you just got to be careful, and you have to have people who can help you, like people that are experienced with stelliums and shit like that. Like, I mean, deep shit. I'm talking about real shit. Cause last night I watched an interview with this guy. He was like really dark at one time in his life, and they said when people try to talk to you about that, what do you do? He said, I just make a joke and I change the conversation because I don't want to go back to that time. But he'll never get healing though. So that's the type of person that could launch out and kill somebody. If I think he's probably already done it. I think he's probably already murdered people and shit because he does like really dark gangster music and shit. So he needs to come. But a lot of them, like I said, when you really a gangster, you ain't trying to talk about shit because you already know what's gonna happen. Your ass gonna get locked up. All right. So that's pretty much your 3rd. But see, when your 3rd house, we definitely got to go directly into your 9th house because they oppose each other, but sometimes when it's opposition, they still work together. And really, from God's viewpoint, in an ideal sense, the feminine represents the darkness, where all life came from, the sacred divine womb, and the male represents the light. But there's always going to be a difference. But in God's eyes, it'll complement each other. But unfortunately, it really doesn't. Like, if you're like a squeaky clean type of guy, and your woman is like, nah, I like to go out. You know, I'm a night woman. I'm a night person or whatever. And you ain't gonna want that. Like, you gonna be like, nah. So it doesn't. Even though they compliment in the sense that she's nothing like him. You know what I'm saying? It is a compliment in the sense that she's nothing like him. So you get a fuller picture of everything. Because she wants to swing, she wants to go out. He wants that traditional shit. Just like when you put the Bible together, you got the Old Testament, but the Old Testament was like, if you break my law, you're gonna die. You better go kill an animal. I should be killing you. You better go kill that animal. But when you go to the New Testament, it's like, oh, I love you. It's okay. Sin no more. Your sins are forgiven. You know, so they really, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. One represents the darkness, the divine womb. That's the Old Testament. And the New Testament represents that light that came out of that darkness. So they complement each other, but they really don't complement. Even if you read John chapter 1, it says that the light didn't comprehend the darkness and stuff. And they still don't. But they kind of work together, but one represents one age and then one represents another age. And then I heard a guy tell you that's why he said that's why you have a Holy Bible, you have a Quran. He said in a new world you're gonna have a different Bible, a different book. So we'll see. All right. So now Gemini in the ninth house, because remember that it's still about publishing. Both the third house and the ninth house is about publishing. Now, some people say when you have Vesta, because that asteroid is Vesta, they say when you have Vesta, that could be a scandalous person that'll do anything to get what they want. And if you remember, I told you all about that woman, because she eventually did get it. And she told you from the door, I have an agenda, blah, blah, blah. And she eventually did put herself in a position to get it. And both her husband, he sings too. He makes a lot of music. And then she sings, so they make music together. And then, so when you turn on that channel, you see a whole lot of people selling you their so-called Christian music. And maybe it is. I'm not saying that it's not. But I'm also saying it's a good way to make a lot of money. I'm not going to leave that out. And somebody might say, well, what's wrong with that? Well, just make sure you're not making money. Just make sure that you're making money is not more important than the doctrine that's really in this Holy Scriptures. That's where I have a problem. Because I know what the Bible teaches. And it's not, and everybody with a Bible can be right, and every church on the block can be right. Somebody's teaching some wrong stuff. So you got to be careful. Especially since the person they claim to worship warned them that if you teach any wrong stuff, you could be burned. He said it, not Gary. He said it. You'll be burned in hell for eternity. And that's what the book of Revelation is all about. Verses 1, 2, and 3. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 is all about false doctrine. So you got to be careful. But that's what's going to happen when you see money more than you see the truth. So that's a danger. But anyway, ninth house. So you see the abuse, the abuser with Saturn retrograde. But Vesta is trying to help you, just like Jupiter is trying to help you. Because if it wasn't for this abusive... See, Saturn rules Capricorn. But remember, Capricorn and Saturn are all karma. This is past life stuff. So it is kind of like saying that maybe in a past life, you were abusive and now you're being abused. Or they're trying to tell you that it's the same energy from a past life that's now in this life for you. But whenever you have like Capricorn in the fourth house, that's supposed to be family. It's teenage to adult education, land, property, or real estate, health, the heart. Imam Kweli, that's whoever raised you when you were young in a mother position. Whoever was a mother when you were young. Imam Kweli. And going into your fourth house, it's 22. So your twin flame is definitely there. Because you'll see your twin flame sometime at your ascendant. Definitely at your true north node. And I already told you this was karmic and legal. Because at your Mercury, there's 25 degrees and then it'll go to 22. And I already told you how Saturn. See, Saturn will be like he could be like the lawgiver. He could be like the law enforcer. But Saturn could also be the judge. And if this was a religious natal chart, it could be like your priest, or even really your pope or your pastor. Anybody in authority. Could also be a political. Could be your boss. But either way, it's abusive. So your fourth house could be career, because Capricorn rules the 10th house of career and reputation. And so you even got medium coeli, and then your 10th house, there goes Cancer again. So your 10th house and 4th house are kind of simultaneously working together. But I told you, like some people do work from their home, or if it's a lot of lawyers or legal people take a lot of their work home. But it's your true north node. But at the end of it, it's all karmic. Because in this life, they want you to address whatever abuse you either were victimized by in a past life, or that you may have caused in a past life. So you're making money because of it, Jupiter, but Jupiter is also there. But see, Jupiter might be there like I told you, because you're owed money. And I told you earlier, I said you might be getting money in this life from either some past life stuff or some stuff that went down with other people in this life. And that's what you see. And your Jupiter is 1 degree and 9 minutes. Well, 9 would be the Virgo card. And that takes you to your 12th house. There's Virgo. But Virgo, number 9 is a hermit card. And this is a person that has enlightenment, but he keeps it to himself. He has his own light. He'll go out in public, even though he's like a hermit. But he will go out in public, but he just has his own way of looking at light. So a hermit will sit down and go, oh yeah, he'll act like he's agreeing, but he's not. He's just playing a role because he already knows what he's going to do. But that's Virgo energy. And that's where your Venus is at. So Vesta is a priestess, and ironically, Vesta works with Virgo. Virgo's like the high priestess, and Vesta's like her priest, her protege. So the implication that's been, because the 12th house is about secrets also. So the implication is about, because this guy is so abusive, you have to go into that. Because if you know anything about Vesta, she's a priestess. They used to really rape them. Vesta represents these priestesses that were getting raped, violated. And like I said, any form of physicality is wrong, whether it's rape or not. It's still physical violence. That's like if you're a female and you say no and a guy takes it anyway, even if he didn't use a whole lot of force, that's still physical. That's still rape. That's still violent rape. No is no. And I said this is the third chart that has come past this week. I told you they come in batches, and if I'm not mistaken, all those charts should still be visible on the channel, Archangel channel. And remember, there's somebody out here calling himself Archangel Revelation now, but I don't have nothing to do with that person. So make sure you don't send that person anything, because they're just stealing my name. The full name is Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. But before, all you had to do was type like Archangel Revel, and it would come up Revelation. But now she took that, so she might come up. But I don't even know her. People, but they steal everything, though. Like everything. Like last night, this is no lie. Now, right before I went to bed, I went to a prayer website and went to say prayer. You know, do a prayer because I posted online, and somebody took one of my prayers. It definitely wasn't me. I didn't post no prayers. So this person actually took one of my prayers, like the way I write, because I write like anybody that does business when you see how I write. So that's how I know it was mine. I said, now they stealing my prayer. Like one day I came, I hadn't done no music. I got a bass guitar. I'm so busy I never get to do no music. So one day, like the archangels kept saying, you gotta relax. You gotta relax. You gotta relax. You know, just do your music. You know, just have fun with it. Don't be serious, because then you're missing the point. Because that's what I mean about Capricorn, is too seriously. And she's got that Capricorn right there. Too serious. Too cold. Too serious. So just be goofy. Get your Leo on. Get your Leo on. Maybe Gemini, creativity. You know, just have some fun. So that's what I do. So I went on Reverb Nation, made my channel, made up a name. Within 7 days, somebody stole that name and put it on YouTube. And I can prove it because you saw when they changed it. At the same time I come out with that name, he's changing his channel to my name and shit. Like, in the real world, these people would get killed. Because I don't play, don't steal from me. So I was pissed off, and then that's what I'm talking about. Same thing I'm trying to tell you about being naive. Because once they get it, it's going to be hard to get it back. And people are going to be looking at you like you the crook, when they the crook. So, right now, in your 4th house, 9th house, and 12th house, which is all about karma and endings, especially when you got Capricorn in your 4th house, it's going to be about karma. So you see this attempt to try to protect you. Now your Venus is 1 degree. That is the Gemini card, which is the Magician. So that's also about deception as well. Because the Gemini card, the Magician, makes you believe things. He's a magician. He makes you believe what's real and what's not. Oh, he just cut off his hand. Oh, he just pulled that rabbit out of that hat. Oh, he just got in that box and they put 12 swords through it. But he's still alive. So you know that's illusions and shit. So you see how abuse and deception is associated with your love side. But also that number 3 is really Gemini energy. And that's also like immature. But they may that's naivety though, because you may still believe it. Because most women do, not all of them, but most women do believe that garbage. Won't give a nerd a chance, but you damn sure believe that garbage coming from somebody else. So that's what you got going on so far, and it was abusive. So we're gonna do some clarity. We're gonna do some clarity on your 4th house, your 9th house, and your 12th house. And we're getting closer and closer to concluding with this, and then I'll be back because we have two other charts, but there'll be a different video. But like I said, I'm gonna repeat something I kind of said earlier. When you have a natal chart like that, when somebody's going too fast ahead, you have to be able to be humble to listen. Because if not, as a person speaking, you're already, oh, that's not true, that didn't happen, and you're not listening. When it may be true, and it did happen, you just don't remember, or whatever the hell is going on, or it didn't happen yet. You understand? So you have to really have that. Because otherwise, like I said, it's just gonna be another natal chart that's given out, and the person's already made their decision. And I see that a lot, believe it or not. I see that a lot. So believe me, the universe is gonna be right. And I'm not saying everything I say, because I know that's not true either. I'm not saying everything I say is gonna be correct, right, and exact. But I know I've done enough of these charts to tell you they're pretty much accurate. It is what it is. You have to just humble yourself a little bit, and you also got to get past immaturity. And you see a lot of that with the numerology on your chart. You see a lot of immaturity. So you got to get past that. Because otherwise, like I said, if you don't do it, you're gonna put yourself into a circle, all the stuff going on and on and on. And some people like drama. Like I know that for a fact. Some people love the drama. They wouldn't want to be alive without it. So to each his own. I don't particularly like it. I've been here a long time, so I've seen enough drama. I would love to see more mature people, more real shit. You know, not all this little kitty shit. It's sad. It's kind of sad. And what they don't realize is God is going to judge all that. And they don't even believe that. They so immature, they don't even believe that God going to judge. No, he's going to judge all that. So it is what it is. So just keep that in mind when you get your chart or whatever. That's what you should be looking at. The mistake people make is right away they're looking at, because that I told you I had a lot of trouble with the Libras and Scorpios. That's what the Scorpio said. But the Scorpio had always been a problem. So I finally had to put that person in that place, because they had really been a problem. This went on for a long ass time, and I finally got sick of it. This person was on some crazy shit, and I finally had to tell that person, listen. So they were like, oh no, you know, they was arguing about this, arguing about that. Then instead of them listening to the reading, they just was talking about the other person. Now, just like you're gonna see me do with this chart, everybody's gonna get their time and everybody's gonna be talked about. That's what I'm paid for. Alright? So then they went to argue. So then but that Scorpio was always arguing. Always arguing. But that's power struggle. That's Scorpio. And they was talking crazy. So that person ain't gonna listen no matter what you say. And no matter what you say, they're gonna come back with some bullshit. So it just got to the point where I just had to check them, like, nah, we're not gonna keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna keep playing games. You may want to be at a point, and I basically said that to him. I said you make a choice to be at a certain point in your life. That's not like, I've been abused too, but I never use that as an excuse. And I know it's different. But I got bullied like it. most of y'all would never be hit like he hit me, and it was continual. And them beatdowns was not based on no facts. Just a crazy sister lying about everything, and then a crazy father knows she lying, but he gonna come and beat me up anyway. So I know about white supremacy. First person ever called me a nigga was my mother. So I know about dysfunctional family. I know about crazy shit. I know about the result of white supremacy and slavery and how it's still affecting the people, even though they're trying to act like it's not. Like I know it. Just like your chart, I'm sure it's going to be on your chart because of what you're into. You're in this matrix. So you have to be strong enough to stand up throughout the bullshit. But like that's why when I hear certain, I'm not gonna say no names, but I hear certain people talk and I understand what he's saying because the dude is just like me. That's why they lie on this dude all the time. They've been trying to bring this dude down for the longest because they hate him because he represents what they don't want to see. A man that ain't afraid of you and a man that's gonna keep coming no matter what you do. That's what he is. And I had that same energy. So I already know how it goes down. So people have to make that mature decision to grow up and deal with it. And most people won't because it's easier to blame me or blame somebody else and keep on talking crazy. But like I said, do that on your time. Don't do that on my time because my time is sacred. Every second is sacred. Every second is an opportunity. And I don't play games. That's why I still don't play. And I'm not going to play games. That's why I said, unfortunately, I understand the universe. And unfortunately, my twin was just very, very immature. But I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not gonna be with somebody and then the shit it's gonna fumble and burn because it never was real. That's that Neptune inception and number threes and all that shit. That little childish shit. Third house and all that. That's childish. That shit gonna burn because it never was built on real shit. Even if they say, "Oh no, I really wanted you didn't want it to work." And I done seen that 100 billion times since I've been on the planet, so I don't do that no more. So that's why I say, even if it did, you could have been no, bro. How many times am I gonna keep on being whatever, and it's still gonna burn? It's gonna burn because people are immature. That's why it burns. That's why other people get together and they be together for you. Like they got problems, but they be together. There's a difference because no matter who you are, we're not perfect. We're gonna have problems, but there's a difference between people that really want an LTR, a long-term relationship, and people that just talk that crazy talk, but they just don't really want it. Like I said, like that stalker, she was just out there. So even though she did everything, call you all the time, you get home from work, she out parked in the car waiting, all that shit. That shit may have looked like, well, obviously she wants something. Nah, she was just like, I'm sorry, but she's like nutty, like a nut job. So you're not gonna have that. You know what I'm saying? And when you have been through some shit, the best thing you can do for yourself is try to get the help you need. And you would be surprised how it's people out there that will try to help you and it don't cost a whole lot. Some of that shit is free depending on whatever. Some stuff you just gotta look into. So we are about to finish this particular video. But like I'm saying, what helps people, you just gotta get past immaturity. An immature person wants everything their way. That's what I'm saying. So you can go through a situation and y'all could deal with it. But that's the difference when people actually deal with it. And that's why I'm glad she got a good Mercury. Her Mercury's real good, but that's communication. So you gotta want to deal with it, but you just can't think like especially with a Libra. A Libra go like a lot of females do that. They say, "Oh, the man. Well, if he really loved me, he should know," and all that. And like a lot of females be like, "Well, I shouldn't have to tell him he should know." So y'all putting all these hurdles in front of people. Now, in a way, that's kind of true. Sometimes a man should know, but sometimes you might not. And then sometimes y'all do a lot of stuff that makes it hard for a person to even understand what y'all talking about or what's going on. So when you go into a situation looking for a reason to fight, that's what you eventually gonna get. And somebody might, like I told you, somebody might put up with that at first in the beginning, but after a while, like me, I've done this shit over and over again. I could already tell you, you know what I'm saying? And it's not something that even it's not something I fantasize or think about no more. It's not that important because I've seen it too many times. It's just too many hurdles in third dimensional that leave shit fucked up. Where all you got to do is just be mature and deal with shit. And what you don't understand is it may seem rigid at first because you want to feel all this love and all this touching and all this sexual shit and all this stuff. So, but that don't last. It never do. And then you do all that with that person, and all of a sudden, either one of y'all or both of y'all, now you're doing it with somebody else, which I think is disgusting. I don't want my mouth all in. I don't know where that mouth been. You know what I'm saying? That's and all these germs and all this stuff out here, like real talk, but nobody talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's how you know you being set up for something worse, because don't nobody talk about the shit I'm talking about, even though it's going on all the time. So you got to get too mature people. That's why I said about when y'all do that the longer way, the old school way, but it was more talk, more that, and just try to work through shit. Because that's how somebody really become your best friend, when y'all actually really talk. Y'all don't kiss and fuck your way through everything, because that ain't gonna last anyway. Take it from somebody that did it that way. And I'm studying all these people out here now. All right, so we're gonna look at a couple. So like I said, Capricorn in fourth house. Capricorn rules the 10th house. Is business, career, reputation. So that might be some type of home business. And remember, your fourth house can be the house you were born into, your family that you were born out of, but it could also be your older adult family. Could also represent that fourth house. But whichever one it is business. It was kind of cold for Capricorn and like business minded. And a lot of times those houses have abuse, because they can be like, they're worrying about what other people think, they're trying to hide stuff, or can you like really be cold, and that's just easy to either physically abuse or sexually abuse, or both. And that is her true north node with that 22. Now, the major arcana and tarot cards go from 0 degrees to 21 degrees. 22 degrees could mean a reset, some type of restart. But I know for a fact, I just tell you that it's a twin flame number, because it's the 1111. Now what I'm going to try to do is a couple of things. We'll see. All right. So the reason why I said that, because somebody might say, well, you only go up to a certain number. You don't ever do like the 30s and stuff. Very rarely. Very rarely. Whenever you see me do, it'll be the whole number, like what I'm trying to do right now. Because otherwise, I deal with the major arcanas of the tarot cards, number 0 degrees to 21 degrees. And it depends on what those other numbers, like 30 and up or whatever. It depends on where they're at on the chart. So whatever house they're in or planet they're in, that would determine whether you go higher or not. With this delivery, the people I'm dealing with, they don't use like FedEx or something you can track. You can't track them. and you just don't want stuff to be outside or whatever. But no, you don't know when they're coming. They just, oh, it's been shipped, but they don't tell you nothing. But that's how they do business, and it is. And nobody's really complaining, so I guess it works out. I've used them before. You just got to keep an eye out. Once they tell you it's been shipped, you just got to keep an eye out. Like, it's shipped. Might take up to 5 or more days or whatever. And there's no way to track. Never was. All right. All right. So one of these numbers I wanted to look up is not on it. I was gonna look at 2 locations. Well, one not. But it's obviously that your true north node is definitely 20, twin flames with that 22 number. And also that horseshoe is what's called the true north node, and that's in your 4th house. To count your houses, you start with Libra. Your AC, that's your 1st house. 2, and go counterclockwise. 2, 3, 4. So you got Capricorn. And Jupiter is in that house to protect you from abuse. And somebody might say, well, I got abused and I don't feel like I was protected, but you was, because it could have been a lot worse. Because I know, like I said, the way my father was hitting me, I could have been killed. And he was crazy. And he wasn't, but he wasn't all a bad guy. It's this planet. Like if you really want to be honest, see, I talk that honest stuff. People ain't ready for it. They want to be in la la land and shit. Even though they cheating on each other and all the crazy stuff, people do. They don't want to talk about it. That's why I say go to church. You biggest hypocrites in the world. So I don't do that no more. But that's why I'm like you said. He said the Messiah said the truth will make you free. That's one thing you can hear in my voice. I honestly don't give a fuck. Like this is freedom to me. And I know like I don't get caught up in none of the silly shit. Cause like I said, like the last 2 weeks or whatever, because I do so much, I barely could almost move, and I had so many demands. I was like, "There's no way I'm not gonna be able to meet none of them demands and shit." And I just prayed, went to sleep. By the time I woke up, everything had changed. So this is metaphysical. You are in a matrix. They told you that in the movie Matrix. Like you choose to take all this shit seriously, and it's still going. It's still like don't get me wrong. It's beautiful when you can even make children or something. And maybe when you made those children, it was like a nice experience for that moment anyway. But then that shit turn it go ugly. You know what I'm saying? The shit go ugly, and then it's sad because even with these kids, sometimes the parents either can't maintain it or whatever. A lot of these children ended up dead and missing and stuff. So it's the planet. You can't act like it doesn't exist. But these people want to act like it don't exist. They just hope it don't happen to them. And that's a hell of a way to live. Because I care about everything. When my neighbor's house burnt down up the street, I felt sad. I was like, I felt guilty, like because his house burnt down on January the 1st of like 2012 or 2011. I don't remember which one, but I was just in my house because I heard all the noise, but I never looked outside. And then by the time I looked outside, the street was just packed with cops and fire trucks and sirens and a red light on and all the noise and shit. And I was just looking at that house and I felt so sad. And I felt like I could have did something to stop that and shit. So I could never live like, oh, I'm going to act. I see stuff, I'm going to act like it doesn't exist. Because you don't understand that's karmic. If you are aware of shit that's going on and you don't do shit about it, it's going to come back on you at some point. So, and the Jupiter is what? 1 degree, 9. Okay, we did that. So that Virgo energy, for whatever reason, and that Jupiter energy, and Jupiter rules over Sagittarius, it's actually trying to. I just got to be careful how I say that. Well, for a fact, the Virgo energy, I believe, is trying to protect you. I believe it. The Jupiter energy is kind of connected to that 9th house karma. But even in your ninth house, you see Vesta, and I know for a fact Vesta hates Saturn especially when he's abusive. So for me, like I've read it, like the experts say, when you see Saturn with Vesta, that's usually a sneaky person that'll do anything to get what they want, and that could be the truth in some cases or whatever. But I know for a fact when you see Vesta next to Saturn retrograde, who's abusive, she hates that because she's a priestess that got abused. And I told you he could be the priest. Like that Saturn retrograde could be any masculine energy that's in authority. So she's there to oppose him, and she will try to get his ass locked up. And remember, both Gemini and Sagittarius deal with publishing. So this is a person that's trying to, like, that's Vesta trying to expose somebody and make it be known publicly. And remember, like Capricorn don't want nobody to know shit about them. That's why I said everything happens for a reason. Whenever you deal with a spiritual person, let that person talk, because the universe is talking through that person. Just like I'm talking about that pastor that said he's all of a sudden he wants to step down, he don't feel close to God. Now you gonna blame God because you're a fucking pervert? You're gonna blame God because you're a pedophile? Why don't you just be a man? Why don't you say you're stepping down because you got some issues that you need to work out? So I don't feel close to God. No, you're a pervert, and it's gonna be found out when them indictments come open, and we gonna know that everybody gonna know that I told the truth, and anybody that doubted me was lying like always. It is what it is. I don't care. I've been doing this forever. So that happened for a reason. Because you can tell it's abusive man that you see on her chart, and it's coming out of the family house, the fourth house. He did care about career reputation. And it could have been an abusive woman. It could. But usually when it's Saturn, it's usually male energy. Whoever it is. Could be somebody's boyfriend. Could be the actual father. Could be anybody. But Jupiter came into the first house. Jupiter actually left the third house with Sagittarius that he rules over, and came into this person to protect them and to make sure they do have blessings and finances and stuff. Because you'll hear some people say, damn, I deserve this. My life was hell. And that's real. That's the truth. Because the universe actually, you see it on his chart. So Jupiter and Vesta are trying to expose this dude one way or another. And that's why all this is going on in the ninth house, which is ruled by Jupiter. And then the Hermit card is 9 degrees. That's always when it's number 9. So in this particular case on this chart, that's what that 9 or whatever is trying to catch this guy and make him pay for the abuse. And Gemini is communication. And Gemini, like if you have Gemini in the 10th house, that's a person who has part-time jobs, or he doesn't stay at a job very long. So again, remember Gemini and Vesta, which is Virgo energy, they both are ruled by planet Virgo. So they're trying to make it be over, short. And like I said, the 12th house is about reckoning, coming to grips with it. But it could also be about secrets, but you're supposed to bring those secrets out so that you can heal from them. So now we want to see 2035. I'm going to see if we have numerology for that. Nope. So since I didn't have neither one of those, I'm going to go to another website. Because this site I was on, he's really good. That's why I like using him. But it's just Gematria. Now we're going to go to gematrix.org. Now we're going to look at both those numbers. So now we're looking at number 2035. No, it's 20. Was it 2235? Well, let me just look. I gotta see where I'm going. 2035 is Saturn retrograde in the 9th house. 2035 World War. An absolute An utter and absolute bottom feeding, miserable parasite. But again, that's why I'm trying to tell you, a parasite can be anything. Anything or anyone who's leeching on to something else is a parasite. But like an abusive person, that's what they're doing because there's something wrong with them. Especially like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. If a person has a addiction of violence, say the person probably got evil spirits on them, and evil spirits are parasites too. But that's why I said, well, my father, he just looked at me and like he didn't know what he was getting himself into. So I'm going crazy. Him, you fuck with me, you don't even know. Like that was the worst thing he could have did, put his hands on me, because that went on for a little bit. And as soon as I got big, I handled my business. You know what I'm saying? I'm still like this family. I'm like the man. I've always been like the man of this family, and I'm like the leader. Even though you get a lot of crazy stuff from my younger sister talking crazy, but I always been like the father of this family because he didn't want to be the father, didn't want to be a man, so I had to become the man, and I had to put him in his place. So all that's real and truthful and documented. And then that karma I'm talking about, then he got killed. He got taken out by God on Christmas, like Christmas Eve. He was coming out of the hospital to celebrate Christmas Eve, and nobody wanted him to come home because he was always fucking our Christmases up. Now, he was a real nice guy. Like I said, I just don't want to get into the reason what drove him crazy. But maybe I'll get into it quick. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it just yet. But he was en route to come home, but he never made it. He died at the gas station. And it was funny because I still remember my little sister crying, saying, "I'm not ready for him to come home yet, because he fuck up our holiday." But I look back, see, to me, the shit funny to me. I'm a different dude. Like, we just see humor and shit that really ain't funny at all. Not just because that's how we make it. It's just, but it shit do be fun. Like this is what I'm saying. You on a planet where people are selling their souls for just a piece of shit house, dysfunctional family, shit like that. Like what the fuck? Like hold up. So that's why I be telling you, slow down, because you're gonna dive in hell. You're gonna dive in hell because you're just diving in with that naivety. And I probably used to be like you a long time ago. Never again, not on this planet. Like take it slow. Like after like I used to rap and I wrote a song in 2000 and I called it Drive Slowly. And that's what it was about. Like this is not the planet where you dive into anything, because it's always gonna be something. So that's what I'm trying to say. I see the plan. I see it basically as a setup, you know. And all you gotta do is read the news and how people compete with it. They say, "Oh, I don't have to listen to that. I'm just gonna think positive." I don't. And so that's denial, because everything's not positive. So you can't just go, "I'm just gonna think positive." And when you have people that say, "Well, I don't care what's going on in the world as long as it doesn't happen to my children or happen to me," but then that's why it's gonna happen to one of y'all, because you're acting like it's not happening. So this is nothing you can run away from. So 2035 would be a parasite. And then they're trying to tell you why, because this person probably got a demonic parasite or a devil in them, and that's why the person's a pervert, because they're called lustful spirits, or the reason why the person's a pervert or violent. And it's funny, it said 2035. It's more work than I thought. And if you look up the information for Saturn retrograde, that's exactly what they tell you, that it's the taskmaster. It makes you work very hard. So that's true. So now I'm going to go over here real quick and look at Saturn retrograde, because the key thing is abuse, but I want to give some of the reasons why it's abusive, because it's still past life stuff. Oh yeah, plus we got to talk about the legal stuff too. So Saturn retrograde is going to be a tough taskmaster. Tough taskmaster. So it makes you work harder, and it makes things take longer to get through. It's going to affect your actions and events occurring around you. You can't rush through in a Saturn retrograde. And it's funny because I know that's big with you. So it's kind of funny how the universe is doing that. Because they said don't rush to it. And this is what's going to happen. And then this is what you need to listen to. Because we already seen your chart. We already know all that stuff I said. I believe you're going to see some you're gonna see it some way, shape, or form. Like I definitely don't believe you're gonna go through your whole life and say, "Oh, that was a waste of my money. This guy's stupid. He just makes shit up." Because you can say all that shit, and then when it happened, you be like, "Damn, it did." It might be going on now. Point I'm making is this is what you really need to hear, and I'm getting ready to tell it to you. They're saying with a Saturn retrograde, you need not just in the ninth house, because that's the first thing a person will say. Well, just in the ninth house? No, your whole chart. Take time to breathe and do things right the first time. Now I'm at paganpast.com, retrograde planets, talking about Saturn retrograde. Because you're doing yourself a disservice by diving in and diving in. And I know even whenever anybody, a lot of people try to do that. And they say, oh yeah, let me tell you what's going on. And I'm like, no, I'm going to do your chart. I'm going to tell you what's on your chart. Because this is what you're trying to do. Even if you don't mean to, you're trying to control everything. So now you're going to tell, that's like, I go to my doctor, I go, hey, listen, I got a pain in my foot. Well, I did some research on the internet. Let me tell you what I think. He's a doctor. He already know this shit. You ain't the first person he ever talked to. So let him go in and figure it out. Then he might come back and ask you questions if he's trying to figure shit out or whatever. However, it's going to go down. But if you come in with already telling me what's happening, like I said, somebody might come in and say, listen, I want you to do me and my wife's natal chart. Yeah, she talks too much. Yeah, so in his mind, it's all her problem. But then when I might go on the chart, I might find out. Because I had a person from Britain do that. And she was one of them Capricornian type people. So she had me do this one of my earlier readings. She had me do it. She just thought her whole family was fucked up except for her. She was a snobby British woman. Snobby. And then when I did the charts, guess who was at fault? Her ass. Her ass. Not the kids, not the dad. Her ass was at fault. After I got done with the reading. Because she was a snob. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't take no advisories. I don't let me read and see what's going on. Because my job is to tell you the truth. I have a universal obligation. That's why I stay broke. Because I'm not going to come out here lying. And people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear me say some stupid shit. They want to hear what they want to hear. So that would be no. So that's why I say do it right the first time. What's on your chart? What's going on? Are you dealing with that? How are you dealing with that? How are you going to go forward from here on in without being naive or diving into shit where you're only going to get hurt? Just slow it down. Like I said, what happened with me and you? What happened? I was like, nah, this is too much like it was in the past, right? And I ended that termination. I ended that whatever communication, whatever you want to call it. But you understood that. That's how it works. Like if you meet a guy, if you let him know what's up, if he wants to pursue it, he gonna respect that. And that's one thing about men. They respect that. You may think they see a woman is always worrying about, oh, is he gonna like me? Is he not gonna like me? Like I was watching court TV and a judge said it. She said it to this female because the judge was like, you could see that this was going a bad way that you don't want it to go. Why didn't you just leave or tell him whatever? And she's like, no, Your Honor, because I didn't. And she said that's what our problem is as women. We always trying to please somebody. We always want trying to make somebody happy, and that's how we get ourselves in trouble. So that's what I'm trying to say. It can't always be about what he think and what he feel. Because this is what I'm saying. That's nice of you, but it should be more about, is this right? Like, is this right for me? Is this gonna be the right deal? Because if it's the right deal, he's not gonna go nowhere anyway. He's probably respect you more by telling him the truth. Y'all just got to twist it. Like it's a lot of vanity with y'all, and it's a lot of high sexuality with y'all. And there's a place for everything. Real talk, there's a place for everything. But me, the way I see it, if this dude don't respect who I am, fuck him. And I'm gonna say what I always say: is 8 million people on this planet. People get mad when I say that because they're obsessed, and these are people ready to sell their soul for a dream, hoping that this is gonna work out. And I'm telling you, it's usually not gonna work out. Nobody's gonna respect you if you're a coward. See, where I go, I'm respected. Because I'm telling people to their face. I've had bosses I had to curse out because they crossed that line. I still had a job and shit. Where I work at now, I came in with attitude. It wasn't his fault. It was my fault. I was just sick of racism in America. I said, fuck it. So I came in the door saying, this is not going to happen to me again. I really came in like that. I was just frustrated. I was like, this is not going to happen to me again. I just told that man. He just looked at me like I was crazy. I almost started crying in an interview and shit. I was like, I'm not going to go through this shit again. That's why I love God. I still got a job though, but no, he respects me though, because you know I'm real. Once they see that, oh, this guy's really serious. He's a real worker. They respect that. But at first, they just think, it's typical. Why is he doing that? He's doing that because he has initiative. Why is he back there by himself? Because nobody else will do the job, so he did it. But it's always got to be a wrong reason why. And if you're black, you got to be back there for a wrong reason and shit. And I got sick of it, so I was like, I'm not doing that no more. I was just miserable. I was like, I'm not taking that shit no more. But I needed to be that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You need to be that way sometime. So when you meet somebody and you let them know from the door, that's the best. Instead of trying to be all cute and sexy and all that, all you get mad, you objectify yourself, and then when he objectifies you, you get mad. Stop objectifying yourself. Just be like, this is what it is. You know, I'm not. I mean, you ain't got to be bitter or mean, but just get your point across. Like, I'm not gonna be disrespected. I'm not gonna be playing me. If we're gonna be in a real relationship, I should be able to reach you on your phone. Bottom line, like if you feel I shouldn't be able to reach you on your phone, it can't go further. How are we gonna have? If I'm looking for an LTR, which means long-term relationship for you people to be on websites dating, so if you're looking for LTR, then don't play them stupid ass games. Don't compromise. Don't do none of that shit. You ain't gotta be mean. You're just letting this person know I'm looking for something real, and no, I don't have time for that. And I bet you that person come back like, oh no, you know this is a real one. You understand what this one? This is a real one because they're really serious. This isn't a typical person that's gonna be playing all these childish ass games. Because that's why when you meet somebody, they're not willing to give up shit. Because they already gave it to somebody else and got screwed over. I done heard The Rock say it. I done heard John Cena say it. That's why John Cena and Nikki Bella fell out. Because John had got hurt by some female and he put Nikki through hell. I feel sorry for Nikki Bella, all the shit John Cena put her ass through. And then the best day of her life was supposed to be marriage, and he fucked that all up. Because he just kept on letting her know he ain't want to get married. And she finally said, you know what, I don't need you, and shit, and dropped his ass. Finally. So people are already messed up, and then when you meet them, you know, even if they may have been nice people, you'll never know. But either somebody hurt them or something, and now they messed up. And that's why I cut myself away from all that shit. I chill, and if I was talking to somebody, it's gonna be like run the door straight up from the door. And I know that'll fuck up other things, like it'll fuck up all the passion in the beginning, but all that comes back as time go by when y'all really get past that level. When y'all really realize this shit is real. Because otherwise, all you're going to have is a lot of sex and all that shit, and you're still going to have the same problems that people break up with. So what I'm trying to tell you is Saturn retrograde is there to teach you. Do it right the first time. Slow it down. Don't go diving into shit. Now, Saturn and Jupiter are social planets. And if you notice, Jupiter is really on your Saturn's ass. And so is Sagittarius. Because Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So you got a lot of Jupiter Sagittarius area that's fighting that abusive energy that's around you. So Saturn is going to slow everything down. Okay. So you might have issues with authority. Now listen to this. Working on legal matters, such as contracts or any legal matter, or deals might be delayed. Now this is the most important thing. And this thing about Saturn retrograde. Deadlines may be extended and you may find yourself working on things that you thought were already complete. So that's what you call universal magic. Because this is why I'm telling you this, because I know you mentioned something about the law, legal. So here you go. You're working on something, whatever it is, legal, court, whatever it is, and you think it's all done. Say, well, you know, it's all done because you like to jump into things, get it done. You jump in, it's all done. Say, well, okay, well, I know the court date's not for 2 more months. So let me just put this right here. I'll know where it's at. And a week or a couple of days before the court date, I'll pull it out and, just refresh my mind. But they say that when you pull that shit out, it ain't going to be done. Like, that's like universal magic. Like, the universe is going to fuck it up. So you're going to have to redo it anyway. And then you're going to be behind schedule because you have to rush and catch up. Or stuff that you didn't know you needed it, but then they tell you at the last minute, oh no, you need that too. But whatever it's going to be, anything you work on that's a court or legal matter, you're going to have to redo it. So that's that Saturn retrograde. So now that you know that, that's why I say the more you know, the more you can prepare for. You know to keep an eye on. Like I said, you see what I'm doing. Alarm keep going off. Now is that annoying? Yes, it is. But does it minimize all the bullshit and fuckery I've learned on this planet? Yes, it does. And that's why I said when you say that, you're at a different level because you already know all this shit. And then when you work for people and they watch you, they be like, yeah, he really is on a different level. This dude he's just different. Because you got to understand, I came in my job changing shit. But I was older. Like I said, where I work at is like retail and shit. So I'm older. And so I just came out and it took them a while to get used to me. But if I don't think it was wrong, like I don't just change anything. And a couple of times I asked and the guy said no. He's like, no, leave it. But you that come in, if something don't look right, I'll be like, no, I don't like that. and just started from my first day up in there. And it's not that I think I'm a know, it's just that I care. And I know how to do retail. I've been in that type of business my whole life. And when I first got there, they didn't care about how the floors look. They didn't care about shit. I took care of all that shit. And people think I do it because I want a position. No, I don't. I don't want manager. I like what I really love this stuff. But I like what I do. But I don't want to be in an atmosphere where it's just shitty. Because I would hate to work in the store. I would hate to walk in the store and the floors ain't done or shit's all in the way, can't get through. Because I'm not buying nothing from you. You don't give a fuck about me. How am I going to do business with you? So I don't do that. So you got to care. You got to move. You got to learn how to move the correct way, despite people not supporting. They're not going to support it because these people have been dumbed down. And they're mad because I tell them the truth. But you shouldn't want to be dumbed down. Because like I said, when that hits close to home because you were dumbed down, then now you're feeling a certain way. Then that's a person that's going to go through their whole life with a guilty conscience. Like when your child is off the hook and then something happens to your child, and now in the back of your mind, you may never admit it with your mouth, but at the back of the mind, you say, I should have been more, whatever, I should have been more. Well, you could have been more. You could be more now if you wanted to. So it's just the vibrations on this planet are just real low, and people don't want to really take that real responsibility. And then when they have to, when it's time to point fingers, now they want to still run away. They're just gonna always run. They're always gonna run from a guy like me. They're gonna run from anything telling the truth. Now, if I was out here doing the goofy stuff you see out here on this website or whatever, you would see all these people because it's some low energy, low childish stuff. So I'm trying to tell you, Saturn retrograde, that's why it's there. So it says if Saturn retrograde is on your chart, you may have always been in conflict with authority. But it says you may have felt persecuted by your boss or some type of upper management, or you may have abused your own authority. So either you were the abusive one or somebody was abusing you. Also, Saturn retrograde, like they said, is a real impatient person, which I did kind of see that. And it says also they have a problem with setting limits. Because see, Saturn sets limits. Saturn retrograde is the opposite. Whenever you see a retrograde, it's opposite. Now your true north node, that little horseshoe in your fourth house, is supposed to have a retro. So if your natal chart has a true north node, which is why you're here, your purpose, why you're here. If it has an aura, that's correct. If it's missing an aura, that means you have probably dysfunction in that area. It's either a typo or means you're going to have dysfunction. But yours is fine. Yours has that aura. That's the only thing on your natal chart that should really have an aura. Any other aura on your natal chart is an indication that there's something to examine and find out what's going on. So you see, a person with a Saturn retrograde may have a problem with limits, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean by stalking or aggression or any of that is wrong as well. So you really got to work on that. And then this is why this is the funny part though. Even though this person has all this energy, they say a person with a Saturn retrograde, they may have a problem, speaking up for themselves, and that therefore they get violated. And that could be through your boss, management, people taking advantage of you, people you're around, or if you really like a guy, so you don't want to make him mad, so you just do what he wants, which is the worst mistake you can do. Even Jay-Z did a song called "Soon You Understand." That was the only love song Jay-Z ever did, and it's called "Soon You Understand." And it's funny because he made that song when he was with The Rock. You would have thought a song like that would have been on his other album, the album where he dissed Nas. That was the album he was getting ready to retire or whatever. You would have thought that song would have been on that album, but it wasn't. He actually put that album on the same album when he was with The Rock, and that was like a hardcore rap group. But he has a song. That's the only slow song Jay-Z ever did, and it's called "Soon You'll Understand." And it's sweet though. It's real sweet. It's real romantic. But he's telling one of his friends' sisters that I can't get with you because I'm a player. I do all stuff, and you want a serious relationship. I can't give you that. Soon you'll understand. But he said if you're really nice to a guy, it's pimp or die. Like that's what he told a female, and that really is a code. So if you're a female and you think, oh, I'm gonna do this, do that, he's just gonna play you out. Unless he's more mature. I'm not saying every man is like that, but a lot of them are. So if you think about being a good girl or whatever, it's not. He's just gonna pimp you out. So you do have to have a personality. He does have to know what you will do, what you won't do, and you got to stand up for yourself. Got to be tough. Like my sister, my younger sister fight too. Last time, this was like 98. One of them times I was in Virginia, she used to go out with this thug. He was a Southern thug and shit. But see, me and him always got along because real see real and shit. But we came up in there one time. It was me and my mother came in there, and then him and her was fighting upstairs. So I had to go up there and shit. Because I know this dude could box. So he was knocking people out. He wasn't no punk. So I had to go up there and shit. Just looked at that dude like, yo, chill. But this is what I said to him, though. Because I know they're going to fight. Because my sister a drama queen. So I don't really care. They're going to fight whether I'm there or not. And I know how he thinking like a thug. A thug don't give a fuck. So I just looked at that dude and said, yo, man, chill. My mother downstairs and shit. Like, what's wrong with you and shit? But see, I was a real dude because when his mother came through, like, I don't think they got along with my mom, like my mom's and my older sister. So when his mother came through one time, it was my younger sister and his mother, but he wasn't there. And I didn't know who she was. I was like upstairs. And they could see, I said, well, who is she? She said, that's so-and-so's mother. I said, oh, that's his mother. And I got about hugged her and shit. You know? Because I try to stay away from them politics and shit. But I knew he was a real nigga, so I knew she, like, when you see a nigga like that, you know his mother is thorough. Like, that's a real thorough. So I already knew. But they was expecting me not to say nothing to her and shit. But I was like, nah. See, I was never with that funny stuff. I always been a stand up dude, like a real dude. I ain't never been with that funny stuff. So when I hooked her, it's like, yo. So that's why when I told him my mom's downstairs, chill, like y'all go fighting and shit. But he knew, he was cool. Like I said, real see real. But she don't take no shorts, and that's why I said through all the drama, they still together, and they still got the same love. Like I was with them on one of my more recent birthdays, and they were still flirting and still dating. Like we was out there like on the dance floor or whatever, and they were still flirting and dancing and stuff. I said, wow, to be married that long and still got that love for each other, it's incredible. So, but she ain't no punk. That's why I try to tell you, you just gotta get yourself together, and then you gotta move forward. That's it. You know, anything I'm saying out here, I know it's real because I got proof, I got facts to show it. I don't have time for that kitty stuff, back and forth arguing, all that silly shit and trying to change reality. You do that. And let's see how it works out for you. Like all these people out here on YouTube, they going from one person to another and all this silly stuff because you don't know how to plant yourself in one situation and make it grow. So as soon as something don't go your way, you doing some sneaky stuff, you know, and you're gonna smile on this person's face talking about I love you, but you kissing on this one and doing all kind of crazy stuff with that person. And then that's when somebody catch a disease or some shit for all that playing around, and then you're gonna get found out anyway. That's why I just told you, a pastor of a mega church, all of a sudden he want to step down. He's stepping down because he know whatever he did about to be found out, and he lying on God, and you gonna burn. Now you definitely gonna burn for that because you lying on God. You trying to make it seem like it's God's fault. It ain't God's fault if you don't feel close to God. God's right. I mean, He's everywhere. Like if you don't feel close to God, you need to find out what you need to do. If you believe in God and you don't feel close to God, that's not God's fault. You gotta learn. Like I said, it's a lot of power there. That's all I'm gonna say on that. So they say even in past lives you may have had abusive situation. Either you were the victim or the abuser. They say you may have been a prisoner, you may have been enslaved, or you may have been an abusive ruler. Now remember, you got a lot of Aries. Sometimes when you got a lot of Aries, that is a soldier or some type of revolutionary, like in a past life. And they say these type of people are very impatient, and they want the fast way or the easy way. So you gotta learn not to do that. I had a lawyer in 1997, I think it was, and he was having sent because later on, but he told me why like that because I had that lawyer, it worked out in my favor, and I didn't know, but this was God helping me because one time I had called his office and I needed a lawyer quick. I had called his office and like I think he was busy or some shit, so I just hung up the phone. And I called somebody else. So I was getting ready to set that up, and then he called me back. He like, you just called my office. I said, yeah, well, you was on the phone or whatever. I said, I need a lawyer and shit. So he started talking to me. He said, you need to work with me. And he started telling me why and shit. I was like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? He's like telling me why I need to work with him and shit. So I was like, oh shit. So I was like, yeah, all right, I'll work with you and shit. So so one thing he told me about me, he said one thing I like about you. He said you don't never bother me. He said you don't never tell me nothing about the case. He said you only tell me what I ask you to. He said you don't never try to dictate the situation like that. He said I don't have many clients like you. I like nah. I said I figured listen, you know what you're doing and shit. Like you can't do that. You got to be cool with that, cause they know what they doing. Like if All you gotta do is just make sure you picking. Like I said, I know I'm an expert. I don't care. And if it's a mistake, like I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I know I'm not none of these fake ass people out here with this bubblegum astrology. Cause you gotta understand they're gonna pay for that. Every last one of them, bro. You still in front of the universe. You can't just take your chart and make it what you want it to be. That's just still stupid to me. And all that sleeping around ain't cool either. If anybody doing it, that's gonna be judgment as well. These are just facts. These are universal facts. And the only reason why y'all don't know no better because y'all listening to a matrix that's a democracy. So they kind of tell you they certain words you use. It's called a verbal contract. And all this information is usually on YouTube. I done said a few people out here that are enlightening. If anybody was taking notes, you know where to go if you're any interested. But you could wake up if you wanted to. So it's not gonna be like when judgment do come, you're not gonna be able to say I didn't know. And even your government tell you that ignorance of the law is no exception. So you ain't no excuse you gonna make. All that running from your authority, running from your responsibility ain't gonna work at that time. And those are all solid facts. So now with that lawyer, my last judge was allegedly the meanest one because I had to go. This was like 1997. I had to go to four different courts, but the last judge was like the meanest one, and everybody warned me about him. He was the meanest one. It was only at that court that I saw the officer that arrested me. He never showed up at none of my other court cases, but he was at that one. So as soon as I seen him, I walked up to him and apologized. And then I seen that judge, and because of what the lawyer told me, like that judge, he gave me the lightest one. That was the one where I was supposed to get the knockout blow. Because people were saying to me, you got past them 3. You ain't gonna get past number 4. They were just saying that shit. Get ready. You ain't getting past number 4. So I know the power of God at the end of the day. And I'm telling you, when you listen, like I listen to him, when you listen, people know what they're talking about, you can only get better. It's only when you come with that silly shit. And I don't have no time for no silly shit because I'm not getting no money for no silly shit. And I'm wasting my time. Like, it is what it is. It's up to you to grow up and deal with it. Whoever I'm talking, I talk to everybody saying we talk to my sister, but that's why my sister's still married. My neighbor used to be over here all the time, so she used to study me. Me and her used to go out a little bit and shit like that. Me and her almost hooked up. That's like my next door neighbor and shit. So there's people all around me all the time that used to study me and shit. And I used to just watch them because they was always watching me and shit. And her sister don't mess with nobody. Like when we was like only 15, her sister like a year or something older than me. And like right before I was getting ready to graduate, her sister was like, "Yo, hang out with me, you know, because I ain't gonna see you no more." I didn't even know. I was like, "Why she want to hang out with me?" Because I'm thinking like a little kid and shit. And to this day, if I see her sit down, you talking decades. Her sister don't mess with none of these dudes. She married one of these dudes who live in the neighborhood, and everybody that know her say, "Oh, she mean." Like we go over there to see him, and she kick us out. She won't let us come over. No, but she know what y'all gonna do. Y'all gonna be smoking and all that shit. So she take authority and shit. Her mother don't take no shit either. Her and me and her mother get along real cool too, because we've been in a family in this neighborhood for decades. And so even whenever her sisters see me, she just stops. She'll come over and hug me and shit. And I ain't seen it, like I only see her like one time every like 10, 20, like 10, 15 years. But that's because they saw how I came up and shit. And I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I'm not gonna let nobody diminish shit. I don't play that. Like, you're not gonna take none from me. That's not yours to take. I don't give a fuck who you are. And whatever I'm telling you is for your benefit. Now you can play these dumbass matrix games if you want to, but this shit getting ready to come down. And that's why I gave you all names of people y'all need to be listening to. Get away from that fake news and all that bullshit. All they doing is playing with you. Like, did y'all ever read the book 1984 where everything was fake on the news? That's what tell eye vision, nigga. They telling you lies that affect your vision. They're not helping you become more spiritual. And even places you going that's supposed to help you be spiritual, they all corrupted and all kind of crazy shit. And that shit's gonna come out with them secret indictments. So, like I said, when you try to play the universe, you play yourself. When you try to play God, you play yourself. This is what Saturn retrograde is trying to say. So again, so you know all this stuff, and I already explained more about your Saturn retrograde. But you have to learn to hold yourself accountable. If anybody hurts you, you got to hold them accountable. That's why on my other videos that's talking about the same thing, it's saying whatever was done in the dark, you got to bring it in the light. But that's why you got that, your sun is 13 degrees, 20 minutes. 13 is Scorpio, and that rules the 8th house, which is the 8th house of mystery and darkness. And 20 is Pluto, and Pluto rules Scorpio. So they both rule the 8th house. So whenever you got the sun ruling over or connected with the 8th house, that's whatever's in the dark has to be brought out in the light to get proper healing. So Saturn retrograde is telling you to hold those people accountable, and that's why Vesta is there, because Vesta will put them in jail. Vesta actually represents isolation. Now let me tell you about Vesta. So I didn't know that. Like I do now, but at one time I didn't know that all those asteroids are feminine. So one Sunday I was up here studying, and I was beginning to be taught that all these asteroids are feminine and stuff like that. And then the universe was teaching me about Vesta. Now Vesta is anything that has to do with energy, like a priestess or a sexual priestess or a very sexual person, depending on where Vesta is on your chart. And Vesta also has anything to do with energy or heat. Now, at the moment I'm learning this, we start having strange stuff with our heater. Just starts acting up. So another person that was in this house started flipping out. But I knew what was going on, because I knew all that was confirmation. Because that was like the confirmation of Vesta. Because she's the furnace, she's the chimney, she's the heat. But she's also isolation. She's a prison cell. She's an elevator. She's a small room. That's all Vesta. So I told the person, don't worry. And I knew what it was, but I couldn't tell them what it was, because she would have thought I was crazy. So I was like, all right. So after a while, they were just trying to let me know, giving me confirmation. So I checked everything out, did the best I could, and it was a Sunday. So the person was like, do you want us to call emergency? But if they come over, if a repairman comes to your house on a Sunday for emergency, you gonna pay hundreds of dollars. So I was like, no, we should be okay. So then when the guy did come the very next day, the guy that came over was my older sister's boyfriend from back in the day. But see, Vesta works with Virgo energy. My mother's a Virgo, my sister's a Virgo, and my sister always shows up. Like, even though she's not here in the flesh no more, but she'll always show up. Or if anything's wrong with my mother, my sister always show up. And you see it through numerology, all kind of just, but it's who it is. So they're telling you have to learn how to speak up, like basically slow down, like I told you, and speak up, because that's how you get respect from a person. But all that rushing in and stuff, or not if you're afraid to tell somebody how you really feel or whatever, you're only it's gonna hurt you, because of that Saturn retrograde. And like I said, I told you, and they're saying the same thing I did. See, Molly Hall, she probably was speaking from her viewpoint when she said, "Oh, if you're a new moon, you might start something and don't finish it. So you got to get somebody else to finish it." And I told you, don't do that. That's what they're saying. They said Saturn retrograde, you got to learn how to do it, because that's one of your problems, is you think somebody else is supposed to get it. Now, don't get me wrong, getting guidance here and there, is nothing wrong with getting guidance here and there, but you still got to hold yourself accountable. And that's why I said that's the problem with too many people out here on YouTube or social media. They want to turn this into a conversation. How can it be a conversation when a person don't know nothing? Oh, I'm gonna leave a comment, but you're nobody. You don't know nothing. Why would I listen to you? That's why that's what happened to me in the 1980s when I was young and stupid, listening to all these people that were supposed to know. There wasn't nothing but a bunch of lying ass hypocrites. The same things that they are now, but now they're getting found out. Pedophiles and you name it. Cheating on their wives, cheating on their taxes. So why the hell am I listening to you telling me how to obey God when you don't obey God? That's stupid. So you got to have some common sense. So when you follow that advisory, that's how you get better. And like I said, I am the way I am because of abuse. Not just from my father, but from, like I said, elders in a religion, and just name it. And when I say elder, they didn't necessarily do anything sexually, but they were lying to me. They were giving me counsel that messed my life up. So that was abuse too. So now I don't do that. So that's why I talk the way I talk. It doesn't matter what these people say, because they're cowards. They're running. I could never. How are you going to respect somebody running? They're running because they want the easy way, and that's why it's never going to be easy. So what they're doing, they're taking everything and putting it in the carpet, putting it under the carpet, hiding it. And they don't realize that your 12th house is supposed to all come up so that you can expose it, work on it, and heal. But they don't do it that way. And that's what's going to eat them up in the end. That's why. So we go back to that word, what? Parasite. Because that's what a parasite is. So to me, that was very powerful. So that was your number 2035. All right, now another numerology we want to do is back to where your true north node is. 2230. Now, I'm just gonna look at what they're saying because that may. Well, I'll just wait to see what they say. First thing they said was Jesus of Nazareth reincarnation. That's interesting. That's 2230 Gematria. Then it said the hidden son Stephen James Dishon. Then it talks about Sidney Poitier is the great love of her life. Now this one says they tried to shove me into the pit. This one says humanity is worthless. And then it says you're living in a dream, silly. Jewelry addiction. Then it says Prince and Stevie Wonder. Now let me tell you about that one. Now Prince was a very mystical person. He too used to be a Jehovah's Witness. Well, he was a Jehovah's Witness, but before he was a Seventh Day Adventist. See what I'm saying? Everything I was just talking about Seventh Day because that's 3ABN. So Prince said his father was abusive, and that's one of the reasons why Prince was very weird. And then when Prince got to the record company, he was only like 19, so they was all the homosexuality stuff, taking an oath and all that. Now Stevie Wonder, Iman talks about Stevie Wonder. He says Stevie Wonder is a messenger, and he's connected to Bob Marley and also Haile Selassie. Then it says Moses wished to be as strong as a bull. Now earlier I was talking about the bull. Then they say this guy's name is a prophet, Stephen James Dishon. Now the funny thing is, I think that's the second time he mentioned that dude. He did. The hidden son, Stephen James Dishon. So they keep mentioning Stephen James Dishon with your True North node. And that's Steven. Stephen, not Stephen. Stephen. So this is Stephen. Give me a second. And he does have a book that says, get this now. He has a book that he just put on, whoever these people are, he just put this book online 9 minutes ago. It says Stephen James Dishon. I'm on YouTube. He just put this book out 9 minutes ago. It's called Tarot Cloth, The Mystery Explained. Whatever tarot cloth means. TERRALCROFT. Stephen James Dishon. Now he said a satanic beast king burned the Knights Templar at the stake. Now the reason why nobody really tells you why they say the Knight Templars were wicked or whatever, but the truth of the matter was the Knight Templars found out about the real people of God and they were helping them. They were helping the melanated people, and so when the Europeans found out about that, they were like, "Oh no, they gotta go." So they shamed them and executed all of them. And if you notice, the number 13 is connected to the Ninth Templars. The number 13 mystically is the number of the dark feminine, female, the dark Ma, the one I was talking about earlier. So I want to just try to find out who this guy is. Remember, his last name is Dishon because there's another one with Dix. Owen, but I don't know if they're the same person. This is my first time ever hearing about this person. I'm just trying to find out what the relevancy is. All right, y'all gotta just sit, because I hate this stupid ass thing, because the browser just went. So just give me a second to pull the browser back up. So bear with me, because I gotta type in a couple of things. Just give me a moment. See, whenever you see stuff like that happening, you see how long we've been out here. You had no problem like that. As soon as we got to this, a true north node, then all of a sudden now you got a problem like this. See, that's real. That's warfare. That's called spiritual warfare. It's not no coincidence. Like I had somebody else, some stuff started happening, but only with them. Like that day, I did like about 7 charts. No problem with no other chart, but her shit was, everything was fucking up. So that's spiritual warfare. It's not no accident or stupid shit like that. Because they're hoping you get frustrated and say, oh, fuck it. But that only makes me dig deeper. Like, what are you trying to hide? Because I'm just a born investigator. My favorite role model, like for people that haven't heard me say it, Inspector Lieutenant Columbo is my favorite role model. I feel he was the best investigator of all time. All right. Oh, and they even said, this is crazy. I put his name in and said Gematria. But y'all gotta understand, like, that's strange, because it don't have no connection to what I was already doing. This is totally different. Oh, because somebody put his name in and wanted the value of it. All right, somebody else was checking him out. So he's still talking about the Holy Grail. So I don't know if he's gonna be. I don't know. I'm gonna see if they have a Wikipedia for him. And I don't want to say. I know what he probably does, but I don't want to say it because I don't have any proof. So I don't like doing that. Because I need somebody. I need like proof online. You know, whoever he is. Well, I gave you the information if you want to dig deeper. And all you got to do is go to his YouTube channel if you want to know more. Because there's nothing saying who he is. You would have to go to his channel and look around and all that. But I know he appears to be some type of allegedly truth investigator or something like that. But that's connected to you in a way of why you're here. And we might learn more about it later. I don't know. So now we go back to where we were, retrograde planets. And then we are almost, I know I said that, but just things keep coming up. So what I'm getting from it is your this guy that's abusive to you, he may be into stuff like that. Like, you know, conspiracies and shit like that. And like you said, you've had people come to you and you've helped them understand, because all that's investigation. Even though it's metaphysical investigation, that's still investigation. But like one thing, a lot of stuff you could do, because we're starting to enter the age of metaphysics. So if you ever started writing or stuff like that, you might even have a character that does the type of work you have. You know, because more and more people are into that. They're not into the conventional religion because they know it's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, don't get, there's power there. There's definitely power there, but these people, like I said, just like on YouTube, they don't want the spiritual power. They just want it easy. They don't want to suffer. They don't want no patience. They don't want to believe that God will work it out. They gonna do it. Oh, if she won't be where I want her to be right now, I'm gonna go sleep with somebody else. So you gonna go sleep with somebody else, which means you have no fucking character. You don't have no fucking patience. Because I know I won't want to be with somebody that thinks like that. Because I mean, I've seen cases where guys working hard and stuff like that, and she's home. He's trying to protect her, but that's the worst mistake he made. Because he's home working his ass off, and she's home going, how do I know he's working? How do I know and shit? Well, you seem to know when he come home with that money, and you take the money. But now she's in the fucking his bed, got another in his house, fucking her, and he's coming home and some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Just because she thought he might be. So I done seen it all, bro. I done been on this planet too long, and I'm sure it's a lot of men that did that to women as well. I done seen it too much. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Different thing. So you gotta learn how to trust the universe, work out in the universe, and take that shit to God or whoever, or find out whatever your reading is advising you, whatever you're trying to do. But all that working out on your own, what you think, it ain't gonna work because you're not the universe. I mean, you might be from the universe, but you're not the decision maker right now. Like I say, if you look at it from a spiritual aspect, when Messiah came down, he was just a human. Like he wasn't making the same big decisions that he was making when he was up there. And you could see many times in the scriptures when he kind of paused. Even I was listening to him talking to Pontius Pilate on a YouTube channel, and see at that moment in time, Pontius Pilate was in authority. So Pontius Pilate was talking to Jesus like he wasn't like, what did you do? Like, how can you ask God what he did? Like, but Jesus had to submit to that. If I'm just saying, if I'm looking at this from spiritually right now, if you believe, I'm not saying whether you should believe, don't believe it, that's your business. But I'm just saying, if you look at it from a spiritual, even he was God, he had to come down, get smacked around and spit on and shit. So when you're down here in this body, you got to remember that, and that's why a lot of people can't humble themselves because they still want to be God above. Right now, you're down in this body, you're going through the experience. You got to humble yourself. All right. So yeah, we're looking at the 2230. So let's get that back. This thing is just being a pain. All right, come on, come on. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. It just came to my head. Because that's why the browser went down. Because right now I'm looking at this scene with these black rocks. Now, I was telling people about twin flames, which is going to heat up after tomorrow. Then that full moon is tomorrow. And it was Jeannie and Major Nelson. Now, if y'all don't know who that is, it's I Dream of Jeannie. So I was being taught that they were the original twin flames as far as entertainment is concerned, as far as, teaching the people about twin flames. And Jeannie was on the beach because that's what it all started with when he met Jeannie, and it was those black rocks. And now I'm looking at the same scene again. But then it came to my head to go somewhere I was supposed to go. Because there's a planet out there right now, or at least it was an hour ago, about an hour ago. And there's always been a mystery about which planet that is. And I was trying to see what they're saying it is now. Because one minute they tell you it's one planet, then they tell you it's another one. I want to see what they're saying now, so give me one moment. I definitely got to look that up because that's important. Excuse me, I'm trying to figure this stuff out. This stuff is so crazy. Like, I never seen so much BS in my life. No, because like what happened, I had this search engine used to work perfectly. But then they started doing some upgrades or whatever it was. And ever since then, the search engine won't work. And it's always some bullshit. Now I came back to it now. And it's like blacked out. Like I've never seen it. I've had this computer for a long ass time. I've never seen this shit blacked out. It's like that's how you know you wanted something, because you just start you have all this shit. Like even if you be watching the people on YouTube, they be trying to use Google Space, and every time they just get blacked out and shit. So just give me a moment. Gotta wait for this to come up. All right. This is some straight up bullshit. That's like I said. When y'all be watching like on YouTube, you'll see that guy. He's in a cubicle or something, and he goes crazy and destroys that computer. But let me ask you a question. Out of everything in that computer, he could have destroyed his phone. He could have destroyed a whole lot of other shit. Why that computer? The reason why he destroys that computer, because he knows he's being fucked with. Because he'll type something that's supposed to do one thing and it won't do it. But then all this other fucked shit that ain't supposed to happen be happening, and he finally loses it and destroys it. That's also spiritual warfare. He said, well, how's it spiritual? Because he's fighting spirits. That's why it's spiritual warfare. Alright, give it a second. See, it ain't gonna do it. Alright, so I gotta do it a different way. Because this is so important. Y'all not gonna, most of y'all don't know who Sherry Shriner is. But Sherry Shriner was one of the greatest minds on planet Earth. Even though she said a lot of weird shit, she said a lot of shit that made you go, And unfortunately, the reason why she's dead, because it was a black female in Chicago that was raped and killed and thrown in a freezer, and they covered it up. So Sherry Shriner was investigating it and exposing what really happened. And so somebody allegedly hired a hitman to kill her, and then she was gone. And she had been doing videos for decades. Definitely had to be over 10, 15 years. And nobody, she never got killed before, but it was that one thing she did that got her killed. All right. Oh, so Saturn is right with Venus. So now you see why they wanted me to do this, because this is your chart. Because this same thing happened last year. Like 1 minute it's allegedly Jupiter in the spot, and it's shining real bright, and then all of a sudden they'll say, "Well, that's Venus." So Sherry Shriner was saying that's not that. She said that's not Jupiter or Venus. That's Nibiru, and they're lying. That's what Sherry Shriner said. And I said, yeah, because it looked like it's in the same spot. So if last week it was in that spot and you said it was Jupiter, how the hell are you telling me now it's Venus? But they are, like, from our perspective, it's just a bright white planet. And I have seen Venus appear in spots that Jupiter was in before. But that's what they're saying. They're saying it's Venus right now. So I don't know. And they were all over there. All three of them was over there. The moon was over there at one spot in Jupiter and Venus. But the difference between Venus is this. She moves a lot faster than Jupiter. She doesn't stay in a spot too long. And Venus will hover down. Like Venus will actually hover, like come down. And I never saw Jupiter do that. But Venus be moving. Like cause see my brother-in-law, he's a little bit in astrology, but differently. Like some of these people, like they love this world so much they don't want to wake up. So they kind of know what's up, but they don't want to go too deep with it because they want to keep on doing what they're doing. Because once you start to have a house and big family and all that, you're not gonna really care. And then so you don't have to deal with it. You just go, oh, he's crazy. So oh, he's crazy. So you don't have to listen to him. Don't worry about it. Just go back to the big house and the big cars and this is live your life. And there's nothing wrong with that shit. But then don't be out in your car following Venus. Or don't call me up asking me questions when you really don't want to know the answer. Because I don't have time. I don't have time for that foolishness. Like I said, that's the biggest problem out here. Anybody can make a comment. Anybody can leave a comment. But if you're not skilled and you don't know, we don't need your fucking opinion because you're going to keep on deceiving people as it is. See, Jupiter was out there. See, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They still out there. Give me one moment. Why not? That's probably the sun. And that's what it was doing before. And that's what Sherry Shriner was saying. She's saying it's really Nibiru in a line, and she said it follows the sun. Which, years ago we knew that it was something up there following the sun. Because they even showed you it would be using Google Map. But a lot of times these people would try to use Google Map and it would get blacked out. Yep. So you got the sun up there, Jupiter and Saturn and Venus. And then Saturn and Venus is together. But now I'll tell you what constellation it's in. The sun is close to Scorpio, just like your chart with the 13. Because that is Scorpio. 13 is Scorpio. That's the same energy. It's power numbers. Then you got Jupiter, which I'm telling you about now, because Jupiter, I told you, is helping against the abuse. Now, first thing a person gonna say, well, the abuse it happened a long time ago, but it still hasn't been dealt with. See, this is that's why you saw the number 25. This is in the 9th house. This is international law. This is universal law. Because y'all have to remember, before these people came and destroyed everything, it was all one. So like the kind of shit you see on Star Trek, it used to be like that. Like you might be in you might live in Brooklyn in New York, so it's all divided. And you say, well, I live on this side of Brooklyn from this area, and then it's divided from the guy on the north side of or whatever in that area. But the truth of the matter was, it was all one. Like everything would have been one. So right now the sun is in Scorpio to reveal. And then Jupiter's in the middle of both of them. But your Jupiter is like a protector, and I don't want to call it a referee, but it's kind of like that. And now the reason why Venus is in Saturn, because remember Saturn is law, but Venus is love. And then you see that for people that read the Bible, you see that battle in the Bible against the love versus the law. And that's what I told you about Jesus and Nicodemus, John chapter 3. Nicodemus represented Saturn or Satan or the law, the same law that tried to kill Jesus and did kill Jesus, but it represents the love. So I think that's the most significant thing we found out with the 2230 of your chart, because the 22 would be the love. And remember what did Judas do? That's the 30. Judas betrayed Jesus with 30 pieces of silver because of the law. He handed Jesus over to the Pharisees that, like Nicodemus, they was about the law, and they told Jesus, we don't care what you're talking about because you're against our law, and they put him to death. So this is going on in your chart, and like I said, you have to remember you are more than what you see. So it's kind of going on in you internally too, and it is part of your true north node. And you are also in that whole thing, because you told me people have come to you, they were looking for information, looking for somebody, and you use your gifts to help them. So that is that part of the law. That is the whole thing. And that's why I try to tell people, as above, so below. So that's why when people contact me, it's usually something going on above that led them to contact me. So after Steve James Dishon, it says prophet. Then it says you're fat and worthless. And usually when you're dealing with abuse, somebody may have said that to you or made you feel that way. One of those things. And even like I said, if you deal with somebody that sexually assaults you, it still makes you feel like, damn, he just took what he wanted. Like he didn't care nothing about me as a person. Then this one says 2230, Jesus Christ is the only Messiah. This one says, who will rise and kill me? And they keep talking about this guy, Stephen Dishon. She never believed in her daughter. Jimmy Oswalt. And then he says, rage against the machine was against you. Now, the reason why that, even though they were anti-establishment, that could be true, because there's a whole lot of people in the music world that actually work with the powers that be. See, if you knew the book 1984, like I said, what you see is tell, lie, visions. And I kind of talked about that a little earlier. This one says, can anybody find me someone to love? Huh. That sounds like a true Libra. So they say the truth that lies behind the veil of illusion, and we talked a lot about that on this natal chart. All right, now we're going to give you the angel card number of 2230. And like I said, even though people take it that way, all I say, everybody, include me, everybody has stuff to work on. And I'm just a worker by heart. And I don't take shit. I try not to take shit personal. Because you're only gonna do this life one time. Anybody can do that punk shit. Anybody can, like, you see these people ready to do anything for some money. That shit don't matter. That don't make you. Like, if you're a coward, you're still a coward without money. Now you just got money to like pay to have somebody beat up or pay to have somebody killed, but you're still a coward. Like I've been in places where just who I am, I'm good. Like, I don't worry about that shit. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. The whole world ain't gonna stop. Only if you play that in your mind. If you play it in your mind and you believe it, that's what makes the world stop, because you really believe that shit. That's why I told you, tell, lie, vision. They're gonna tell you lies that affect your vision. Angel number 2230 affect how you think, how you see stuff. So they're telling you to use your natural creative talents to bring joy and happiness into your life and to the lives of others. So that's what an angel number 2230 means. So they want you to express your thoughts and feelings in a creative way, an artistic way. And it's funny because I just got finished telling you that. And they say just make sure that your interests and passions are in harmony with your soul purpose. And with Jupiter right there, you can't go wrong because Jupiter will bless it. So they say the universe, to help you stay on your soul purpose, the universe is going to send you strong, repetitive impressions, visions, thoughts, and feelings. And I already talked about all that with Neptune and Sagittarius and all that. And remember, Jupiter rules Sagittarius is what I'm telling you. So to help you combat this aggression, this abuse you went through or will experience in this life or past lives, this is what they're advising you to do. They're letting you know that your angels will be guiding and assisting you. So you have to have love and trust within yourself. It encourages you to keep the faith. And keep your connection strong with your angels. So they're telling you you are surrounded and supported by angels and very high-ranking angels. So they want you to stay positive about your life plan and purpose. Communicate honestly and openly with everyone you interact with, which is what I kind of said to do. Be very optimistic, positive, set intentions so that they'll manifest. Like somebody says, I will do this, I will do that. Or I will have, whatever. I will be blessed this day, whatever you're going to say. This will happen. Like somebody said, money attracts. Like money's attracted to me. Use your positive influence to be a beacon of light to others to follow and learn from. All right. So that is kind of like a career from home. So they may be encouraging you to do like what people do out here on YouTube. But people be having different jobs. Like really, there really is no limit. You just gotta, have something to offer and know how to let people know about you and have it grow. All right. Now, fifth house, this is your fun house, ruled by the Leo and ruled by the Sun. Now, fifth house is all about fun, children, childlike ways, having fun, creativity. One of the most creative houses is the fifth house, along with the third house. Anything fun, travel, could be sports, but anything that's basically fun could be dating. But when you have Aquarius in the fifth house, that's somebody who will date, kind of what other people would say, not traditional. Even when you got Uranus and Libra. So that's a person who will say, well, I tried men, it didn't work. I'm gonna try something different. So that's a possibility whenever you have Aquarius in the fifth house, because they say Aquarius and Uranus, because Uranus rules Aquarius. They're like the eyeballs of the universe. So that's a possibility at some point in your life as well. And it's ironically because you even see the 18 degrees and the 22. But what's unique about it is this, that it's not 22 degrees and 18. It's 18 degrees and 22. And sometimes the moon is doubt. The moon is the illusion. Or the moon is, some type of inner stuff that causes you to do that. And then when you go to the moon at 3 degrees, like I said, a person at 3 degrees, like I said, they would try to do something like that. And I already explained what 3 degrees means and everything. Now your sixth house is all about service. So it's spiritual service, and Neptune is right there. So to understand your sixth house, you got to find Neptune see, that's a high psychic. So that's Neptune and Sagittarius. So this person can talk to different planets, people on planets and shit. Come through your dreams. They could be talking to you. You just get a feeling or something like that. Like you'll be somewhere. Somebody tell you to look up in the sky, and you look up and you're looking at a star or something. But that star, you might actually have connection with that star, or you might actually be from that star. Like that kind of shit you see on Superman. Like even though Krypton got blown up, like Superman, sometimes he would go back there. If y'all remember, if any of y'all used to watch Superman, he would go back and talk to like his family. But he could go back in his mind, however, however he could do it, but he could go back to Krypton. And it's just in his mind alone. And he would still be with his parents talking to him and stuff. But still, he couldn't physically go back because it blew up. But he could still go back. So it's that type of shit. And you got to remember one thing: you're in a matrix. This is not real. You would say it, but it's not. The reality is where you come from. The reality is source. So if you're really from source, whatever that source is, you are. And when you read your Bible, Jesus Christ said that over and over again. Like if you read your Bible, he actually told his men they could call themselves God. You and I are one. Even when they picked up stones to kill him for saying that he was one with God, he said, "Why are you going to stone me for saying I'm one with God?" He said, "Because that's blasphemy." He said, "How come if it's blasphemy, how come your own holy book tells you that y'all are gods?" And that's Psalms like chapter 82, Psalms 82. And then in John chapter 17, he said, "We're all one. That there'll be one like me and you, God, and there'll be one with us." So it's in there. So you can get mad or whatever. You can keep on believing them lies that you were taught by the people that overthrew everybody and changed the holy books and all that. But that stuff's about to be out the window. Best believe that stuff's about to be out of here. So your sixth house is like a ribbon. The sixth house is about home, health, small children, small animals, healing, daily activities, co-workers, and subordinates. So your service filled and understand your sixth house ruled by Virgo. You just have to go to Virgo, which is in your 12th house, which we're about to do. We already did your seventh house. Explained that. Now see that cross at your 10th house at 16 degrees. Well, it makes a lot of sense because 16 degrees is that Mars energy. But that's Earth sign Taurus. But again, Taurus can be very sensual in the 8th house. Because I already told you pretty much what's in the 8th house. And if you want to go deeper with it, all you have to do is use your free report. Because it fully explains the 8th house. But Taurus can be very sensual in the 8th house. But it can also be about that money in the 8th house as well. But it's kind of messed up because that's your money. See, Taurus rules the 2nd house, which is your money. But your money is in the 8th house, which is shared money and stuff like that. So that could mean a lot. But it could actually mean a good thing. It could mean a good thing if it works out. Like if your money is being shared, but you're getting more back or whatever, it's a great thing. But you got that number 16. So that number 16 might be drama, it's Mars energy. And also the number 24 is the return. So this is the situation or experience you're going through that you've already been through before. That number 24. And that could be your soulmate, a significant event, a significant coming together, a significant breakdown, a breakup. So if that's true, your money may have issues with other people, or at least some of it. Your 9th house, like I said, is going to be communication, some type of expose, and Virgo is trying to expose the abuse. And not Virgo, Vesta, which is Virgo, like Virgo type energy. And if you notice, it's 16, which is war again. Mars and also belief system. Both 9th house, which is ruled by Sagittarius, and number 16 is all about a belief system. Because like I said, sometimes it's your belief system that gets you abused. Because you'll have somebody telling you, "Oh, this is in this house we gonna worship God and all that," but they just bossing you around, and then they see they can boss you around, and then they abuse you. Because you're gonna boss around anybody you think is weak. And the reason why it's not so much that the religion and stuff, it's just how they set it up. Like they tell a priest he can't have no sex. Something gonna happen. That man is not gonna be around all them people all the time. And any of y'all know anything about the body? The purpose of having sex, one of the purposes of having sex is to get that sperm out of you, because it's that sperm that make you go crazy. It's that sperm that make you like when, like Eddie Murphy said in the movie, the wind blow. So you have sex, the sperm come out on you, and either you have, you have children or whatever, or at least it come out of you, and you ain't gonna be thinking about sex all the time. But as long as that sperm is filling up in you, you gonna be thinking about sex. So you can't tell no man, oh, God said don't have no sex, don't get married, because he's gonna do something. So that's a deception, and it's not like I said that stuff's not in the Bible anyway. That's why the Apostle Paul attacked it, because he knew it was gonna happen. He's like, it's nowhere in the Bible does it tell you don't get married and all shit like that. But it is what people do. So now we're looking at your 1632. So we're gonna go back to where we were before. We're gonna try Bill Hydrick, his form of gematria, and see what happens. Come on, man. Come on, bro. All right. 1632. All right. So again, he doesn't show you. So now we're gonna do a matrix again. $16.32. Someone stole my identity. Remember we did Parasite? Because that's what they do. They do steal. They take what's your shit. So now you see it again. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's the energy of this person that abuses you. It's a form of manipulation. And if that's what you become. Like if you have no control over it, you do become. Because you're gonna become whatever that person wants you to. Because if you don't do it, you know what's gonna happen. $16.32 also means vivid dreams. Now this one says Ariel, warrior like mountain. Now Ariel in the Doreen Virtue card deck, Ariel represents Aries and stuff like that. So, that could be a possibility. Because a lot of times on this chart, on your natal chart, a lot of it's true. Some of it applies to, some other sign or somebody else. And then some of it is true. So 1632 is somebody that's hiding in the Superstition Mountains. Now this one's interesting. This one says Aquarian water, feminine. Now why is that interesting? Because when you go back to her 5th house, you see that Aquarius there, which that is like the dating house. So that's interesting that came out. Now this one says the androgen people. But remember, androgynous really is the same, like both sexes. But again, if you're dating, that's kind of like that vibe. That's that vibe. That's that androgynous vibe. Then it says invalid Christianity. Well, why do you think it's invalid Christianity? Because here's somebody in the 9th house about beliefs, but he's like a rapist and he's violent. So it is going to be invalid Christianity. Now, get this. Now, I told you Saturn retrograde is somebody, and you do see that she has a spiritual home environment, at least she came from it or whatever. But now you got this man with the Saturn retrograde, like I told you, could be a pastor, could be anybody. But he's going to be somebody that's in authority. It says high priest was an alien, 1632. In over your head, the next one says Queen of Shadows. And that's probably like somebody holding secrets. All right. Then it says Discovery on Mars, which is interesting at 1632 because you got a lot of Mars and a lot of Ariel or Aries on your chart. All right, so now we go back to Sacred Scribes, Angel Numbers, 1632. Angel number 1632 is telling that the angels are guiding you through your next step, life steps, and actions, and are helping you recognize and acknowledge the divine light within yourself and others. Now, that is true about Vesta because she is like the eternal flame. She's the heat, and she's highly spiritual, depending on where she's at. In your ninth house, I believe she is spiritual, and like I said, she's there to deal with that abuse. That she's there to deal with that Saturn retrograde. The angels are assisting you in your life and are promoting self-belief. And remember, the ninth house is about your belief system. Because when you're abused, it does make you feel a certain way. And that's why I said it's totally different. Because like me, I'll take that beat down. I'll be cracking jokes about it. That nigga can fuck me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get him. You saying stuff like that. But like for somebody else, they carry that. They carry that forever and ever. Like, yo, let it go. You know, let it go. That's from a male viewpoint. Like, yo, let it go. The dude was crazy. Let it go. But somebody else can't let it go. And it do really affect them. So that's why the angels are there, Vesta's there. Cause like I said, on the other two charts, is the third chart about bringing out in the light what was done in the darkness, and all the charts had to do with abuse, primarily abuse against the female. So sometimes you have to have that as well. The abuse has to come out, person has to be exposed, and all that for the other person to really heal. So the angels are assisting in your life and promoting self-belief, love, and trust within yourself and in your relationships with others. Because that's another reason why people run. Because I used to be the same way. They run into a relationship because they want love. Like they didn't get it from their parents or whatever, they get it from their parents. So they rush into love. But then the more you rush into it, the more you really push it away. To some degree, you'd be better off not really rushing into it. Because I would notice that, and I would just get upset. Because it's like the more I would get upset or don't want it or don't care, then the more the person would want to be involved. And I'd be like, damn, what the fuck wrong with you? But if I really wanted to be sincere and wanted it, then it would be like they wouldn't want it. You know, you seem too needy, I don't want it. And they would leave. And then if I got mad or something, did something a different way, now it's how they want it. And I had a female, like I said, when I was with her or whatever, never call, never talk, nothing. And I got sick of it. So I said, I just called. I was like, yo, you know, we don't even talk. We don't ever talk, blah, blah. And I just hung up the phone and shit. And then from then on, she just kept calling and calling and calling. And I was mad. She just kept calling. So I took the phone off the hook. Like, that's when you unplug it out the wall and shit. And I unplugged the phone out the wall and left it. And then I left it. And it was a long time later. Like, about 3 months later, I came. Because I don't get a lot of calls. I don't do shit. Because I'm always moving forward. I used to be, like I said, I used to be on TV and shit like that. I'm always moving forward. I don't have time for no bullshit. I don't have no time for, like, no bullshit conversations. or no silly shit, because it's not helping out. And most of these people I came up with, they all dead. Because like the lifestyle was foul, and then you wasn't talking about nothing anyway. So if I had took them people serious, I would have been dead too. So I was cleaning the room one day, and I just happened to I looked down, and I seen that the phone unplugged. I had forgot I unplugged it and shit. And so I plugged it back in. This is like months later. I plugged it back in and it was ringing. And when I picked it up, it was her. And I just hung up the phone again and shit. So my point is, when I was there and available, she ain't never called. Then when I was like, nah, I'm sick of this, and hung up the phone, now she calling all the fucking time. So it's just it's just this world. It's just the planets we on. It's a lot of games. And if you know who the trickster is, it'll help you understand why everything's like deception. Everything's like deception. So when you know all that, it helps you reason and think a little bit clearer if you want to move forward. But most people don't care about that. They just want to experience life, and that's their business. So they get caught up in all this foolishness. All right. So they're telling you to be diplomatic, harmonious, and caring attitude towards others, and you will find that you will find all you need to fall into place with you in divine right time. But they still said divine right time. So you still have to be patient. Angel number 1632 encourage you to keep your faith and connection with the angels strong and clear as you progress along your current path. So now listen to this one. When asking your angels for help, surrender any expectations and trust you will receive the guidance and assistance that will help you in the most and be for your highest good. So like I said, a long video like this, it could go a whole lot of ways. It doesn't always go the most productive way, but that's because people be like, oh man, that's a lot of information. They don't really get into it or whatever. But when it is productive, that's my point. You hear it, you get it, you begin to learn how to process information, begin to think. Hopefully, with all that processing information and thinking, comes a little bit more stability or maturity, and then you can go from there however you want to go. That's how it's supposed to go in an ideal world. But in this world, motherfuckers just want to dumb down, and they want it to stay dumbed down. So anything that requires real thinking, they just, oh, it's too hard to it, and they're gonna tap out and go somewhere else. And like I said, the problems will increase though. The problems won't get better because you're not addressing them. So angel number 1632 may be the sign that a new acquisition, a new purchase, or a new person will be entering your life. Now remember, this is under a full moon, so that could be true. Or if it's not necessarily a new person, it's going to be a new chapter or new situation beginning with that person. And they're saying this addition could be a lifelong benefit to you. But we'd have to see. We'd have to see. Maintain faith and trust in the universe, and you will see that your life will work out in wonderfully miraculous ways. And the ninth house or Sagittarius with Jupiter could be about miracles and things like that. So, like I said, you do have Gemini does rule the third house, and you do have Juno in the third house. Now, like I said, the 10th house, once again, that's some type of family business. Like I told you, family, education, land, property, real estate, the mother, I Moon, Coeli, family and ancestors, health. So that's all there at number 11. Now, usually 11 could be the strength card, which is like Leo energy. But 11 could also be the law card or legal card with Libra energy. And I don't know how it fits in with that. I don't know how that 11 fits in with the medium Coeli at that point. Saturn, Capricorn, Cancer. But that's definitely some type of home business because the 10th house is career. 11th house, again, Leo. This is all about people, friends, association, and groups. And Leo just makes you bold and wants you to go and be seen and get involved with it. Now, Virgo in the 12th house, again, is all about the home. But it can indicate that you may have, good situations with healthcare. You might have good situations with your health, possibly your family health, your family, the family that came out of you, and you may have great situations with health because of Virgo in the 12th house. Now, the home is in the 12th house, so when you have Venus in the 12th house, and number one is deception, because that's the magician, like I told you. Plus, like I said, magician is Gemini energy, which can be immature. So you may have some type of secret stuff going on, home related, secret fantasies, or actual secret infidelity. And if you're not doing it or whatever, your partner, or whoever the person might be doing it to you. But usually Venus in that 12th house is like some type of secret love or secret fantasies or stuff that the person's trying to hide or don't necessarily want everybody to know about. So that would be something you have to look at because you don't want to get involved with secret loves and stuff like that because you might think you may think you and your lover going one way and then unfortunately it's not even that. Especially I'm sure a Libra doesn't really want that, but Libra does rule. I mean, but Venus does rule Libra and Taurus. And 19 again is that sun energy. 19 is the sun card. And sometimes they do show you two people holding hands, like the two children holding hands. So that is kind of like a twin flame card. But again, 19 in that particular location is being exposed. Because 1 degree is that magician wanting you to believe what's not necessarily true. But the sun card is exposing it anyway. And that does seem to show up on your chart a lot. Like you will be exposing it, or somehow it will get exposed that you're gonna have to deal with some stuff. And who knows, you might have been running from it, like in past lives, because that's how people do it. You see them doing it now in this life, because they don't want their boat to be shook. And sometimes a person will, like I said, that female I talked about, she gonna be with that dude no matter what, because she's a sucker for love for him. So just like how Ike Turner got Tina. Because she figured she needed Ike. They was making money together and she was famous and shit. And once he saw that, he knew he could do whatever the fuck he wanted to. And he made sure he did it right in front of her to let her know this is how it's going to be. Because Ike Turner was a nut job and he was a narcissistic freak. Like this guy you see right here, the Saturn retrograde. Pushy, bossy. And he gonna have his way no matter what. So that was the first thing he let Tina know. She said one time her and Ike was in the bed together. And another female just came up in there and just laid in the bed, and he just did it right in front of her because he knew she wasn't gonna do shit. And y'all know one of his last interviews was with Whoopi Goldberg when she was on the UPN network. It was called I think WOR back then, Channel 9. And Whoopi asked Ike a question about Tina, and he still said some slick shit, but he tried to cover it up. He said something like she didn't make no decisions. She couldn't make no decisions in the band, and then he knew he was on television. Then he tried. Well, all of us put in input, but she had no input on that particular. So he tried to change what he said, but you saw his ass still crazy. He was talking about how like she was garbage. Listen, I'm gonna try to tell y'all something. Without Tina Turner, it wouldn't have been no fucking Ike Turner. And how come you ain't got no his songs with just Ike? Why did it get so quiet? Do I hear crickets? Is there any hit songs with just Ike Turner? Plus the shit that was hit, he stole from other people, like Crete and Clearwater Revival and shit. So that was Tina. That's why Tina went on to make hits with Rod Stewart, Mick Jagger. She's still known. I mean, I was like in 1984 she came out with another hit. I like, man, she's still performing this shit. They said that's Tina Turner. Don't say that. Just like Pete Townsend talking crazy about the Who. He make it seem like the Who couldn't play. They didn't know how to keep. He said they couldn't keep 4 count. He had to keep 4 count with his guitar. He talked trash about. He always talking trash. And most of the Who is dead now. Talking about dead people and shit. Nigga, what hit song did you have by yourself, Pete? If you such a freaking genius, what hit song did you have by yourself? All your hit songs are with the Who. He should be, instead of making Roger Daltrey feel like garbage, he should be on his knees thanking Roger Daltrey. Because without Roger Daltrey, there would have been no freaking Who. Just like you got Led Zeppelin without David Lee Roth, it wouldn't have been no. So Eddie Van Halen, instead of being caught up in your ego, acting like you did Dave a favor, you should be thanking Dave. See, that's the difference between me. I know situations. You might be real creative and real smart, but you still need that other person. If you can't do it by yourself, stop acting like you a one-man island. So, in this chart, you see a lot of sun revealing the darkness. The 12th house is also hidden and stuff like that. And that's another reason why Virgo's there, because it's going to be revealed. Whatever went on in the home has got to come out. Now, guess what? Your 12th house is number 12. And that's Neptune vibration. That is the Hangman card. The Hangman card is Neptune. Now, when you have the Hangman card, that's somebody who kind of keeps to himself and all that. But it can also really literally mean somebody. I'm not saying they might not hang on from a tree, but you've been exposed. You've been exposed. So this is going on in your 12th house, but that number 26 is the word of God. That number 26 is the word of God. Now it could be the literal Bible, or it could be somebody who's, in the home. They acting like they spiritual. Cause I keep telling you, this is secret love. However, it's being worked out. And this is the second chart. This is the second chart I had like this. I don't know if the third chart was like that. I forget. But the second chart was the same way. It was almost like it was kind of like weird. That's kind of funny. Cause even when that dude made that noise and that female look, she like that was weird. And I was just looking at her. I was dying laughing. And I looked at her. I said, "Yeah, that was a little creepy and shit." Because why would you get on the microphone, know everybody can hear you, and you're like moaning? Because that's really what he did. So I don't know why he did it, but obviously, because the dude that did it, I don't think he would do that as a joke. He's not that type of dude. But I think he probably was thinking. I think he was about to ask a question, because that's what you do. You get on the transceiver and ask the manager a question. So I think he was getting ready to ask a question, but he couldn't figure out what he wanted to say, and then he just said, I think he might have figured it out, whatever. But it was just kind of weird when he did it. But so the last two readings, this one and the other one, it was a strong, like weirdo. Like it was like a really weird, people with weird beliefs. Because sometimes, like I said, it's not always. Let me try to explain it to you the best way, because I think that's fair. I think that's fair instead of me just going weird. Nobody know what I'm talking about. Like when you're a priest, right? Now you don't know, because I'm not taking up for nobody. I'm just telling you how this shit go, because I've been studying religion my whole life on this planet. But you're a priest and you're told, okay, well, it's God's will. God wants you to stay celibate. Okay, no sex, not. So you think, oh, God, if God said to do it, I'm going to do it because God said to do it. But God didn't say it. Some man told you to do that. But you don't know no better. For whatever, you're naive. You might be young and naive, but you don't know. So you really think you're going to go through life and be celibate and God will help you. So you really try it. But first off, it's knocking you from reality. So that's when you see all the stuff going on in the 12th house, Venus in the 12th house, or the Neptune, or some of the other stuff we talked about. So now you're in an unreality, but you're believing it and trying to fulfill it like it's real. So I'm gonna tell you how this really works. if you don't have a correct understanding of the Bible or God and stuff like that, you can come under the influence of spirits. They're all around you. Now, if you were listening, you actually witnessed it. Now, you may think, oh, I just hit the wrong button or whatever, but why at that moment? Why did I hit the wrong button earlier? So, they're there, and they are in warfare. And if you really are psychic and stuff, you got to know that they exist. And if you call yourself a spiritual person or whatever, you got to know they exist. So now what you have is a religion that's really a deception because it's not really teaching the true teachings. So that's already going to put your mind open for spirits. And then they come. So now you got these spirits in your life. You don't even know it. Now you got this problem with sex and all that because you don't believe you're supposed to be celibate. But you're filled with sperm. Whatever fluid that's inside of your body that makes you want to have sex, you're filled with that. So you're already having a losing battle. So now you're in a situation wherever it is. In this case, it's obviously the home. In the 6th house. I mean the 12th house. Virgo rules the 6th house, the home. And you could tell it's religious because in Pisces is in the 6th house, in the home. And Pisces rules that 12th house, where all this is going on. And this person that you see that palace, is like a mature soulmate. But he's using religion to deceive. And that's the number 1 with Venus. Because that's what the magician does. He makes you believe some shit that ain't true. So now you're in a situation where it is. Could be home, could be at the church, wherever it is. But now you're at a situation where you can manipulate a situation. And I've seen preachers do this over and over again. Oh, I need some help with oh, sure, no problem, pastor. Oh, no, father, sure. Oh, everything. Because they don't think. Especially back in the early days because nobody really knew. And now people might be like, nah, that's all right, no. And to tell you the truth, it's still some stupid ass parents that would still do it. Even though they know it. Naive or crazy or just don't want to say no, I don't know. So now that's the scenario you get. So there's a former pastor that's now dead. I cannot say rest in peace because I definitely don't think this man is resting nowhere in peace. But it was a Bishop Eddie Long. That's how he started. Well, you could already tell he had a problem with ego. See, he was making all that money off that church. Like I said, another mega church. So he didn't have to do nothing. So he just stayed in the gym. Got his weight up, got his body looking good. And he used to be taking selfies and stuff. Now, this is a pastor. He taking selfies like some young ass girl. But that's how spirits work. These evil spirits, they're very narcissistic. And it's all about them. So now he got the money again from the church. And he got all these jets. He's flying around in jets better than what the president had. He was the type of dude that look at the president and say, yo, you got the Air One, whatever they call that plane. Whatever, Air 15, I don't know. But that's basically what they call Air 5 something. And the president looking at him like, yo, I'm only up to Air 3 and shit. And he got more, he got a bigger plane than that. So that's what he did. He used that, like I said, get a little boy alone up there in the sky. Who you gonna call up in the sky? And that's that 12th house shit. You got somebody isolated. And then that's when that perversion starts. Then once it starts, now that's lust. It ain't gonna stop. Just like David and Bathsheba. What did he do? Wow, that naked female. Who is that woman? Oh, that's Uriah's wife. So they told him straight from the door, that's Uriah's wife. You know, under the law, you can't touch her. You can't call her over here. Under the law, that's another man's wife. That's coveting. You can't do that. And he was like, I gotta have her. Bring her over here. I don't give a fuck. Bring her over here. Then soon as he got it, that's what I'm talking about, this Speedy Gonzalez shit. Soon as she got over, he jumped in bed with her. And that was a rape. Under all whatever, that was a rape. Because first she was another man's wife, plus she was on a period, but he took it anyway. He used his kingly power and just took it. That was a rape. And this, at that time, that was the most righteous man on the planet. At that time, that was like God's best friend at that time, was David, according to scripture. So once he had it, now you had it one time, you ain't going to give it up. They would have had to kill him. That's why if you notice, God never said, David, give it up. David, cease and desist. Because he knew what he was up against. That dude was obsessed with Bathsheba. And that's how twin flames be. That's why I always thought Bathsheba was David's twin. Because they be obsessed with each other. And so now you hooked. So now when your heart gets corrupted, and all that power corrupts you too. Because you think ain't nobody going to find you out. And I've seen pastors tell a congregation. But they do it slick. Like they act like they preaching to you, but they actually telling you what they did, because that's what R.G. Stair did. Brother R.C. Stair, he's a big child molester, and that he would talk about stuff like that from the platform. In fact, that video was on when he molested that female. That video was on YouTube, and that's how he got caught. And that was the day of the Black Sun, August 21st, 2017. And he was having a sermon. He was on YouTube, and that girl was only like 16. And he started talking. And he went up to her, and the whole congregation watched him do it. Though he had them people shook. And they knew he was a pervert. He got caught many times. That wasn't his first time. That's like the 20th or 25th time he got caught. And he wanted that girl, kept talking. And at first he tried to make her feel guilty. Oh, well, you know, young lady, but now you all up on her in front of all these people. And then he starts just feeling all over, pressed her up and everything. And so then somebody reported that shit on YouTube. They took it to the cops. So then they really had to do something that time because it was public. But they knew about that shit before. They just let them get away with it. That's facts. Look it up if you think I'm lying. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is how this stuff goes on. But we're entering a different time. I told you it's indictments. It's over 100,000 indictments up. Look at that shit's online. Check that out on the Prophecy Club. Check that out on Mark Taylor Official. I think Veronica at Holistic Healing talks about it. So that's why I said all these charts are talking about what was done in the darkness. It got to come to the light. And that's why I said anybody out here with this bubblegum astrology bullshit, it's the same thing for y'all. The universe is not joking. You can't just violate. That's like you taking a Bible, but you gonna make up your own interpretation. Say in the beginning, God. No, don't say. They say my name is John. Say in the beginning, John. No, you can't take something from God, and that's this. Achan did the same thing, and God put his whole family to death. Achan stole something that belonged to God. The guy said, "This is what I want you to do with it," and Achan said, "No, I want it," and took it and tried to be slick about it. All that bubblegum astrology gonna get you knocked by the Most High, universe, however you want to name it. But either way, that does conclude it. This was a long one. It wasn't fully my fault though, because as you saw, it was all over the place. This was all over the place with the numerology and all over what did it mean and all that. So that's why some are long. Now, as far as the other ones, just so everybody knows, now these other charts I'm going to be doing with her is different because we're just trying to find out a little bit about the guys and are they connected. All right. But that's a lot for what was spent. But she's good. She's good people. I really believe she's good people. But she's got to understand from my viewpoint. My life has been stalk. I got medical problems. I take care of a drama queen. I'm really my mom still got a lot of energy. She's still going around the world, but she's always been a drama queen. And shit is killing me. So I can't be everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I can do as much as I can do, but best thing I can do when I get your chart is tell you everything that's on there. But then you got to find out what you want to do about it. And I try to make sure I'm clear, thorough, stuff like that. But you got to find out where you want to go with it from there. So that's what's up with that. So this is Get. I'm out for this. I will be back. Keep in mind I got a lot of orphans going on. So make sure you're taking advantage of those orphans that are out there. Because there's a lot of orphans going on. I think I even put the most recent service list out there in a recent offer. But you can always request it. And remember, it's not just natal charts. We do everything. We do the cards. We do the phone consultations. But we do anything that's helping you see your life better and seeing the unknown. It's going to help you. Because even Psalms 23 says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. In other words, yea, though I walk through the valley of the unknown, I don't fear because thou art with me. So God is walking with you. You just got to do it the correct way. I'm one of those ways. No disrespect to nobody else, but if you're teaching people bubblegum astrology, it is very dangerous. This is Gat. I'm out.